Lifeguards, 30 seconds till we start first heat in the water, 30 seconds.
All right, riders in position on standby, and we're going to start you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. This is our day 2 of competition out in the water. This is our any knee kneeling division. We have Mark Mono Stewart representing Australian red, in white representing Japan, Masafumi Kobayashi, in yellow for Hawaii, Josh Bogle, and for Australian blue, Michael Fody. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of competition for the Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship here in beautiful Byron Bay. This is Ben Way here with Danny Southfield for another day of action. How you doing, Danny?
I'm fantastic, man. It's getting better and better as the week goes on. It's like the waves this morning are just looking so groomed and buttery. I'm so excited. And this first heat of the day, I've been waiting all week for this, seeing Mark Mono Stewart enter the water in his baby, in the surf event that he sweated blood, sweat and tears to get running for the last 4 years. The moment has finally arrived where he gets to surf in his own event. Not that we are biased in any way whatsoever, Ben, towards Mono in this heat, but it is still great to see him in the water.
Yeah, and anytime you see Mono in any beach and any wave, he's always ripping, really in tune with his equipment, and one of the godfathers of this adaptive movement. He and Brazil's Alcino Pirata Neto, who's another neo-class surfer, had basically gotten this whole adaptive thing moving back in the day. So Mono and Pirata were pretty much the godfathers of the sport. That's the sport side of it. And then we have people like Charles Chaka Webb, who's here with us, that is the godfather of the competition side of it. And we have other people like Richard Julian from Hawaii, who got the Hawaiian Adaptive Championships going. So we've got all the big players here, and it's the biggest party in town.
Yeah, I think when Mono unfortunately lost his leg when he was in his teens, I just don't think the idea crossed his mind to stop surfing, basically. I think it was just figure out the right type of equipment, and he surfs more than anyone I know, basically. So for some people, not surfing just isn't an option. They're going to find a way to get out there.
Yeah, and if you're really into it, I mean, I've had some pretty bad injuries where I was told not to go in the water, and if the waves were good, what are you going to do? Looks like we got a free surfer in the area here. Free surfer in the area. Just finished a little ride on that right. We need you out of the competition area, please. We're going to be starting. We are in the middle of our first heat of this competition day. So if you can drift down just a little bit towards Tomo's, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
And does this mean that red's in 4th priority?
Yep, so it looks like we've had some waves ridden, and they're on the screen. Live action is Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan. So 3rd priority will go to red, 4th priority goes to white. Time called 21 minutes and 30 seconds.
So we are just getting going with this morning with a couple of small scores on the board as we see Massa catching a wave in. Looks like he will go and reposition himself. What are the surfers going to be doing as far as the sweep goes today, Ben? Is there going to be a bit of a routine, you think, of catching a wave or two and then taking a buggy back up the beach to reposition yourself, or do you think these guys are going to just paddle back out through the whitewater?
That was the similar pattern yesterday, and we've got even more sweep today, so I think they've learned to kind of stay up in that nook right there where you have a little bit more protection.
We can see Massa here coming. He's right up to the south of us in the deeper water there, so it looks like he's going to have to paddle with the tide fairly high this morning, Ben. Yeah, there's quite a deep sort of section of gutter here between where the waves break and the beach that the guys are going to have to paddle across to get. So it's could be a good 5 minute journey from the water back to the lineup. So
yeah, and then as we see this tide drain out, that deep spot will kind of disappear, so they'll be able to kind of finish their rides close to where they'll get picked up, which will save some time. But just getting things started. We don't have those opening scores up yet, and here we go. Now we've got them. So Masafumi Kobayashi, Team Japan, 4.50 for his first one. Mark Monastewart, 3.77. Michael Foti, 1.67. So everyone's gotten waves. We have our opening scores. White's first wave, 4.50. Red, your first wave is a 3.77. Blue, Michael Foti has a 1.67. And Josh Bogle, yellow, in fourth place with a 0.50. Time call, 19 minutes and 30 seconds.
Does seem...
Hey, Zippy. We don't have scores on here. Come on, this. We got it.
So would you say the swell has picked up a tad, Ben, or is it just because it's a lot cleaner this morning that it looks like it has?
Swell's definitely picked up more, and a lot of the locals are saying there's a little more east in it, so it's not as sheltered from that headland as it was yesterday. And it's just bleeding in here and just really speeding up that current through the inside, although we do see the current speed up and slow down from the inside to the outside, depending on the tides and where those shallow and deep spots are as well. But so we've got our scores up now. It's 2 scores that Mono's gotten 2 waves to make that 3.77 total. I'm going to give him that information now. So Mono's first wave, 2.17. Second wave is a 1.60. First of white, 4.50. First of blue, 1.67. And the first of yellow, 0.50. 18 minutes remaining. Blue has first priority, second priority yellow, and third priority is with red.
Teach me. You want help today, right?
Yeah, just listen to the flow.
Okay. And you're just getting all the info off the iPad, eh?
The scores or the time?
Yeah, both. Or you guys have an official clock right here?
No, this is the...
Okay.
So we're now 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Looks like someone's body surfing through here. That is a non-competitor just outside of the zone. So from our vantage point, that's the top of the point up at the pass. We're at Captain Cook's, just in the little nook of this this point right here.
I was going to say, I might dive into one of your cards here, Ben, and introduce people to the competitors in the water.
Yeah, let's start with who's leading the heat. So that would be Masafumi Kobayashi. He's coming from Aichi-ken, which is about 4 hours south of Tokyo. And I met him at the Olympics beach, Ichinomiya. And he was out not only coaching adaptive surfers, but also ripping on a kneeboard. And I didn't even notice that that he was an adaptive surfer. He was ripping so hard. And we ended up getting a lot of waves, sharing some waves. And he is third place in the AASP 2022 and fourth in the ISA 2018. And he said if he encounters a kangaroo, he'll dance. That's how he's going to deal with it. So in our bios, we had what's a drop bear? And then we also had what are you going to do if you meet a kangaroo? And
he's going to box it?
No, he's going to dance with it.
He's going to dance with it.
Yeah, we had a couple people that Spike Kane said that he'd take his beer back. So these guys are repositioning. We have had a couple waves ridden, but as Danny mentioned, the current is strong. First priority now with yellow, second priority with red. Time call 16 minutes.
I'm going to skip mono because we know all about mono, but Michael Foti, who's in the water, is from Werry Beach down in Gerringong, south coast of New South Wales. He got third in the Australian titles in 2022. He's only been surfing for 2 years after breaking his back snowboarding in 2014. So he's one of the so there's two types of competitors: those that have been sort of surfing their whole life and suffered an injury and continued surfing, and those that have discovered surfing through the circumstances of their injury and deciding they wanted to venture into this sport. So him and his wife Laurie, they've just had their first child, a daughter called Veda, and he hopes to get her surfing too. So that's Michael from South Coast New South Wales.
Yeah, and everyone here knows Mono, but we're on an international competition, international webcast.
Right,
so the people who don't, Mark Mono Stewart, here we have live
Josh
action.
Bogle.
Live action of Josh Bogle up and riding on his second wave.
That was a late drop, by the way. I'm not sure if you saw the takeoff of that wave, Ben, but that was a critical drop. We'll see that on the replay.
We'll see that on the replay. We'll have you call that replay when that comes up. So now first priority will go to red, second priority goes to blue, and third priority goes to white. So back to Mono. Not only just an icon of this community here in Byron Bay, he and his wife Deb have done backflips, double backflips to get this thing going, and it's been such a success in these first 2 days of competition. We're on the third day, but he is two-time U.S. Open. He's won every U.S. Open that he's ever entered. Two-time ASP champion, three-time ISA champion. Also very big in board design, especially in this Neil division. And Masa, who's out there in white, has taken a lot of direction in the equipment and using, as we'll have you call this replay of Josh.
Yeah, Ben, that was, as I sort of touched on, a really late drop there by Josh. He dropped in late and then faded right back up into the pocket, and now he's cutting back to the source and looking for the reform section there. We might find the waves sort of reform as they go in through that bank. He's going to take this all the way in and go in and reposition himself back up the beach.
The second wave of yellow, 3.67, moves him to second. Red's dropped to third. Currently white leading the heat with a 4.50. Yellow's in second with a 3.67 and a 0.50. Red's in third with a 2.17 and a 1.60. And fourth blue has a 1.67. Currently first priority red, second priority blue, third priority white, and fourth priorities with yellow. Time call 13 minutes.
As we see the tide coming right in this morning, it's probably the highest tide that we've had while we've been here, as the tide's been a bit lower as we've kicked off action, and we might get a shot of that at some point of where the tide line is coming right up next to the booth here where we're commentating from.
Yeah, and Josh Bogle just on that last wave in yellow, bumping up to second place. We're still just at the halfway mark of this heat, but Josh coming out of Hokipa, Maui, and he's only been surfing for 6 years, two-time Hawaiian State Championships, second place in the Haleiwa International Open. He got second place in the Japan Open, which was held in a wave pool in Shizuoka, which is just close to where Masa lives. And he's sponsored by Laird, Kazuma Surfboards, Matt Kinoshita, which many people know, Dakine, Uncle's Movement, Hana Life, and does adaptive snowboarding, skateboarding, and we've seen him in the opening ceremony dancing up a storm. He smoked everyone on the dance floor.
So he's a bit of a master of adaptive sports, extreme sports, an extreme adaptive athlete.
And Josh lost his limbs in 2012 due to a staph infection following an open heart surgery, and nothing stops him. He is always rocking with his, he's got dual prosthetics, and he completely rips and charges huge waves in Hawaii, takes mean wipeouts, and all the boys say he just comes up bouncing and laughing off the reef.
He sounds like an absolute charger in every sense of the word. And
he said if he encounters a kangaroo, he's going to protect his package. And
yeah.
thanks to mom and dad.
You don't want one of those big hoofs hitting you in the mummy daddy bits, that's for sure.
Time call 11 minutes. No change in situation. Still first priority red, second priority blue, third priority white, and fourth priority is with yellow.
It's pretty handy having a wave pool around the corner. It wouldn't be bad, would it, Ben, on those days when the ocean is looking uninviting? Have you ever surfed in a wave pool?
The only time I've surfed in a wave pool was really junky technology, kind of the ones that were made for swimming.
Oh, yeah.
You just kind of bound around.
Puff of white water comes puffing out of the...
And I was insistent on catching a wave on the boogie. And we weren't allowed surfboards, so I tried standing up in the wave pool, but it was a junky little whitewash.
Which one was that? Which was that?
I think it was called Wild Rivers, something in Laguna in Orange County in California.
Well, they've come a long way, haven't they, wave pools?
One thing for the wave pools, as you mentioned that, though, is as we see our prone assist division later on, getting these athletes back to the point and into position takes a huge team effort. And if you've got a wave pool and a wave that spells it out to you, we have live action, and that is Mono getting up into it. I think I saw the outside two fins. He rides that quad fin Parks kneeboard that he's helped design. It's got that goalie for his stump to fit right in, and he locked into a good one. So that is his third wave. He's definitely going to remove those two scores of 2.17 and 1.60 for his previous rides.
Dave Parks, the shaper, will review that.
First priority blue, second priority white. Time call 9 minutes and 20 seconds. And the last wave of red, 8.0. So Mono now goes to the lead with an 8.0 and a 2.17. Massa, white, has dropped to second with a 4.50. Josh Bogle in third with a 3.67 and a 0.50. And Michael Foti in fourth with a 1.67. We have 9 minutes remaining. First priority blue, second priority white.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd really fired up this morning, Ben, with Mono in the water. A lot of cheering going on. And I was just going to say, Dave Parks, who makes those kneeboards, long-time friend of Mono's. They grew up together, and so he's been working with Mono on his whole surfing career. And Dave's the dad of Garrett Parks, a professional surfer from the area. And, so seeing that replay.
Third priority goes to yellow.
On us,
this is live action. Looks like Michael Foti up and riding. So he's motoring across, and you can see like this really close together short swell where these guys are just back to back to back waves, making the vision a little bit hard on the webcast at the moment.
This is our Mono replay here, and it disappears behind that first wave, but he's just setting up for this end section. He knows that he's going to allow him to do that, where he just banks it off the top, redirection, and a beautiful turn by Mono.
He did get that first cut back kind of below sea level, almost out of our vision, but that would definitely add to that score, making it a combination score of an 8.
Yeah, well, he's looking good now. He's had a slow start, Mono, and now he's got that 8 on the board. He'll be feeling ready to be a bit more selective and get a nice set wave.
And Blue gets a second score of a 1.97. Blue's second wave, 1.97. And there we had Mono with a 360 into a roundhouse, banks it off, and then hits that deep spot. But definitely going to get rid of that 2.17 backup. Won't reach up to the 8s for that short amount of ride, but he did put on a little pizzazz.
Oh, that's a Mono special.
Yep.
He's been doing that for 30 years, those 360s. He loves it.
Coming out of that and then linking it right into a turn without any dead space is definitely going to get rewarded for that rhythm that he had and that flow. 7 minutes remaining. We'll see what that fourth wave of red comes in as.
I love it. I love those 360s. They're so cool. And they're functional too.
Yeah, it set him up for a good spot to kind of stay with that pocket rather than just sitting there and stalling and waiting for it to build up. So that was great.
Like you said, a bit of pizzazz.
Yeah. No, a little bit of flair, a little bit of progressive combination there.
As we see, Paulie Mensah, world champion there, working with one of our competitors for the next heat, I believe.
So comes in as a 6.50 for that last one. Red's last 6.50. So Red's in the lead with an 8.0 and a 6.50. White still with a 4.50. Yellow scores 3.67, 0.50, and Michael Foti in fourth with a 1.97 and a 1.67. Currently first priority white, second priority yellow. Third priority blue, and fourth priority is with red. Time call 6 minutes. Yeah, so I gotta keep Danny's eyes on the screen. We're calling Pauline, but no one can see her except for us.
Yep.
So I've often been told to put the blinders on and stop looking around what's going on. But Pauline Mensker, Naughty Pauls.
Good commentator tip there, Ben. As I said, it is my first week commentating, so there are going to be moments where I...
He's got a voice for radio, but he's got a face for TV. But no, you're doing an excellent job, and we're having a great time having you and also Mia Armitage on those post-heat interviews.
She should be down here soon and ready to hopefully chat to Mono if he's the winner.
We're down to the 5-minute mark, so I'm going to let the next heat know that they can start heading out. Time call, 5 minutes. Next heat is welcome to enter the water. Just please stay out of the competition area until you hear the 2 horns at the end of the heat. So yeah, not a ton of waves ridden. Here we have White, Massa, cutting it back, redirecting, looking for some more opportunity, trying to search for a little more transition here. We do have this high tide, so below the whitewash, sometimes you do have a little bit of face that you can actually get a little more scoring potential, but it does seem to end up in that deep spot on all of these waves. Currently kind of having that pool as the end of the line zone.
Well, we are waiting for that tide to start coming out, and that will change that gutter situation quite dramatically, as we see Mono coming in to head up the beach, back into the lineup.
And yellow, Josh Bogle banks it off that first section, keeping it going here. And it's great to see in this any knee kneeling division the way the different ways of the way people ride waves.
I was thinking that, yeah.
But one thing that's cool is in this kneel division, you see a lot of the guys using their hands on the rails, and they're able to really sink in that inside rail by having that extra leverage. I'm sorry?
Do they have a custom function on the board of the deck to accommodate where their stump might be?
Time call 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and Mono and Josh are having a great time here.
Great camaraderie.
So Mono's already got an 8.0 and a 6.50. We're going to try and motor them back over to the point, but yeah, Mono's feeling pretty satisfied with those scores.
What a beautiful moment there.
First priority blue, we have 3 minutes remaining.
That's what this whole week's all about, Ben. Look at this, just Ben and Josh in the midst of a heat, having a cuddle on the wave in, just sharing the good time, sharing that aloha. It is a feel-good contest is what it is.
Yeah, so they got out there, got their business done early. They're going to save themselves another paddle out. And with just under 3 minutes remaining, that's not quite enough time to get out there and be choosy and grab another one. So they're going to go ahead and take those scores home. As we have Michael Foti, this will be his third wave. And so previously he had a 1.97 and a 1.67. We're going to see what he gets for that third wave. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And I think Massa's still out there in position to see if he can grab another one in this last 2 minutes. But there on your screen, you got Josh Bogle, Mono, the whole crew. Mono's son and daughter.
Coming to share it is a special moment, like I was saying before, 4 years it's taken to get this event, and I think that was a special moment, Mono getting to compete in his event.
Time call 1 minute and 45 seconds.
But don't get too excited, Mono. It's only your first heat. We've got plenty more to come.
Last of blue, 2.73. Second of white is a 3.67. White's in second with a 4.50 and a 3.67. Yellow third with a 3.67 and a 2.57. And Michael Foti with a 2.73 and a 1.97. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
So if you're Michael Foti, you still are in this heat. You need to get rid of that 1.97, but he's only looking for looks like a 5 would get him into that second spot. So he's going to try and find another wave in this last minute. Oh, he's comboed now, so that the screen scores are a bit out of whack. For that's the
No, that's his total score. So that's these two. So that's their two heat
Oh yeah, no, I was
total.
looking at second to progress through the heat. He needs a 5. Looks like. Oh, is that not how it works? It's round robin. Sorry, I was looking at Michael.
That's all right.
If
We're good. We're down to 35 seconds. Time call. 35 seconds remaining. Still red in the lead, second white, third yellow, and fourth blue. Currently no priority established as we're down to 25 seconds.
Actually, just remind me and our viewers, because I got a bit confused there. It's not a typical contest with a quarterfinal, semi-final, final. It's round robin, accumulating scores. Is that right? But we can get back to that.
Time call. 10 seconds remaining. And we're going to count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that is time for our first heat. Heat 2, please move into position.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
Actually,
Oh, okay.
all right, so we are back. And we've just started up our Heat 2 of the any kneeling division out in the water for Wales. Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
And up and riding.
Altair Olivares for Chile. Yellow Iban Oregi Sasi from the Basque Country in Spain. And who do we have up? Blue Red Dog Wheatley on his backhand.
Whoa.
Pumping through. Already got one hit under the critical section on that one. And Red Dog's a hot rider as we have Iban in the back. Gets a quick snap under that one, driving across this section. And he's going to stay out, seeing that he's drained out all the scoring potential in that one wave as he's going to head back on out. So third priority goes to Red. We'll have a couple opening scores in just a moment.
Yeah, I was just going to mention Iban Oregi, who got a wave there at the start as the Spanish champion, European sub-champion, and world sub-champion as well. So a very accomplished. He's sponsored by Aurea, Surf Monkey, Sex Wax, and Creatures of Leisure, and wants to thank Mono for organising this. He's all the way from the Basque Country in Spain.
And Red up and riding. So this is Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's the U.S. Adaptive Champ 21, Spanish Champ 22, French Champ of 2022, the Welsh Champ of 2022. The guy wins everything, and he's usually head-to-head with Mono at any point. And the only event that Mono didn't show up to, Sponge won.
Right.
But we can expect a lot out of him, and he's the two-time ISA World Champion out of Abersoch, Wales, surfing since he was 12. As we have yellow live action Iban Oregi in the pocket, and we can see that kind of bump and chunk coming off of that deep spot. It's making it hard to kind of keep that forward motion, but he's staying in it, and that will be his second wave. We're still waiting on those opening scores. We're getting him in now. Red Dog gets a 6.0 for that first wave. Blues first, 6.0.
So a bit of a definitely a bit of a European flair in this particular heat. With we got a Welsh and a Spanish competitor, as well as a South American and an Australian. So a very international affair in Heat 2 this morning. And I think there's 25 countries represented in this event.
Yeah, and there's Pauline Mensker. Naughty Paul's in the black T-shirt there. I think she was she 93 world champ?
Yeah, 93 or 92. Back in the day when it was very difficult on the tour as a woman, and she was a fierce competitor.
Okay, so Sponge, first wave, 8.03. Red's first wave's 8.03. Yellow's first wave, 9.0. Blue's first wave, 6.83. First priority white, second priority red, third priority is with blue, and fourth priority is with yellow. We have 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And so here we have those scores. That's a combination score. So that's Ebon has a 5.10 for his second wave, 3.90 for his last. Llewellyn's first wave was a 4.0. Second wave for Red was a 4.03. And Red Dog Blue, first wave was a 6.0. Second wave was a 0.83. Just over 20 minutes remaining.
So you can see just how much action there is in the ocean this morning, Ben. It's pretty much non-stop waves, very close together as well. So it's going to be difficult for all these different divisions to punch back out through the waves during the heat. So it's going to be a big endurance factor at play today.
Yeah, and this division, these guys are really, really strong paddlers. No physical hindrance on their upper bodies, but this current is just so fast that you don't want to waste time when you can be moving back into position instead of paddling and get to the top of the peak, get back out there, and don't waste a bunch of energy paddling instead of riding on the waves. And so we have some scores in the Basque Country. Ebon is leading the heat with a 5.10 and a 3.90 at the moment. But it looks like we're already starting to see that tide drain out a little bit, and it feels like that wind is kind of bending out of the north, blowing into these rights. So it's going to help hold those sections back and make it a little bit more predictable, I figure.
Yeah, it helps a lot when the wind is blowing offshore and keeps the wave open for longer, gives the competitors more time to get across the open face, and yeah, we're seeing this heat very competitive. Altair hasn't got on the board yet, but it feels like it's going to be a matter of getting that backup score, getting a second wave. It seems like getting that first wave and getting a score on the board, not as much of an ask as getting that backup score on the board, getting back into position and finding a second wave.
Well, the other thing is, besides that backup score, they're also just trying to stack up scores. Since we do have this round robin, they get to take their best scores from both heats. And so they're just trying to get as good of a score as they can. And it turns it into a competition by yourself rather than worrying about the rest of the field.
That's where I was confused before. I kept thinking we're in one of those contests where it's the top two go through to the next round. But maybe if we've got a chance now, if you can explain to people watching how that works.
We've got live action, I believe. That is Ebon was up and riding and got one little hit there, but the thing closed out and bottom dropped out. So yeah, as we mentioned yesterday, the round robin, live action. Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams, quick hit under the critical section there, starting up pretty high up on the peak. And so where they're sitting right now, they're not dealing with as much current and sweep, but they are a little bit behind the section. So one thing that they will be judged on is doing those maneuvers in the critical area.
Look at the replay, and beautiful flow there by Llewellyn. He just really read that wave nicely, got right up into the lip and dropped down. Looked like he just wanted to make sure he finished that wave as well. He wanted to make sure that he rode out. The judges are looking for the competitors to come out in front of the whitewater for that wave to be scored as a completed wave.
All right, so Red's last, 4.73. Llewellyn, Sponge, Williams in the lead.
As we see Ebon again looking to hit that lip and just getting a little bit hung up. So it is hard with this offshore wind to ride out of some of these turns because the wind is pushing the competitors back off the wave a little bit. So how do they counter that? How do they use their body weight to keep their momentum going, Ben, when they're hitting the lip like that?
Well, I mean, the one cool thing is that they have the contact usually over the rails, and they have that mobility where they can throw their weight forward using their head to throw it towards the nose. Another thing is with this oncoming wind on these rights blowing into them, the prone and anyone compared to an upright standing surfer is going to be more aerodynamic. They're not going to get as affected as that wind blowing against them and putting a brake on. But the one thing is when you have this higher tide, the wave's not standing up as much, that wind can kind of overpower the wave and push you over the back. So you need to make sure that you don't hit it too high, that you're able to get back into the wave and finish that one. That one on yellow, last of yellow, got stuck up into the lip and he got blown over. So it's hard to kind of navigate where you want to hit it. You do want to hit it as close to the lip line or over for that critical, the critical points, but you also don't want to get blown over the back of the wave.
Because when you're thinking of a upright surfer, the way that they race along the wave, they're able to transfer their body weight a lot easier over that front foot to kind of increase that pumping motion.
Last of yellow, 3.0 does not factor in. As we have live action Red Dog Wheatley, smaller one here. You can see he's really pumping, and as you talk about using that weight, he's using his front hand almost as that front foot to kind of push down the nose and thwaps it.
And I think it's also it comes down to reading the wave, just being able to get into that pocket of the wave that gives you that extra bit of speed. So hugely important the way that these guys read these sections and are able to navigate from one section to the next.
Yeah, and also with this high tide, it looks quite tricky as you have deep and shallow spots coming into play on the same wave. So knowing where to hit it, knowing where to kind of keep it cool and try and make it over the flat spots and gain yourself some more scoring potential. As we have live action, Iban Oregi in the pocket. This looks like a good one. And thwaps that one, releases the fins. Unfortunately, couldn't come down. Just behind him, we have Llewellyn snapping this one. Hits it high and also gets stuck up at the top. So it looks like these guys are trying to hit that same section that all of a sudden runs into a deep water and kind of loses its oomph. So they haven't had the power on the wave and the power on the lip to push them back in against that wind.
Will there have been a conversation between the judges and the competitors at all on what is going to score? We're not seeing very long rides, but just high impact as we see Llewellyn really aiming to just
that was
get
Iban.
Iban, yeah. Llewellyn up next. See, they're very similar rides by both of these guys. Just looking to get to that end section and get a closing manoeuvre. It's not necessarily the length of ride, is it, Ben, that scores as these guys are just looking to hit the lip.
Okay, live action of Red Dog. Trying to stay with this one. And he was not satisfied with that. He wants to reposition somewhere else, so he's just going to use this to get in and get a ride over. But the difference between Sponge and Iban's wave, well, let's watch this replay. So we didn't see this on the live action. He had actually gotten a nice hit under the critical section before he ran into that.
That was sick.
And that's where we caught up in the live. But the difference between yellow and red is red had already gotten a top turn into that last maneuver. So that's going to score higher as it'll be more of a combination. Even though the second maneuver wasn't completed by either of the surfers, Sponge had gotten that first hit. And he's already up again. Trying to spot them out there out in the back. I can't tell where they're at, but yeah, I got a quick hit there. Looks like they're moving farther and farther up the point.
Yeah, that was very well timed. It looks like Llewellyn, these Welsh names, hard to get your tongue around.
Yeah, it's Llewellyn.
Llewellyn. That's right, you got to roll the L. Llewellyn. Looked like he timed it really nicely there. We'll see on the replay. But Iban up and riding.
All right, Iban, quick hit there. And so he had actually gotten a little tap on the face before going for that floater, but it looks like they're just coming into that last maneuver with insufficient speed to keep it going.
If we see the replay of Sponge in a minute, though, his timing looked really nicely when he hit that lip, and that looked like a really smooth floater maneuver. And we may catch that replay at some point. But, yeah, a lot of similar sort of rides. Very difficult for the judges to differentiate. the scores.
Last of Blue, 6.43. So Blue goes to the lead now with a 6.43 and a 6.0. Last of Sponge was a 3.63 that didn't factor in. And so we have 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. First priority white, second priority yellow, third priority red. Second priority is red. Third priority is with yellow and fourth priority is with blue. 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
So Altair, our Chilean competitor, being very selective. Haven't seen him stand.
So time call, 11 minutes. White has first priority, second priority red, third priority yellow, and fourth priority is with blue. So yeah, a lot of short rides. We're not seeing that stretch that we'll see later on with the lower tide as it really hits that defined bar. And then the other thing is, just as a lot of people were saying, live action. Llewellyn Sponge gets a nice wrap into that one, hits this one high, and still that offshore and that deep water is just not letting them finish that second maneuver. But the other thing is, since we had a little bit more of that south sweep in it yesterday, kind of stretching them along, I think the east and the swell is actually pushing it back a little shorter.
As we look at Llewellyn, Sponge, a very nice first turn and does get hung up on that second turn, but a very nice little slashing maneuver at the start of that wave. So I guess what these guys really want is a combination of maneuvers to get that first turn in and then finish off out in front of the whitewater.
Yeah, in a very dynamic turn, something very critical and very explosive, they can get one single maneuver and get a very high score. But in the conditions right now, I think we're lacking the speed and lacking the wave quality.
Has he made it in from Chile, do we know? Is he out in the water? What do we know about Altair? Have we got a card on him? I'm just curious to...
I haven't seen the... no, we don't have a card on him. And I don't see where he is on the lineup. I can't see where any of these surfers are in the lineup, actually. So... not sure if he's out there, but there is that white priority card, so I would figure that he is out there waiting to get his first wave.
He's the mystery man.
First priority white, second priority yellow, third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. Time call 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Blue leading the heat with a 6.43 and a 6.0. Sponge is in second with a 5.60 for his last wave and a 5.50. Yellow's now in third with a 5.10. As we have live action, Ebon slashing through this one. He's been keeping busy. This will be his ninth wave. Gets that downturn. Gets that downturn here and gets back in the pocket. Keeps it going. He's linked in to this nice stretch here. This will definitely be his best wave. And he's just locked into the energy. I think that's one of the best waves we've seen of this heat. Great selection by our Basque Country surfer. And that was already his ninth wave.
It looks like the tide just draining out a little bit as he gets a beautiful first turn. And that speed through that section, he is flying down the line, reading this wave so nicely. Another big carve, multiple maneuvers, and just digs the rail a little bit and gets back upright again and finds another little section of the wave. So that was, I think we're going to see an excellent score there, Ben. That was very well ridden.
Yeah, so... We'll see what the judges reward him on that, but these guys are keeping really busy. Ebon keeping the busiest of all. I think that was his ninth wave already, and we still have 8 minutes. As Red Dog taps this one high, snaps it under the lip, draws it back, comes up, pumping through this one, sees this next section. He was hoping to have a little bit more speed to get that little floater section on the end, and he's going to use that speed to kind of redirect and get himself back in. He's still on the wave. He could actually get up and keep scoring here if we had some more scoring potential on that wave.
You can certainly see that Red Dog is on his backhand and that he is surfing like a backside surfer with like a backhand bottom turn and a big slash off the top there into this section. So a different technique than some of our other surfers, and he's able to sort of use that backhand approach to get a bit of extra power, I feel, using that leading shoulder as he sort of comes off the top.
The other thing in his case is he's head's a little bit higher up, so he's got that higher center of gravity to tweak on the rails. And when you see Red Dog on land, he's got his normal leg prosthetics. The guy's a super, super tall dude. And out in the water, he uses his half prosthetics. As I just saw Sponge at the top of the peak, hitting a big hit off that first one. And so Sponge has gone deeper and deeper to where he's not going to link on to those stretching ones that Ebon linked onto. But he is getting a lot of speed where that wave stays steeper and gives that critical section.
It's pretty non-stop action this morning, Ben. Hard work for the commentators and the judges and the water safety and everyone. There's a lot going on. As Bill Russell's sitting here next to us.
Last
Jim
of
Russell.
red, 4.37. Last of blue, 4.90.
And yeah, this heat's real tight. Ebon's sitting in third despite catching a lot of waves. As we're not sure if our fourth surfer Altair, who you can see on the screen there, who hasn't caught a wave, is in the water. We haven't sort of spotted him yet. He might be hiding on a little secret part of the bank.
So I'm wondering why we haven't seen a score for that last replay that we saw of Ebon. That might be one of his earlier waves.
Looks like he... no, you're right.
So 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and Red Dog out in front. And yeah, Red's a really aggressive surfer. We were out there practicing at Tomo's Peak earlier in the week, and he was just charging and pushing his buddy Sean to go on the same wave and chase him down in the barrel. It was pretty cool. But 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Give another 10 seconds, and I'm going to let the next heat know that they can start paddling it out. But yeah, we've had a lot of great maneuvers.
Has that long ride come in yet from Ebon? No, that looks like it must have come in.
It did, thank you. So he got a 7.50. Last of yellow, 7.50. Change in situation. Yellow goes to the lead with a 7.50 and a 5.10. Blue's in second with a 6.43 and a 6.0.
Yeah.
Red's in third at the moment with a 5.60 and a 5.50. And White's first wave comes in as a 0.10. White has first priority, second priority yellow, third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. Live action, Ibon Oregi gets a first hit. That one connects with the lip perfectly and is able to finish it off. And we're down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So Ebon really building momentum. And I have a much lovelier co-host here. Sorry, Danny. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing, Ben?
Doing great. So, seen some great conditions, some great better wind conditions. It seems like it's kind of bending in, although it's making it a little bit tricky for these guys. They're getting stuck in the lip a little bit with this higher tide, it seems.
Yeah, hopefully the tide drops and the swell actually hits the sandbank properly, but, you know, it's the ocean. We can't tell too much, can we?
And so you've been out here surfing a bunch. And
yeah.
Quickly to the viewers at home, introduce yourself. You're part of the family of this Blackmores Australian Pro.
I sure am. My mother grew up with Mark Mono Stewart, so the pass is where I learned to surf. Oh, you need my name, don't you?
Everything.
Everything. So my name is Stevie. My mum is here.
What's your last name, Stevie?
Ginger.
Stevie Ginger.
That's it.
Right on. Sounds like a rock star name. I love it.
Thank you.
So we had a little replay of Yellow's last, I believe. I don't think it'll reach up into his top score of a 7.50. He's got some great momentum here. 3 minutes remaining. Still Yellow in the lead. Blue second. Third red. And fourth White has a 0.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, a stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure. Challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples. Get stoked from the ocean. Building resilience. Creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
Good health changes everything. So don't accept age as a limit or a bad night's sleep. Feel strong inside and out. Keep learning new moves. And if you want to stop, stop. Good health changes everything. Blackmores, 90 years of natural health expertise.
My favorite. It's the use of the paddle. The boards are these look like ocean kayaks, but when you pick them up, they're just came in.
A bit of west in the wind by the looks of it. Chatter on the water there. Blowing across, which is great for the other side of the bay when you want to surf Belongil and everything. That's perfect. Can make things a little tricky over this side, but it looks like it's not too strong. It's nice and light, so it shouldn't interfere too much. Let's just hope it doesn't come up.
First priority yellow, second priority white, third priority is with red, and fourth priority is with blue. Red's first score, 7.67. White's first wave, 4.17. Yellow has first priority, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. So here we have red live action up on the top of the peak. All right, so he missed a little bit of the beginning of that ride. He's already gotten two waves, snuck through the pocket there, and he is just navigating and driving, staying on that inside rail and covering a lot of distance. And we have seen the conditions improve immensely. And the couple highest scoring waves of our previous heat, Ibon from Spain, just had those continual sections, and that just the face just kept feeding more and more scoring potential. So if his first wave was a 7.67, I can't wait to see what that second wave comes in as. And so Felipe Kizolima, 18 years surfing, comes from Florianopolis in the south of Brazil, about I think it's about 8 hours south of Rio. And he's been to Australia before. He's super stoked to be back. A little roaming camera cruising action there. So we'll have another score for Red, and we'll update them as well as you guys at home. And just mention Philippe's. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's that first turn. Hits that thing in the lip.
Right in the pocket.
Stays in the pocket. Gets a little morning shower there. And it's amazing that didn't kill his speed, and he was able to really keep that thing driving, even though the lip was sort of dragging on his scalp there. And taps that one again. He's basically any potential on this wave. He's not missing anything. And even that little mini float there gave him some more projection for this last turn. So, yeah, that's really exciting, and the judges are taking their time because they don't want to give perfect 10s early, but that was a very, very good ride there. So time call 19 minutes remaining as we have white Chris Oberle motoring his way around this one. And I think they've really locked into a great spot in the sandbar as we're seeing a little bit more open face, a lot more turning potential. And Chris as well, using that inside rail up by his feet and just using that thing to drive through. The cool thing about these boards is, these wave skis, is a lot of their drive is made from these really drop-thin rails that they have surrounding their seat. Yep. And if you look at the fins that they use on them, they're almost it's a tri-fin set. They're about the size of side bites of a longboard, probably about 3-inch fins. Yep. So where you have most boards that are kind of all the speeds produced from the size of the fins, these things, it's a whole synergy of using the rails as well as the fins and the bottom contour, and then they have the paddle to do that forward motion.
So you've got a lot of water displacement through the center or coming straight off those rails?
A lot of it's really coming off those rails. If you look at them, they're like a big rolled belly bottom, kind of like the late 60s hull boards. Yep. And that's also needed for all of that roll. The one thing that you will see is look at that rocker on the nose. They look like elf shoes, and they just kick up so much. So these guys can come down from those maneuvers directly down and keep from purling. And there we have that score, 8.17. And Chris Oberle putting a 5.33. Not a bad start to this heat. I'm going to give them their information. Red's second wave, 8.17. Red's in the lead now with an 8.17 and a 7.67. Chris Oberle white, your second wave is a 5.33. You're in second with a 5.33 and a 4.17. First priority red, second priority white, and third priority is with blue. Yeah, so exciting stuff here. Absolutely. One cool thing is in our previous Neil, and I'm sure we'll see throughout our prone heats, is after each ride, a lot of these riders are going to have to get kind of chaired up the beach, pop back out, and use some of that time of the heat to kind of get back into position, where these guys have a very strong upper body, and they have all of this paddle ability, as well as those bigger wave skis have a little bit more glide than the small boards. Yeah. And so they're able to kind of zip themselves right back out there.
Definitely. I mean, there's also the potential drawback, though, that they are so light. So if they get caught on the inside, they're just getting knocked back and pushed down from that sweep. So you've got your pros and cons with all things, I guess. But
we saw that yesterday at a few times. There were certain tides where it was just back to back to back. And it's kind of like Deb's brought people watermelon.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, darling. You want some watermelon?
Is that your mom?
That's my mom.
I don't know which one's cuter. Okay, so we got Red out in the lead. Oh, man, I didn't know it was that Deb, if it was your mom.
No, I'm Debbie.
Oh, Debbie. Sorry. So Debbie's been the head of the catering, having all the local restaurants serve us delicious food, keep our energy up. And now she's refreshing us with some local watermelon. Time call 15 minutes and 40 seconds so far. We've only seen 4 rides, and yellow and blue are yet to catch a wave. So they'll be loading up on some scores soon. But as I'm looking at the conditions, it just seems like it's getting a lot more spelled out, a lot more predictable, and we're going to see those scores come up as we have Philippe motoring his way into this thing. You can just see how fast and how much use of the paddle is used to keep that forward speed going. That was a full-on wrapping cut back, snaps, releases the fins on this one, hits this. He's going to navigate over this double up and goes to pull in again. And that's another thing. As these guys, a lot of them are attached to the board with seat belts. Spike Kane doesn't have as high, as low of
center of gravity.
He has a higher physical condition, higher injury level, so he needs more support. But all of these guys are really good at holding their breath, using the paddle just as you would see in a river rafter, and getting themselves back upright. So when you see these guys tip over at the end of the ride, no need to hold your breath, because these guys are just fine, and we do have our water safety out and around if needed for any other kind of occasion or accident. As we see the free surfers up the top, this angle that we see, these free surfers aren't in the competition area, so you don't have to worry that we have people not abiding by the rules. It's just our vantage point of the buoy. First priority white, second priority red, third priorities with blue, 14 minutes remaining. So I believe we'll have another score for Philippe's last wave in just a moment. And he's doing great. He doesn't have a score less than 7.5. So going about things right. And it's always nice not to have the first heat of the day as well, because you can kind of study what the conditions are doing.
Definitely.
Although it's shifted hugely, it seems like, in this last division. And shifted for the better, as we're going to see those scores get higher and higher throughout our day as these conditions pick up.
Yeah, it's definitely cleaned up a lot since we got down here this morning to set up. It was looking a little bit seasick, just a bit messy here and there, but it's definitely cleaned up a lot since we got down here, which is great. Let's just hope it keeps happening.
Yeah, so we can see David Monk with another competitor out front. So there is a lot of energy pushing in, and then as we lose that deeper water from the high tide, we're also going to see these things stand up and hit with a little bit more punch, I would figure, too. So it'll get harder and harder to get out.
There is a notorious section down here. Quite a few people have done some serious damage to their boards in the past 6 months when that tide goes right out. There's just a little step. It just sits up in front of you and bam, it absolutely punishes you into the sandbar.
Red's last wave, 7.33. It doesn't factor into his top two. He's still in the lead with an 8.17 and a 7.67. First priority white, second priority red, and third priorities with blue. And it looks like we'll have Mia Armitage down on the beach with the winner of our last heat, Red Dog Wheatley. Take it away.
Red Dog, well done on winning your heat just now. How are you feeling? Exhausted?
Really good feeling. Really good feeling. That's probably one of the funnest heats I've ever had in my life, actually. The on a nice point break. It was a team effort. Had the boys run me around in the chair, doing chair races up the beach, and then, paddle out the inside and get some runners.
You were saying that your heart rate was just really going out of control out there in the surf. What was going on?
Just paddling out, I think, and just all the excitement. My heart rate's still flat out, but it's this isn't water, this is sweat. That was a hectic heat. We're in some nice warm weather up in Byron Bay, and just it was flat out. But like I said, I wasn't even the one running up the beach, and my heart was absolutely pounding out of my chest, and I was struggling to get any air. So really fun heat. 25 minutes went quick, and it was good to stay on top of things and
You're living up to your name, Red Dog, I have to say. That big heart of yours that's been beating, it's made your chest all red. Might be a bit of sunstroke or something going on there a bit too.
Or I'm a ginger. That's what happens.
And you've driven up from Newcastle, so yeah, about a 7-hour drive.
Yeah, 6.5, 7 hours. We come up with the whole family. That's another thing awesome too. I sort of stopped competing for a few years there, plus COVID. But due to just the family, we weren't able to afford for the whole family to come and hang out, and that's why this is such a great event in Australia, that we can all come, have a family holiday together. And my kids are getting older now, so they're getting harder and harder to nail down, and yeah, I had an awesome time.
It's a real family celebration today here down at the beach here in Byron Bay. Thanks, Red Dog.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thanks, guys, bro.
What a legend that man is.
Yeah, so Red Dog's always a fun character. He's staying over on the same spot as me. I think he's my neighbor over at the Outrigger Apartments.
Oh gosh, you better watch out on finals night. You won't be getting much sleep.
Yeah, well, luckily I haven't had a fridge full of beer, so no one's raiding my fridge, and I don't know what's in his fridge, but he's not letting me over there. So right now, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. And we haven't had a lot of action since before the interview. Everyone's just kind of repositioning and trying to get back into the zone. And we do see that as the tide goes out and this wind picks up, we're starting to kind of relocate from our earlier heats. But relocating for the better. And we've seen some really nice stretching rights come through here. And it just seems like as the tide gets lower, even yesterday when we had some chunky onshore, the swell can't help but reel across that perfect sandbar.
Absolutely.
And so where we in California and most of our beach break situations, the choppier it gets, the shorter the ride. But here it just keeps stretching, and this place is just magic.
No, absolutely. I mean, when the conditions are perfect, you can get a wave all the way out past Spectators Rock, which is what we call that rock up there at the pass. Speckies for short, because we are in Australia.
Speckies.
Can't say the full name of anything.
Right on.
You can get a wave all the way in here, down past us where we're sitting in the commentator's booth, the cafe there, which is Clark's Beach. So, you know, when it's on, it's on.
I can imagine, and it's got to be a long and satisfying walk after locking onto a good one.
Proper leg burner. Sometimes you can't make it past the cafe because it's just too much.
Well, these guys are loving these conditions. The other thing is not so much in this division, but in a lot of our physical conditions, the riders are affected a lot by the cold. And so while we've had a lot of world championships in cold water where they need wetsuits, anything inhibiting their mobility, as well as some of our surfers that have cerebral palsy, it activates their spasticity, and there's a certain point where they hit a temperature and they just can't control their body. And so within a 25-minute heat, even with a couple waves and a couple duck dives, you might get so cold that it's hard to even keep scoring at the rest of the heat. So having it hot, warm, comfortable, beautiful ocean, as well as having a perfect wave with amazing volunteers, keeping everyone in the zone. This has just been amazing, and we're only on day 3.
I know, it's fantastic. I mean, hats off to these competitors. I've never met surfers with such high stoke. Like, it is so good to be around. You just cannot help but catch the vibes from them and just be so happy to be here, you know? It's just phenomenal.
It's going to be harder to be happier than me for being here. I've been waiting to come to Australia my whole life. So we got a couple scores that happened during the interview. Nothing ground shaking, but I'm going to give them a little update on their time and the priority. Time call 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Last of Brent came in as a 2.17. That doesn't factor into his top 2. And Scott Patterson, your first wave, 0.30. First priority white, second priority red, third priority blue, 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I think earlier we got cut off by going to a little ad break, but yeah, hats off to you, mate. Like, handling 2 microphones, keeping completely on top of things, watching the priority, like getting those scores, getting the times. Like, I don't think people understand how hard that is.
I'm on full stimuli here and testing out my multitasking. It's kind of like making a cake while you've got eggs frying and sausages on the barbecue. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
It's only day 3. Come on.
I think I multitask better than I speak at the moment. But no, we're having a lot of fun here as we see live action. Philippe Kieselima at the top of the point. So this angle, we get below sea level at points, but he did get a nice S-turn. Look at that hit. Solid hit there. Unfortunately, plugs the nose on the way in. But he's already holding 2 great scores, and he'll be taking those with him. And I can't remember what his highest score was in the first round, but he's definitely going to love having that 8.17. Time call 5 minutes. Next heat is welcome to enter the water. Please stay out of the contest area until you hear the 2 horns at the end of this heat. And for you surfers in the water, 5 minutes. Last of red, 4.0 does not factor in. Red still in the lead with an 8.17 and a 7.67. White's in second with a 5.33 and a 4.17. And Scott Patterson in third with a 0.30.
I haven't seen Yellow out there. Is Yellow in the water, or is he just biding his time, just going to get that last number 10, like 10-point ride?
I'm going to ask Nick, our priority judge, and I'm sure he's pretty on it with who's out there. Hey, Nick, is there a Yellow out there? Okay, well,
that
there you go.
makes sense. Yeah, that's unfortunate. David Monk, he's a local guy. He's been around forever. He shreds the pass. I hope everything's okay. Maybe it was just a sleep-in. I don't know.
Well, Chris Oberle motoring through. This is his 3rd wave, and wow, that was a very difficult place to come off the bottom and climb up over the lip on that section as he redirects it. And Chris Oberle's here visiting my hometown of Oceanside, North County, San Diego, with Ling Pai, who's one of our low vision competitors in the women's division. And it's fun to see them out in the water up there. And look at the top of the pass. This is beautiful. So that's Spectator's Rock. Is that what we're looking at right in the middle?
This is Specky's here, so you sit up on the rock there and watch the surf. Before they built these beautiful stairs and the wooden platform, you just have to free climb up that rock. And yeah.
But the people at home can just see how perfect of a setup this is and how it just reels in and stretches for days. Unbelievable. And we've got another score for Chris. Wasn't able to link up. I love that floater, but I guess he didn't link up as many maneuvers as previous waves, so his last wave doesn't come in and factor into his top 2. We'll let him know that. Chris Oberle, last wave, 3.60, doesn't factor into your top 2. You're still in second with a 5.33 and a 4.17. We have 3 minutes remaining. First priority red, second priority white. Yeah, so Chris Oberle is, he got 3rd in the 2015 ISA Worlds. I think that was the inaugural event. First place in 2015, 2022, and 2023 in the U.S. Parasurfing Championships, and first place in the World Wave Ski Championships Adaptive Division.
We just saw Red had a little wave there. I don't think it's going to come anywhere near his top 2 waves. So interesting that he gave up priority, because I believe he just had priority.
Yeah, it's Philippe's been one of the busier surfers out there, as that will be his 6th wave. So I think he's not thinking about priority as much as just kind of
having a good time.
Having a good time, and then you also have so many different opportunities and so many places you can line up that it's not like when you're in a defined peak and everyone has to get it from the same spot, where you would see that priority system being used a little bit more viciously. Yep. No blocking here, plus everyone after each ride is getting so spread out that everyone's got a lot of breathing space in between them, which is cool.
Yeah.
We're down to 1 minute and 40 seconds.
White paddling.
Time call 1 minute and 30 seconds. And you saw him take a dig there, a little bit too deep right there. It looks like there's kind of a big pool around that buoy area. But as it hits the shallow bar, the thing just turns on and reels. So white has first priority, still second priority with red. We're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Yeah, and quickly about Chris, he broke his back in 2007 on a mountain bike accident. And in that same year of his injury, he started adaptive surfing, and he sees it as a fair exchange. And yeah, mountain biking is a lot of fun, but surfing for me is even more fun.
Amen.
Mountain biking is what you do when you're not surfing or there's no waves usually.
That's it.
But this is another angle from that drone, just looking as it stretches, and we are running out of time. 45 seconds remaining. But what a beautiful place this is.
There you can see Broken Head at the top of your screen, and beyond that, behind that headland is at the start of 7 Mile Beach. That's Tallows and dolphins along there up to Broken Head.
This is just amazing, and we are in paradise. This is the best weather we've had as well. I'm going to let them know their time real quick. 15 seconds remaining. Attention riders. 10 seconds, and we're going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that wraps up that heat. Blue, unfortunately, only locked on to one ride of a 0.30. But Philippe Kizalima, 7 waves out of those 7. He's got 2 scores that he'll be very, very happy with, I'm sure. So one thing I haven't been good is keeping up with Zippy and starting the next heat.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
All right, and we are back with live action. This is day 3 of the Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship. And this is the first leg of 4 competitions in this season's tour. The Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professionals World Championship Tour. Next will be Hawaii in May, followed by Costa Rica in June, and in September in Oceanside, in my hometown. And speaking of hometown, we have Stevie Ginger visiting us in the booth. Her mom, Debbie, has been keeping us well-fed and energized throughout this last couple days. And I'm going to invite in Danny Southfield, our longtime Byron local, who's just written his first novel, I believe. Might have a little talk about that with Stevie here. So I'm going to step out and let him come in.
Right, okay. I knew you were just going to stay on the beach mic.
No, he's going to be doing that, and I'm going to go have the sandwich that your mom gave me.
Enjoy. Well earned.
All right, the musical chairs of commentating. Hello, Stevie.
How are you?
Good to have another face and voice on the commentary team today. You've been enjoying the first couple of days of action?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been out with the water safety crew, the beach safety crew.
Wow, no wonder you're so tanned.
I spend a lot of time here at the park, so it's fantastic to see everybody here enjoying it, sharing the aloha.
Looks like we've got our first rider up and riding, Richard Julian. You want to have a look at Richard's card there,
Richard
Stevie?
Julian, he's from Hawaii. The founder of Access Surfing.
Look at this
Access
wave
Surf Hawaii.
from him, his first ride.
Replay.
coming through the whitewater there and coming out the front. So good to get a score on the board, and I'll update those scores when they come in. So we have first priority white, second priority yellow, and first priority red, second priority white, and third priority yellow.
Here goes red, pulling in. Keeping a bit of a high line there. And just falls off the back. That's, I think we saw in the previous heat in red, Felipe, he was really working to pull it back in towards the pass, which is something you've really got to do here at this break as it's breaking here around the curve of the sandbar.
Yeah, the sand is beautiful, has been for a while now. And Roy Tuscany up and riding there in red, husband of Alana Nichols, the summer and winter Olympian. And I saw him surf yesterday, I think, or the first day actually. And he's a lovely guy from Reno, Nevada, actually. And just super friendly, super bubbly human being, as everyone is down here at this event, Stevie. Such amazing human beings.
Oh, my goodness gracious. As I said earlier, I've never met a group of people just so genuinely happy and just wonderful people that are here sharing the aloha spirit, which is what surfing's all about, really.
As we have some scores, Roy Tuscany, you have a 3.57. In red and in yellow, 2.83, and in white, a 1.5. Priority white, second priority yellow, third priority red, and we have 20 minutes to go in this heat. As we see Richard, a little bit of strife there, Stevie. He's going to try and get back on his board. These guys are so strong in their upper body, the way they're able to get back onto the board when they come unstuck. I'm hugely impressed. Roy Tuscany, here he is from Reno, Nevada, bottom turning, fading back, reading the wave very nicely, and looking to get a second score on the board.
He's going to keep it going. If he can make it past this section, maybe it'll reform. He just pulled off. Yeah, no, it wasn't going to do much more for him. No more scoring potential on that wave, so he's pulled off, heading back out the back.
So you've been out in the water the last couple of days, Stevie. Tell us, what are the conditions like? How's that current? It's hard to tell from the screen how strong it is.
It is, yeah. Out the back, once you get behind the break, of course, you're in that deeper water, so it doesn't pull too much. But where you see all the white water on the inside of the bank, it really pulls. You've got to do a lot of work. I've been standing in the water there, and you're just constantly moving against it. So
like a bit of a river running against your ankles.
Absolutely.
But a great team of volunteers down here doing various things, ferrying the crew back up the beach on the big chairs with the big inflatable tyres, as we see Richard coming in and meeting the volunteer crew. And just coming off the board there. There's so much involved for these guys. It's basically like an Ironman competition, let's face it.
Absolutely. And I know through the magic of television, you can't really see how far it is that you've got to get back up the beach, because you've got to get way past up that sweep if you want to get out into the right spot for the break. We see red here.
Yeah, that's Roy on another wave. We'll update those scores. We've got a couple of scores in. Okay, red, if you can hear me, your top two waves, 3.57 and a 4.17. Spike in white, 1.5 and a 1.83. And Richard in yellow, a 2.83. 18 minutes remaining. As we look at this replay, and it's tricky to read the waves out there, Stevie, isn't it, to find those ones that give the guys that extra couple of sections to get through. As the tide starts to kind of come out, we might just see a little bit more of a cupped out sort of shape to the wave, which will allow more critical turns. And here's the team as they race up the beach. Look at these guys. They are hoofing it to get back up the point. And Sharkers from Richard. He looks stoked. He has got a score on the board of 2.83, so he'll be looking to get back out and get another wave.
I think we're waiting for his second wave to drop. I'm not 100% sure.
Yep, no, I think you're right. He's due another wave. Look at these girls go. These all must be mates of yours. Have you met a lot of the crew, Stevie?
All the volunteers from all over the world, all over from Australia. Some of them have come here with the competitors. Other people are just here to lend a helping hand, which is absolutely fantastic. it's a lot of physical activity on the beach, getting as we saw before. So absolutely hats off to them. Good people doing good things.
And kind of lucky that the contest fell this week, not the week before, as the waves were pretty crazy last week. Would have been very difficult. So Mono, I don't know, he must have built up some good karma over the years. The fact that he scored it this week.
We call it the Mono Stewart luck. I don't know if you made it to the Parade of Nations on Sunday.
Absolutely.
It was a horrible rainy day.
Just cleared up, didn't it?
And as soon as it was time for that parade, that beautiful sunshine came out. The Mono Stewart luck came up for him.
Yeah, beautiful parade, and the mixing of the sands, all the different countries, bringing a bit of sand from their home beach. What a nice addition that is to the event.
Oh, it's such a gorgeous idea. I absolutely adore that. I think it should be like...
There's a few tears being shed, I could feel. It was a little emotional as we see Roy coming in, and I think that was him indicating he wants a ride from the crew.
Beach transfer, get taken back up, because otherwise you're just spending way too much energy trying to fight that current.
Can you let him know that water safety red needs a ride?
And water safety red needs a ride back up the beach. Water safety transfer for red down the beach
where the jet ski
is. And red, you have a 3.57 and a 4.17. You are in first place. We have 15 minutes left to go in the heat. So if the water safety are around with...
I think we don't have any chairs. We're looking for some chairs. Maybe the buggy's going to go pick him up, hopefully.
Yeah, there is a lot going on here as we see Roy coming in, and he's going to need a ride up. So the water team is doing their absolute best to cater for everyone, but it is difficult, Stevie.
I think we're quite a few people short today for volunteers, so it is a bit
looks like
tricky.
Spike's just taking it on his own to just paddle through the gutter there. He's got a different strategy to Roy waiting for the lift, and Spike's a great guy. I've had some great chats with him over the week. Very
yelling out, "Where's that chair?"
Yeah, he's doesn't look happy, Roy. But as Stevie was saying, it's about having the amount of volunteers that we need. So if you're out there at home and you want to come down and help today,
yeah, please
chuck on your boardies and come and join us.
Absolutely.
More the merrier.
Yeah, anybody in the Northern Rivers area, if you don't have anything better to do today, I'm sure we could definitely appreciate a hand down here at the beach.
Promise you, it is the best vibes around. These amazing human beings that have travelled all over the world to compete in the inaugural Byron Bay Adaptive Pro deserve to be given the utmost attention.
Yeah, I mean, like a non-adaptive surfer at the best of times, walking back around after a leg burner all the way through, it is not easy. So these guys...
As we see Spike transferring onto the chair. Very difficult as well to make the transfer, Stevie, in the shallows there. It's there's a lot going on, and score. And Spike in white, you have a 1.5 and a 1.83. We have just over 13 minutes remaining in quarterfinal heat number 2.
How good is this? We've got the lifeguard Chuck has just come through and is taking Roy back up to the point. He has lost a lot of time just walking for a few minutes.
Yeah,
there,
we can see that on the screen there now. The Surf Lifesavers giving Roy the lift back up the beach. So everybody chipping in and helping. And yeah, so a busy day up ahead for all of us down on the beach. Let's see what else is coming up this morning. What do we got? So we have 4 heats to go. We have 2 more heats to go after this of the that's not our... I'm not sure if we've got the maybe Stevie can find the schedule for today so we can let people know what is coming up. That's tomorrow, I think. So we've had those 2 heats, and then what do we got? It's not super easy to read. As we've had a difficult heat so far with the competitors being stuck a little bit down the beach and needing lifts up, so they're all on the move now. I'm not actually sure who's actually out in the water as we have no priority, so I think all 3 competitors are waiting to get back out in the water, and we'll figure out the schedule. I do know we've got another couple of wave ski heats coming up, quarterfinals, and we'll get that information for you. All right, it is a beautiful sunny day here down at Captain Cook's Lookout. If you're at home and you want to join us, come on down. Might see if we can get Mia Armitage to have a chat with Mark Mono Stewart over there, who's actually doing double duties as a cameraman. But I think Mia can maybe interrupt him. Love to hear about how Mono found the conditions this morning, and he surfed really well. Did you check out Mono's heat this morning, Stevie?
Absolutely. Got to see the local boy firing at his home break. And he never disappoints, that man.
He's on the camera over here, Stevie.
Camera.
He does it all. As we see the beautiful drone shot of this area. I want to be there. Like, can we go there right now? Let's get there. How do we get there? Oh, hang on, we are there.
Yeah, just looking at Specky's Rocks there of the pass with the lighthouse up in the top right corner of your screen. Absolutely iconic. Means a lot to so many people.
Yes, big shout out to the local Arakwal mob. We are here on Bundjalung country. Yes, we are custodians of the Arakwal people, Arakwal Nation, Bundjalung Nation. Arakwal people are the traditional owners of the land, and we are so grateful to be here. And a big shout out to the local national parks for allowing us here. We're on a national park.
Yep, National Parks and Wildlife, and the marine conservation area that we see out here as well. I believe it's some of the absolute best diving in the world out at Julian Rocks with the Arakwal name Nothing Gully.
I'm not really much of a scuba diver, Stevie. I get kind of claustrophobic once I get in. Once I can't get my head above the water, I don't really like it. I don't know. I've never liked being too deep under the water.
Being under the water for me is home. It is the best.
You're a scuba diver?
I'm not, unfortunately. I have some ear issues. I can't go too deep, but I do love to snorkel when I'm not out in the surf.
Yeah, so you're a bit of a water woman.
Born in it, man.
And so no doubt you've been enjoying these waves the last few months here at the pass, and it's just been in perfect nick, the sandbank, just ready and waiting for the contest to kick off. And yeah, we have really great conditions. The sun's out. It's just perfect weather, perfect for people to come down and cheer on these amazing athletes. I think we just want to get more on the people on the beach, as we see Mono and head judge Zippy Pearson having a conversation there. I wonder what they're talking about. Can you lip read for me, Stevie? Yeah, what are they saying?
Oh yeah, good mate. Yeah. Oh yeah, bloody oath.
Bloody oath. Oh yeah, great event. Yeah. How's the judging? Oh yeah, just judging them some scores. As we have yellow in first priority, red in second priority, and white in third priority with 8 minutes to go. And Roy in red, you have a 3.57 and a 4.17, Spike a 1.5 and a 1.83, and Richard a 2.83. So it's first red, second white, third yellow, 7 minutes to go. Priority yellow, second priority red, third priority white. So we see our little zone there for a second.
Yeah, little beach marshal zone there where the competitors come and check in. I don't know what's going on. See, I think it was just mostly the competitors were waiting to get back out into the lineup there.
Yeah, they've all opted to do the transfer back up the beach rather than paddle back out.
You'd be silly not to. You don't want to waste your arm strength trying to fight against the current. It is a long way to paddle, so you know, if the help is there, you take it. Get back out there. It might cost you a little bit of time, but I think weighing up that pros and cons of it's probably the same amount of time to paddle back out there and you end up out there absolutely gassed, or you get back out there, arms fresh, ready to go, ready to pull into hopefully a really high-scoring wave.
Well, the way the heat's shaped up, it's still really anybody's heat, really, with a high score of 4.17. As we see up and surfing, this looks like our competitor in white, Spike. Doing a nice slip sliding manoeuvre there. That's a manoeuvre, I believe, on a wave ski, a little slip slide.
A slip slide, I see.
I don't know if that's the official term.
Oh, well, we just made it an official term.
I guess it is as a wave skier, you are looking to control your speed, and you don't want to go too fast ahead of the wave. You want to sort of slow yourself down sometime to stay in that pocket of action.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about reading that wave, pulling it back into the pocket of the wave where the most energy and power of the wave is. That's going to give you that burst of speed. Bring it up to the lip, turn it back in, like a roller coaster, baby.
Okay, Spike, 2.23 for your last wave, 2.23. 5 minutes remaining. Yellow first priority, red second priority, and white third priority.
Yeah, that's right. So we got 5 minutes to go in this heat, and coming up next, our heat 3 of the wave skis. And Stevie's going to get online and
I'm just going to
maybe
bring
come up with the info there.
Just going to bring up live heats. So if you are watching at home, you can follow along and see each competitor's wave score as it dropped in live from the judges.
And also see what is coming up. If you've got a particular division that you're most interested in or a particular surfer, you can see when they're competing. We are down here till the early afternoon as we see Roy on another wave looking to get a better a 3.57 and he's come unstuck there. We'll wait for that final score to come in and let Roy know how he went. He's going to get back up on the ski. So we see some free surfers enjoying the action out on the outside. I think that might be one of our competitors on that wave out the back. It's hard to can you see? I can't really see a colour. He looks a little bit too far away.
Yeah,
I don't know if that is. That might be.
I think it's a free surfer, just getting a bit of a warm.
This is Richard looking for a backup score. Very important wave for Richard, looking to get another score and fading back. And he's come off as well, but he did get some points.
A 5.5, Roy, on your last wave, 5.5. We have just over 4 minutes remaining.
Okay, so it's been an interesting heat, Stevie, but there's been a lot going on as far as the competitors getting a bit stuck down the inside.
Yeah,
as we see Spike up and riding, trying to better his low of a 1.83, and a nice long ride there from Spike, so that might change the situation. He needs a pretty big score to get into first. He looks happy about that. Was that a fist pump?
Yeah.
That looked like a fist pump to me.
Surfing at home.
Oh yeah, it's hard sitting sometimes in the commentator's chair and watching these waves and mind surfing them, especially when you get pretty hot here.
Oh yeah.
No aircon in the booth.
I'm starting to feel it, yeah.
And yeah, certainly nice to have a wash off once the day is done. But this time is for the athletes. It's their time to shine, their time to show us what they've got. They've come from all over the globe to be here.
Yeah, 16 nations, I believe. It's absolutely fantastic. And I believe I heard Ben speaking about it yesterday, just like this, the planning and having to get here, traveling all this way with all
the
your
gear.
equipment. Like
Tell me about it, the excess baggage.
Absolutely. It's hard enough at the best of times. If you're a longboard surfer trying to travel with longboards, can be a bit of a nightmare, but all the gear.
We have a situation change. Roy is now in red in first, yellow in second, and white in third. Spike, your last wave was a 3.2. We have just over 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. So Roy in first with a 4.17 and a 5.5. Richard in yellow in second with a 2.83 and a 2.73. And Spike in white in third with a 2.23 and a 3.2.
Got a minute 30 on the clock left for this one, so...
Yeah, it is all flying by, and a very close heat.
them so they get another chance at extra scores.
Just one more chance after this? In the quarterfinals? No.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works because I think
So
the way
it's the top two surfers progress through. Because we're in the quarterfinals, unfortunately, this is your kind of last chance, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to
through to the semis
clarify that
because there's only going to be two semis.
I was under the impression that they got 2 heats to accumulate their top 2 scores out of those 2 heats to contribute. But
Unfortunately,
I'm not sure.
we didn't do round robin with this particular
okay.
heat. We've had repechage, so that is the top 2 surfers progress through to the next round automatically. The bottom 2 surfers get another shot going into the next heat.
I'm with you. Thanks for clarifying that, Stevie.
As we count down, 15 seconds to go. And we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cover your ears. Okay, that is the end of quarterfinal E2.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure. Challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples. Get stoked from the ocean. Building resilience. Creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
Do you need a break or?
Actually, wouldn't be bad. Well, I actually walked up to the official bathroom. I walked up yesterday and your mom goes,
All right, we are back. It is heat number 3 of the sit-down wave ski. We got 4 surfers in the water. Another international affair, Stevie, representing.
Purple tunnel.
Been, doing a lot of
I think
homework.
you started that already, my man. I can barely
On
read
the
what you've
on the
written.
pad. he could have been a doctor in another life with that handwriting. So Guillaume Collin from Guillaume Collin from France, G-Man as he's known, is a 2022 Vice World Champion, 2023 World Team Champion. He is part of AASP Oceanside. He is sponsored by Solomanzi and AI Paddle. Loves wing foiling in his spare time.
Amazing.
And what to do with a kangaroo, he's not sure what he'd do with a kangaroo. And so, that was Guillaume Collin. And who have you got there, Steve? You want to tell us about one of our other surfers?
I was just keeping an eye because we had a bit of a flurry out there. A couple of guys paddled for some waves, but sitting a little bit too far out the back. It's a bit too fat.
So fourth priority yellow, 22 minutes to go.
I'll wait for, we'll see if any of those scores drop in.
Yeah, we got red paddling here. It pulls into a nice one. Unfortunately, just nothing. I'm sure he is. I haven't had the opportunity or the honour to meet Chucky yet, but I have heard many great things.
Okay, scores in. Jesse in yellow, 2.67. Guillaume in red, 1.33. Third priority red, fourth priority yellow. Just over 20 minutes to go.
So a big, the godfather of the sport, as a competitive sport that is, Charles Chucker Webb. So, yeah.
Created the US Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships in 2017. So the Adaptive Surfing Championships only been happening since 2017. This is incredible to have it here in our hometown of Byron Bay. What a long way that it's come, and hopefully it's just up and up from here.
Yeah, I know Mono has been working on this for 4 years. He was supposed to, the first contest was supposed to be in 2020, but we all know what happened then. So things were slowed down a little bit, and here we are 4 years later. And a big part of getting the Adaptive Pro Tour going is to give it a higher status when it comes to the Olympic Committee and their selection of surfing in the Paralympics in 2028, which we are hopefully going to hear about. So we see the Surf Lifesaving crew there doing some shuffling of gear. Big shout outs to the local Byron Bay Surf Lifesaving Club.
First priority is blue, second priority white, third priority red, fourth priority yellow. 19 minutes to go.
I do have to correct myself here. It looks like in 2014, Charles Chucker Webb was the Western Surf Association Adaptive Surfing Champion. So adaptive surfing has definitely been running longer than 2017. It seems that it was just the US Open stop that Charles helped create.
I think it's just become, in more recent years, Stevie, just a bit more on the map as far as exposure goes, and the level of professionalism around it and divisions. They've created, I think, more division, more opportunity for people with different abilities to participate. I'll give Jesse Hinson a shout out. He's from the US of A, and he was second place in Dukes, survived 12-foot Queens, so he's charged some massive waves in his life, Jesse. He got waves at First Point Noosa with 10,000 kooks in the way. He's a funny guy, obviously. He's a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so don't mess with Jesse.
Oh my gosh, we got blue up and riding here.
We see, this is
Charles
Chucker.
Chucker Webb.
Okay, you call it for us, Stevie.
Just pulling it back into the wash, as we have been saying, into the critical part of the wave where the most energy is. It's going to slingshot you kind of up the face of the wave, but he did come unstuck there, unfortunately.
Okay, white in first priority, second priority red, third priority yellow, and fourth priority blue. 17 minutes to go. And we'll wait for scores to come in from Charles' last wave. We're going to cross down.
We're going to cross down to the beach. We have Mia with Spike.
Spike Kane's not long just come out of the surf. How are you going, Spike? He's all the way here from the UK.
Yeah, I'm going great. It's fantastic conditions today. Couldn't be better.
Earlier that you got to choose your division sometimes in these contests. Was this an example of that?
Yeah, so I'm classified in two divisions because I got a high level disability, so I can do prone assist or wave ski. But if I ever have the option, I always choose wave ski because they're my family.
Yeah, how was it being out there with your family today on the surf? You don't get to catch up all the time, do you?
No, that's why we love these events. It's like the community from all over the world comes together. We get to share the experience, we make memories. It's just fantastic. And when I'm out there, even though we're in a competition, we're essentially free surfing. And we're encouraging each other. We're like, yeah, you've got this. We're talking each other into waves. We're looking out for each other. But we're competing against each other. And that's what I love about this sport. Just love it.
Spike Kane, I noticed that you really had to dig in there with your paddles today. Can you tell us a bit about the conditions out there and the power of the surf?
So with the different levels of disability, you got different equipment, and if you look at my board compared to like Felipe's board or Chris's, mine has a backrest because I've got no core at all. Mine has a backrest with a chest strap to keep me upright, and my board is a lot wider and more forgiving, so it kind of gets gripped in the wave. And what I've got to do is I've got to really dig the paddle and change direction. Water against the board, it just kind of sucks onto it, so I've got a lot more work to do. So for me, it's really hard to get out into the clean water, but that's what's going on out there.
Well, Spike Kane, I hope you get to enjoy the rest of the week while you're here in Byron Bay. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I'm having a brilliant time. Thank you, Byron Bay, and everybody here. Thank you.
All right, great to hear from Spike. Absolute legend. We love Spike, and thanks, Mia, for that. As we see, is that a rider up and riding, or is that one of our surf
I do
lifesavers?
believe we've got somebody.
It looks like, well, no, that looks like a bit too long.
It's a free surfer.
We can see red and white there in the lineup.
And as Spike was just saying there earlier, that's his family out there.
We have a score in for Chucker Webb in blue of 4.5. You're in first place. First priority red, second priority yellow, third priority white, fourth priority blue. Second place yellow with a 2.67. Third place is the Bon in white with a 1.67, and Guillaume, you're in fourth with a 1.33. We have just over 14 minutes to go.
Veggie. Thanks, Dan.
Okay, yeah, so the day is flying by. We're in the middle of the morning. The tide should start going out soon, Stevie, and I see a few little barrels out there.
Oh, one can only hope. I mean, maybe at the bottom of the tide we might get a little bit of barrel potential for the surfers out here, but we'll have to wait and see.
I tell you what, I love seeing a wave skier get barreled. It looks just so comfortable, just leaning back, just lying back into the tube.
Man, I love seeing anybody get barreled. It's just the best. The feeling of it, because only a surfer knows the feeling.
That is right. Billabong did coin that term, and it is 100% true. Only a surfer knows the feeling. Have you experimented, Stevie, with any other surf craft? You ever sat on a wave ski or kneeled on a kneel board or paddled or stuff? As we'll come back to that. We'll look at Guillaume on his second wave. You can call it for us, Stevie.
Oh, well, I didn't get much chance. Oh, he pulled it back up. I don't know. I mean, I am only super familiar with the non-adaptive style of surfing. So I couldn't tell you if that is going to factor into his score, the fact that he came back up and kept going for a little bit.
That was actually, yeah, you're right. That was pretty, I guess because he didn't ride out in front. If he had have ridden out in front of the whitewater there, maybe that is the manoeuvre, a barrel roll or something.
Possibly.
We'll have to ask one of these professional wave skiers if that is something that people do on purpose, do a flip over. So we'll wait for that score. That hasn't come in for Guillaume.
First priority yellow, second priority white, 13 minutes to go.
You can see on the top of the screen there, that's one of the famous dive boats here. They've been shooting the pass twice or more times a day through a very, very crowded lineup. How it happens, it's a lot of luck and skill.
You sort of don't want to be riding a wave once they've just come through. They create a bit of wake.
That's it.
Or is it a bit of a...
I personally get excited when they come through. I love hitting the wake of the boat and
That's a little extra pizzazz for you.
Yeah, it's good times.
Bouncing over the speed bumps.
That's it.
Getting some bunny hops.
We just cut away from Anthony.
It's a tight heat, isn't it? It's really Chucker has got that high score of a 4.5, but it's really anybody's game. I feel like they're trying to find the right spot out there in the lineup, trying to find those waves that have a little bit of open face for them to carve on.
Yeah. It's tricky to stay. There we go, Guillaume. Nice wave. Oh, maybe just pulled it a little bit too far back into the wash, but it did look like there was a long section there that closed out on him. So
I think it was smart by Guillaume, just wanting to make sure he rode out of that wave, got a completed ride. He needs to get a score on the board, and he's just going to paddle back out. So as you can see, these surfers can opt to come into the beach, get a ride up with the beach transfer team who. I love watching them flying up the beach, just team effort.
Was watching the replay from yesterday, and the young boys from Currumbin State High School who came down to support a couple of their mates who were out there in the water.
Yeah, Mia had a chat with them on the cam yesterday.
Yeah, the way that they were flying up that beach, if only we had them today.
Okay, Guillaume, your last wave, a 6.33. You are now in first place. Guillaume in red, a 6.33. First priority is yellow, second priority white, third priority blue, fourth priority red. Just over 10 minutes to go in this heat. And as I speak, another wave popping up for Anthony in white, a 2.43. So currently red in first, blue in second, white in third, and yellow in fourth.
Okay, so that last wave from Guillaume, so I think as we sort of noticed there that he just rode out of that wave, and that's given him the highest score. So it is really important, I think, Stevie, for the guys to finish their waves off, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's always important to try and finish your waves, to show the judges that you are in control, that you have intentionally pulled off that wave. So, yeah, just demonstrating that you know how to read it. Oh, sorry.
You see an up and out from Jesse, yep.
Yeah, and also making sure that you're using the absolute utmost potential that wave has to get a score on the board. So
just on Jesse's card, he said he's known as a goddamn Yank. A Yank comes to visit, goddamn Yank comes to stay. And we don't mind, do we, Stevie?
Absolutely
More the merrier.
not.
Well, you know, sometimes it gets a bit busy out here at the pass, but as long as you show a bit of common decency and common sense in the surf, you know, the crowds aren't a big deal. It's just when people get a little greedy, sometimes things get a bit crazy.
yeah, I think it's hard these days. We've got a lot of new surfers out in the water who aren't necessarily brought up into the beach culture like many of us have been, so they don't get taught the proper etiquette.
Okay, first priority yellow, second priority blue. First priority yellow, second priority blue, third priority red, fourth priority white. We have 9 minutes to go. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Just doing the double duty with Ben away, and yeah, had the both mics going. As we see, Charles Chucker-Webb catching one in there. Nice long ride there from Chucker, who's sitting in second, looking for a back up to his 4.5, and see how that score factors in.
Unfortunately, I was chatting to one of the beach crew members.
Adam.
That is Adam, yeah. I am due out on the ski for the prone assist later today, so I was just getting an update of how long I have left on the mic before I need to get out there in the water. Thank goodness, I can't wait to cool down.
Well, Stevie, big props for you for doing so much here at the event. I know your mum's feeding everyone, you're out in the water keeping people safe, you're telling us stuff here as a commentator. I guess it just sort of sums up the spirit of the event, getting stuck in.
That's it. That's the Aussie way. Like, somebody needs a hand, you get in there and you help. So
who are you helping later on in the event? Are you just helping everyone, or have you got a specific person you're working with?
Just everyone.
Right.
So with the prone assist, we've got people that this is when we have the pushers and the catchers. So the people who cannot paddle for waves, so they need the most assistance out of everybody in this competition. Oh, we've got yellow. Here goes Jesse. He's pulled into a nice wave.
Yeah, Jesse looking for a backup score to his 2.67.
Score in for Chucker-Webb, a 1.93 on your last wave. 1.93. Priority is yellow, second priority red.
Although yellow has just lost that first priority as he is riding that wave in, so that will be changed in a minute. So
7 minutes to go in the heat. 7 minutes to go.
As we see this replay, tell us, Stevie, what's going on?
I'm not too sure. It's really hard, again, the compression of the angle of the camera there, but I'm not sure why he didn't try and go along the face of the wave. Maybe he saw that it was just going to close out, so maybe made a strategic move to just pull off and try and get back out there and keep his priority high.
I guess he maybe felt that hitting the lip he might not ride out of the turn and just wanted to make sure he completed the wave. I'm not sure either. But as we see Guillaume paddling back out, he may have caught a wave there. We might see on the replay, but Guillaume's looking strong with a 6.33. Let's have a look at this wave.
Yeah, there we go. Look at the speed. Oh, hits the lip and down. Damn. I'm not a judge, but
sick.
I reckon that's going to be his top wave for sure. It's definitely going to be the 6.33.
That was a very nice floater. He was sort of got a bit of hang time there on the lip.
Just fully in control, speed, flow, grace. Yeah, there it is.
And a 7.33.
Guillaume, your last wave is 7.33. You're in first with a 7.33 and a 6.33. White in second, 4.5 and a 1.93. Jesse in third with a 2.67 and a 2.97. And Anthony, you have a 1.67 and a 2.43. First priority is red. Second priority, white. We have just over 5 minutes to go. Just over 5 minutes.
So yeah, that's looks like Guillaume's got a stranglehold on this heat now with that last score, and well deserved that 7.33 for that lip ride.
Yeah, that was really impressive. But I mean, a lot can happen in 5 minutes. You never say die in a surfing competition. It can come down to the last 5 seconds. Somebody can pull into the wave of the day and come out with a perfect 10 and blow the competition out of the water. So a lot can happen in 5 minutes. Let's hope that we see a few more sets come through.
So, am I right in that the bottom two are going to be eliminated, or is there still a repechage? Is this it now?
No, this is it.
This is it.
Correct.
So it's crunch time.
The top two will progress through to the 2 semi-finals tomorrow.
4 minutes to go in the heat. First priority red, second priority white.
Maybe it's the top three.
Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion. We'll get Mono to clarify that, or Lou, our contest organiser. No? It is heat 3 of the quarterfinals of the sit-down wave ski. And Guillaume with a big lead, 6.33 and a 7.33 over the competition. But Charles Chucker Webb looks like he will be living to fight another day, one of the godfathers of the adaptive professional surfing world. So we'll see how things unfold in the last 3 minutes of the heat.
Oh, I'm going for another wave here. Using his upper body weight to just kind of pump forward a little bit there. Oh, look at that control, just right in the pocket. Smooth connecting maneuvers as well. The judges want to see constant movement, constant action is what makes just score after score, just counting those points up and up every time.
Yeah, that's. I think that's going to be better than his 7.33, Stevie. That is probably going to definitely be the highest score of the heat.
I don't know if it's going to beat 7.33, but I think it will beat his 6.33.
Well, we'll see. Okay, we'll see who's.
Should we put some money on?
Well,
I don't think that's legal.
Maybe not. I don't know. I just think that length of this ride, the way that he got those multiple manoeuvres and he finished off there and he cut back through the white water. You're right. I'm not a judge either. We're just having a crack at it, like you guys at home might be having a crack at figuring out the scores. As we see, who's that coming off there? Yeah, we have a rider just coming off. Can't see who the colour is at the moment. But
down to 2.5 minutes left in this heat. It was Anthony Bonacuso.
Okay, we have 2 minutes to go. First priority white, second priority red. And waiting on the score to come through for red's last wave.
Oh, unfortunately, just nosedive or pearled there with that one. Heartbreaking.
Yeah, we've got the water safety crew there just straight up to meet the Bon. And I'll get him back. He's got a wild hairstyle there, the Bon. I love it.
Wild hairstyle to match a wild man.
He's a wild man. He is another fantastic human being. Down here at the Blackmores Adaptive Pro Byron Bay, the inaugural event has been an absolute dream so far. The first 3 days of competition. Perfect weather, perfect waves, incredible team of volunteers and staff run by the great Mark Mono Stewart, contest director Lou. As we see Guillaume, our heat leader, heading back out. He is looking very confident.
And 8.17, Guillaume, your last wave, 8.17. And we have just over 1 minute to go in the heat, and priority is with red.
So that just sort of priority being with red. Stevie, it looks like the rest of the competitors might not actually be out in the water, so it's going to be tough for them to get that score they're looking for.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we just saw, Anthony Bonacuso just came unstuck on that. Would have been a really nice wave. So the ocean can be a punishing mistress sometimes, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles in a surf competition. sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, and it's as the tide drains out, we might see a few more of those wipeouts, I think, Stevie, as those drops get pretty steep.
We've got under a minute.
Okay, we have under a minute to go. Guillaume in first with a 7.33 and an 8.17. Charles, you're in second, a 4.5 and a 1.93. Jesse in third.
30 seconds.
We have 30 seconds, 2.67 and 2.97, and the Bond in white, 1.67, 2.43. Just 20 seconds to go.
We'll just hold off so that you can do that countdown.
We'll be doing that countdown in just a second.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Choose for the end.
Okay, that is the end of that.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure. Challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples. Get stoked from the ocean. Building resilience. Creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
And welcome back. This is day 3 of competition for our 2024 Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship. And we have just started our below-knee standing quarterfinal. Heat number 1, out in the water in red for Australia, Jake Matthews. In white for Australia, Andrew Golick. Yellow from Canada, Jonathan Marinovich. And from Hawaii in blue, Scooter Metcalf. And I'm here with Stevie Ginger, local surfer, and son of Debbie of catering. Daughter of I'm out of control.
We gave you a break, mate. You're supposed to come back fresh.
I'm not used to having a break. That's my problem.
Okay.
So there we have G-Man Guillaume Collin coming in from his last heat. We've seen some great conditions out there, and it just keeps getting better and better as that tide drains out, it seems.
Absolutely. I just keep watching this screen and just glancing up, just itching to get out there. That water just looks so dreamy. Your classic, clear, crystal, swimming in champagne.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I love the change in direction. Seems like even though these waves are stretching, what do we have here? That's someone coming in that's not in the current heat, and I got to get these SUP guys out of the contest area. So our friend on the stand-up paddle, you're in the competition area. If you can please drift down towards Tomo's, we'd appreciate that. And everyone else out on the beach, we do have a competition, a world championship going on here, so please stay out of the area of competition if possible. Thank you.
That is one thing that I am most worried about tomorrow. If the prediction does come through and we get a really decent swell, it's going to be tough to keep all the free surfers out of the comp zone.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Red. Jake Matthews.
All right, Jake Matthews opening the ride. Gets into that one. And unfortunately couldn't finish that maneuver. We did get one score in for white. Andrew Golick's got a 0.93. Fourth priority white. The first wave of white is a 0.93.
A fantastic beach crew, beach volunteers. Charles Chucker Webb there, who was from the previous heat. Yeah, throw in the shuckers.
So So here we have that replay of Jake Matthews. Just a little bit late to get up on top of that one, and the lip came over the nose, ungluing him from that one, unfortunately. And Jake Matthews, known as Peggy, he surfs the Peak in Newport, and he competed in the very first ISA Adaptive in 2015, second place Australian titles, and he likes doing airs, and he's been surfing for about 25 years. So we're just getting things started. He'll see his first score.
There's the Bon.
Mr. Bonacurso with the coolest hair on the site.
I think that girl's from Manly.
I would say so.
Here we go.
Didn't say not enough room for northern beaches on the back there, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so here we go. Red, Jake Matthews, already up and riding again. 2 solid snaps. And gets a nice little snap on the end section. A little head whip there. Body language looks a little bit happier about that one than the first one. So he's owed 2 scores at the moment. You want to call this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So he is pulled up, staying right in that pocket, the power source of the wave, hitting off the lip, pulls out of that one, and that is what we call completing the wave. So showing the judges that he is in control. He made that decision to finish the wave then and there.
Here we have Andrew Golick. Nice glide here. And you'll notice he's got the front leg prosthetic as opposed to Jake Matthews just up and riding with the rear leg. And so it's really interesting on how they have to wait and control over their abled body leg and how they use their bionic leg. And this is just great glide connected across 3 or 4 sections. And so that will be his second wave, I believe. We still got some scores to be worked out. First priority blue. And we'll have some scores for red and for white in just a moment.
We've got the replay here.
Yeah, so he highlines it here. You see how this thing hits the shallower section and really stands up. Look at the amount of speed he gets here. Gets a quick hit in the critical section. Snaps off that one, little down carve. Sets himself up here in the pocket, and then the point catches up with him, gives him some more speed. He covered some distance on this one. And you can kind of see how he's really focused over his back foot, whereas Jake Matthews is more over the front foot. And so it's really interesting. And as a lot of these guys just kind of use regular equipment, they are surfing the boards very, very differently.
It's incredible to watch. I mean, I'm struck dumb just trying to, figure out like how these guys are doing this. Like, they surf better than me, I swear.
So we've caught up on the action. I'm going to give these guys their update of their scores, and Jake Matthews 6.33 for that last one. First priority blue, time call 19 minutes. Jake Matthews, first wave 2.17. Second wave was a 6.33. Red's in the lead. Andrew Golick, your first wave 0.93. Second wave for white 5.50. Jonathan Marinovich, yellow, 1.67 for your first ride, and Scooter Metcalf, 0.50. Currently first priority blue, time call 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, so it looks like the judges are really awarding those combinations and showing a variety of maneuvers on the same wave.
I see.
And we'll see, even with the pro competitions, with the normal able-bodied pro competitions, you can do 3 great turns, but if it's the same turn over and over, gradually the judges kind of lose that excitement factor, and your scores will come down. So you do want to do a bunch. You want to fit as many maneuvers as you can, but showing a little bit of variety in there will add to the score. And then anytime there's the wow factor is when it really pushes it up there. So 18 minutes remaining, and nice, cool rhythm to this heat. Everyone's kind of balanced out, getting into position while others ride, and everyone just kind of cycling around there.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, we've been talking about as the tide drops, the conditions continually change. You pretty much get like a 20-minute window of surf, like kind of being perfect in the one spot, and then, the takeoff zone might shift on you. So
well, when you come from junky California beach breaks as I do, every wave looks perfect. It's unbelievable. Even yesterday's onshore when it was chunky, it was still couldn't help but reel across. And so, getting the best of it. Jake Matthews, last wave, 6.33. Andrew Golick hooking up on a similar good wave for a 5.50. So it just shows that the conditions are picking up as we start to see those scores kind of even out, and we see our competitors getting their hands on some good ones.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fascinating and incredible. The difference in technicalities almost in some of the divisions. Obviously with a wave ski it's much different. I believe Danny and I had a little trouble earlier with picking maneuvers in terms of scoring potential.
Yeah, and a lot of these, I mean, there's very little, there's very some subtleties and some nuances in the maneuvers, but direction changes are usually always rewarded, especially when you get down to the prone. They got such a low center of gravity that it's hard work for the judges to see every little movement. And if you just kind of watch the way the board's moving more than the rider, as soon as you see that thing do a direction change or a complete cutback, as we did see on a few of Brazil's, Felipe got some great cutbacks. But as soon as you can redirect, point that nose back towards the whitewash and continue on, the really easy to see direction changes as well as just the hits up under the critical section. So, but you're a surfer yourself, you know what's going on, you know the waves, and you're doing excellent.
Why, thank you, sir.
And Mum was saying that you do a lot of media stuff and you do some news and some other things, and it just makes sense that you're right up here in here with us.
We needed to give you a break.
All right, free surfers, you guys are surfing through the competition area. Anyone who's without a jersey, please try and stay out of the area of competition. We understand that there is that sweep, there is that current. If you guys get sucked in, just please get yourselves dragged down the beach a bit. Thank you very much. We've got 15 minutes remaining. Currently Red in the lead with a 6.33.
There he was taking a look again, Jake Matthews, just quick in and out, but you don't want to accidentally take something that's not going to give scoring potential and then move yourself off of the zone. So smart move there. If you can see it's not going to feed you, you might as well just jump right back out and keep yourself from getting swept away in the currents.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Stevie, what kind of equipment do you usually use?
I mean, surfing here in the Bay, we don't actually often get waves like this. So a lot of the time my boyfriend and I were out on longboards. But as soon as it gets over like chest or shoulder high, we're out on whatever board suits the conditions. My partner does work and ride. Oh, we've got one.
Yeah.
Jonathan Marinovich. Oh.
Team Canada, Jonathan Marinovich, good job straightening out and getting over that deep section and found his way into a nice little steep face there, kind of on the upper half of that double up, so definitely getting pushed out the back of the wave, but he gets up, and you see as he has that front leg prosthetic, you can see how much clearance is needed to get that front foot up. And we see that even more in the above knee as they basically have a long, stiff pole basically connected to the foot. And so that one will work out to a 3.33. We're going to let him know as he comes in. He can hear the call quite easily.
Jonathan Marinovich, second wave, 3.33. You're in third place with a 3.33 and a 1.67. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority with yellow. Time called 13 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I come from Oceanside, California. It's a big history for world competitions at our pier, but that was the home of Donald Takayama, and so
one of the legends of the sport, man.
Yeah, and so even if you're a shortboarder, you definitely probably know how to ride a log, and I like body surfing, shortboarding, longboarding. Doesn't matter what it is, but there's a different board for every wave.
Absolutely, the right board and the right wave. That's what makes a good surfer, in my opinion.
So Jake Matthews got another one there, and that one worked out to a score that he's going to keep. We'll give him that one.
Jake Matthews, last wave, 2.37. Well, that goes into your score line. You've extended your lead position with a 6.33 and a 2.37. Live action.
So he's up again.
You have got your work cut out for you, man.
He is not sitting around waiting for scores at all. He just wants to get anything he can. And as you should, if you're one of four people out on a beautiful point break like this with nothing disturbing. So a lot of speed off that one, goes right into a quick carve, snaps it back, pumping across this section, and goes for the tap there. a little late on the section there, but yeah, he did a big redirection, so the board hadn't quite gotten up to speed again before he went into that last maneuver.
Yep.
But he was rewarded, and he's bumped up another score. Red, last wave 3.50. You've improved your score line again now with a 6.33 and a 3.50. 11 minutes and 45 seconds. First priority blue, second priority white. Third priority's with red, and fourth priority's with yellow. Yeah, so as I look on our table, these beautiful Anzac biscuits made by Wendy McDonald are probably the best little treat that I've eaten during the whole competition.
Amazing.
No offense to Betty's Burgers or Fish Heads, but these are so good.
Nothing like some homemade Anzac bickies.
Oh, man, I've already put down 2, and that's why I'm zipping right now. I got a little sugar rush going. 11 minutes, and so I'm going to give a little bit of the story of some of these riders. Peggy, Jake Matthews. Don't have any more information except that he competed in the very first ISA Adaptive Inaugural 2015 and second place in the Australian titles. And also out there we have Andrew Garlick, which didn't fill out his bio, so I don't have a lot on there, but we do know that he rips. And we saw that on his second wave of 5.50.
He's a man that just lets his surfing do the talking, I see.
Exactly. And Johnny Marinovic actually lives in Tamarindo, Costa Rica. And 3 years surfing in the ocean. He came from being a wakeboard and wake surfer. So kind of got most of his time behind waves on probably a freshwater boat wake, which is pretty insane. And he's a snowboarder, wakeboarder, and father of 3 girls. He got a gold medal in Wales. I believe that was the Snowdonia Wave Pool. And it looks like we have someone taking a look. I heard the spotter yelling out. And he got 14th in the ISA Worlds. And he's sponsored by Nealon Prosthetics, Great Canadian
paddling.
Oil. And
Oh, just missed that one.
yeah, it's good though. I like to see the competitors being busy because you really don't know what you're going to get. And here at the pass,
We've just missed Yellow's wave, I
it's
think.
more than likely that you're going to lock onto a good wave just if you take off. So, yeah, your bet is that 80% of the time it's going to be one of the best waves you've ever ridden. So 9 minutes and 30 seconds. And, yeah, Johnny coming to us from Costa Rica, representing Canada. He's hoping to scuba dive the Great Barrier Reef while he is here. And in 2021, Johnny was run over a car while he was on his motorcycle, and the runaway driver has never been found.
Oh, man.
But 72 days after the accident, was already wake surfing on his temporary prosthetic, thanks to his father Dan, wife Natalia, and 3 girls, Ivana, Yulia, and Sasha. They're probably at home rooting Dad on, and it looks like he'd gotten another wave. So we'll see what happens here. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And as you look on the beautiful beach here, this is the nicest weather of the competition so far. And you see this cool lineup of spacecraft, of all these interesting, those are all the wave skis right there from our previous. We got the High Fives Max Ski, Dave Dom's King's Water Sports that is out of San Diego, where I'm from. And we've got all of these very, very cool craft that are custom crafted and designed for each person's physical condition.
Which is absolutely fantastic. I heard you talking yesterday that you are a shaper. You do shape some boards, and do you shape for non-adaptive as well as adaptive?
Yeah, so I started non-adaptive. I actually started shaping just to make myself surf better.
As we all do.
Yeah, which hopefully you do. Hopefully you don't just get in there for the business, because you make zero money doing
Absolutely.
it. But yeah, I got into shaping because there was a board design that I had in my head that didn't exist, and I couldn't get any of my shapers to make it. And coming from a sponsored stand-up bodyboarder, shortboarder, bodyboarder, body surfer, and longboarder, all of these boards that I'd grown up testing, and I grew up in the surf shop. Instead of going to high school, I was the board salesman at Hobie Oceanside, which was the biggest board dealer in San Diego. But I got to test over 300 boards in 6 years.
Damn.
And I was a shop writer for Donald Takayama when I was young. And my shortboard buddies wouldn't let me bring the longboard out, so I'd go longboarding with my bosses. But I wanted to mix every type of weird fin configuration, the shapes and benefits of bodyboards, longboards, shortboards, eggs, fishes. And so I put all of these little chunks together to create a board called the Wave Skate back in the early 2000s.
Skate, impressive.
And a lot of big companies kind of benefited from some of my testing.
Oh, dear.
And it's been the influence of a lot of the round nose, wide hipped little mini boards. But yeah, it's and now all of that experience in the weird realm, I'm being able to take all these little bits and pieces, even ones that didn't work well for stand-up able-bodied surfing, and mix them in and tune up mostly prone equipment for a lot of the competitors.
That's incredible.
It's tons of fun.
Yeah, that's amazing.
See, we got a priority change. I'm going to give them the update. First priority red, second priority white, third priority is with yellow.
Oh, I
6
think
minutes and
we've
20 seconds.
Got red up and riding? No?
I think that's a non-competitor. Just happens to be in red, not the greatest color to be surfing next to the competition area. But Jake Matthews is a regular footer. So this guy's got a red T-shirt. He's not going to get points for that ride. 6 minutes. So buddy on the Mal out there, great surfing, but we need you to stretch that thing on out of the competition area. And the red T-shirt doesn't do the best for our priority judges, but great surfing anyhow. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah, and it's, I mean, these free surfers kind of can't help but getting dragged through this competition area. As long as they're conscious that it is going on and try to get them out of the way, it's great. As we have
free surfer.
Another free surfer.
With a yellow shirt on.
There's a lot going on. Or he might just have a very beige skin tone. It's hard to tell. So as soon as we get to the 5 minute mark, I'm going to let our next heat know that they're able to hit the water. And it is just getting buttery, beautiful conditions out there right now. Getting the best of it is Jake Matthews out in the lead with a 6.33 and a 3.50. Scooter Metcalf's got a 0.50 coming to us from Maui as Jake Matthews up and riding again. Lets this thing catch up with him. Little down carve there. Oh, sneaks into the barrel.
Oh.
Time call, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Our next heat is welcome to enter the water. Please stay out of the competition area until you hear the two horns to the end of the heat. And right now, first priority white, second priority yellow, and third priority is with blue.
We've got that replay of Jake. Oh, it's throwing a bit of water there. Oh, it gets covered up. I missed that.
That was such a cool setup, though, because he really was kind of waiting for that wave to speed up, but that down carve put him in a perfect position to come up from under it and get covered up. Had it been a little more offshore, that lip might have stayed up and let him sneak out the doggy door. But we're down to 4 minutes, and that one probably will not go into his top two. Well, you know what? They're going to reward him for that first carve. He gets a 4.27. We had Andrew Golick up on his third wave. Red, Jake Matthews, last wave, 4.27 will be a keeper. You're still in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.27. Yellow now has first priority, second priority blue, third priority red. We got 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Yeah, so blue really digging in. We see that blue Scooter's on a kind of a soft board, longboard. One thing is
got yellow up
and riding. Jonathan Marinovich, I like how he's keeping with it.
Staying low to try and increase that speed and get past that section, but unfortunately just doesn't make it.
Yeah, not a lot of room for any direction change on that one, but it seems like Scooter's equipment, that big wide nose of the foam board, might be pushing him out the back of the wave, trying to get into the wave. So here goes yellow. Looks like he was set up, ready to get barreled, but this thing kind of pinched on him. But he did kind of drive across this section, ready for anything that may come. That one didn't work out the best. But we got 3 minutes remaining, and he's in third place. He had a 1.67 previously. Let's see if he can remove that backup score and bump up his score line as we're at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And there's our local radio personality, and Mia Armitage. She's been doing the interviews. Got the coolest sunglasses on the site. So I believe we'll have another score to come in for yellow right now. We've just got his 2 scores.
Oh.
And these guys are just zipping along. We can use them to get our boards back up to the point. Saw one of them hit some deep sand and almost get taken down pretty well, but it shows you how strong, just as you see the little baby car smoothly cruising over. It's almost like hard concrete, the sand. 2 minutes remaining. First priority blue, second priority red, third priority white, and fourth priority is with yellow. But as I'd mentioned yesterday, is having this big flat beat. Here we go. Scooter taking a dig. Come on, Scooter. Couple more battles.
Unlucky.
Yeah,
Maybe sitting a little bit too far back on that board.
Yeah, it looked like the nose was sticking up just a bit. He is, just from paddling for that one, he's repositioned a little bit farther in, so that might give him a good chance if he just spins it around on another one. And now we're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
That is Felipe's partner, I believe.
Yep, we've got the Brazilian flag.
Maybe not. I can't
Hard
quite
to tell.
see. It's quite
Yeah,
dark.
the light's not the best. As we've got one of our prone competitors coming up here. So we have 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Now I notice this board here, it's got some fins both on the top and on the bottom. I was speaking with Eric Lazar, and he was saying that they use that to keep their legs on the board. But obviously there is the danger of coming off and copping that fin to somewhere on your body.
Yeah, that's it's the one thing is a lot of our quadriplegic and paraplegic guys, they can't actually feel that their feet are off of the board, and sometimes their body just pulls them off of the board completely. So some of these guys do have those fins holding them into position. Time called 35 seconds. Still red with first priority, second priority white, third priority blue, and fourth priority with yellow. But yeah, I've tried to opt with not putting those on the board, but there are certain times when it does come in handy for the riders. And the other thing is building up foam on a blank that doesn't have the thickness to get that height is pretty difficult. So you have to actually glue on. Oh, we're about to count down. Attention riders, we're going to count it down in 5, 4, 3.
I found the need that when I was moving house, I couldn't find anywhere to go and didn't have any options in terms of accessible homes or just a place that was going to be suitable. So I discovered the SDA, which is part of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and my experience led me to setting up Accessible Homes Australia. Yeah, so I've always been reliant on family to provide my housing needs, and now National Disability Insurance Scheme has provided the Specialist Disability Accommodation Scheme, so I can, go and live independently, which is ideal.
Perry and I began looking around for what accommodation was available for him and his needs in the marketplace, and what we found was there really is a very, very limited range of options for him. And so we decided to go out and create some options and some accommodation purpose-built to his needs. At the same time, we went through the process of registering him as a participant within the SDA. Perry had suggested that he would like to help some other people like him navigate the same process for themselves and form this company that we've formed, Accessible Homes Australia, to help them find suitable accommodation needs to suit.
What better thing is there than being able to look at a list of properties and have a choice and say, I want to go and live here or there and have some freedom in your life. And we've never had that before, and now we do. I'm grateful to the guys around me and people around me that have helped me set this up and get it going, because it can't happen fast enough now. People are out there really in some pretty dire situations, living in not the best circumstances, and we can change that. There are thousands of Australians out there with all types of disabilities, and we encourage you to jump on our website, reach out to us, contact us, because we can help you through the process and find you a home.
And welcome back to day 3 of competition for the 2024 Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship. And this is Ben Way, joined in the booth by local Stevie Ginger. And we have been having the time of our lives watching these guys lock into some great rides. Speaking of which, looks like we got some live action out the back. White, Jay Stevens, opening ride, driving it across. gets underneath that one, and he's still driving it through. And you'll notice Stevie, he's got a very almost a bodyboard outline in a hardboard. I love the big blunt nose. And we'll get back to that in just a moment, as we also had an earlier ride.
I think
this is still that one.
Yep.
Okay, this is still the replay. We had a ride during the commercial break of Max Devery, yellow. But, just powering his way through and really muscling under this section and manhandling his way out of that thing. So we'll see his score in just a moment. Max Devery had a 3.50. We saw a really nice opening ride just after the buzzer during the commercial break, and I believe that's Max getting zipped on up. He's visiting us from Secret Harbor, Washington. I'm sorry, Western Australia. What a Seppo comment. CWA. Yeah, Secret Harbor, so I can't tell you where it's at because it's secret, but he's been surfing for 3 years. He's a winner of the Aussie Champs in 2022, third place in 2023, and seventh in the ASP Tour in 2023. And he says Drop Bears are his best mates. And he's riding Zag surfboards. We got local shaper Zag, which is really putting some effort. As we have live action out the front, I'm seeing Kai Collis in the barrel, zipping through that inside, and it seems like it's just getting better and better out there. So we had Kai Collis on his opening ride. We have a score for Jay Stevens. White's first wave, 4.33. Yellow, your first wave, 3.50. Blue has first priority at the moment. And here we have that red in the pocket there, trying to drive through. And that thing just pinched on him in the end section, but he did get a couple turns into that setup, giving him a 5.0. Red, Kai, your first wave, 5.0. You're in the lead with a 5.0. White has a 4.33. Yellow has a 3.50. Currently blue with first priority. So Kai Collis has come onto the scene hot. There on our street. There on our street. There's on our screen. We have Jay Stevens just finishing his first ride. And now, as we're seeing this tide get lower and it's getting more defined stretch, these guys really need to kind of get back to the top on the beach rather than trying to paddle against the current.
Oh, 100%. It'd just be silly to try and paddle against it. Save that strength. Get back out there. Save your energy for smacking that lip.
So let's talk about Kai. Surfing since he was 2, life-saving since he was 6. He's from Palm Beach on the Gold Coast. He came onto the scene and just smashed things. So he's the AASP 2023 World Champion. 4th place in last year's Huntington and ISA, and first place in the ASP Hawaii, 3rd place in Costa Rica last year, 1st place in the U.S. Open in Oceanside to finish off the season. And that's our Visit Oceanside ASP Pro Tour. This is the first of 4 legs. And, he's come on the scene. He rides the Woods surfboards.
Local shaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Lennox head boy.
And so interesting about that is his 2 boards flew off their car, got run over by a truck, and I believe that's a brand new board that Woods prepped him up for, and it's going so good. We seen it yesterday, get him some really high scores.
And he's got the classic Chicken Joe there from the kids' movie Surf's Up. Every surfer
everyone loves that. So there we have, I think that's Scooter from the last heat. Just getting things started here.
But yeah, I believe Kai is definitely the one to watch, the first person yesterday to get the 10-point ride of the contest.
That is right. He was the first one to set the scale and find the ceiling of our judging. And so, we're going to see some amazing riding, as today is even better. So who knows what can happen, and see how many perfect 10 rides we can get. It's going to be a lot of excitement. And so, Stevie, you as a local here, what is your feeling as far as what's the buzz around town of this competition? It seems like it's the most fun thing going on. Everyone seems very curious, and everyone at the bar loves seeing people roll up, walk up on their prosthetics, all sorts, and it's just, we have a very colorful community of competitors, but it seems like a very colorful local community here in Byron.
Absolutely. We do call this region the Rainbow Region.
Right on.
Sometimes. Different Stokes and different folks. The vibe in town is very high. Everybody's been anticipating it. Poor Mono can't go anywhere without being held up for at least an hour chatting, letting everybody know updates. I did see him at the Parade of Nations and the opening ceremony. Shed a few tears. You know, this means so much to him as a born and bred local. Him and his wife Debbie and this whole Stewart family have been working 12-hour days for the last 6 to 8 months to make this happen, and it is just absolutely phenomenal. Everyone's having the best time. All that hard work is really paying off, so it's absolutely fantastic to see, and so good for our town.
And also tons of fun to see him getting amongst it this morning and out there ripping. And he's just been making people drool with all the precursors showing the sessions and the practice sessions, the pass from those drone views, and everyone like myself was so excited to come out and see it live, and it's definitely has not disappointed, and we're probably going to see even better waves than we saw on the previews. So
yeah, for sure.
Really exciting.
As I said, Mono is a born and bred local. He's surfed here his whole life. He knows this break like the back of his hand, which means he knows what time of year it's going to be firing. So that's what I remember having a conversation with him about that he was picking this week because it's generally a good week.
So you and I have a good-looking bearded bloke in front of us, Adam. It looks like he's trying to fish you out of my chair here.
I am going to be out on the jet ski, so I will give you a little wave. We do have the assisted prone coming up, so my water skills are needed, my man. But
right on. Your water skills and your commentary skills are also needed and appreciated. Thank you so much, Stevie Ginger. It's been great.
Absolute pleasure and an honor, my friend.
Go give your mom a hug for me. So you got 16 minutes. We've basically spent most of these the first 10 minutes just relocating, getting them back up to the top of the point because it is really stretching out there. And we've got Kai Collis with one score of a 5.0, Jay Stevens 4.33, and Yellow Max Devry 3.50. Very even score line out there as we welcome back Danny Southfield.
Kai, correct me if I'm wrong, was on fire in the first day of competition. Kai's our surfer from the Gold Coast. Is that the young guy from the Gold Coast, or have I got him mixed up with someone else?
Palm Beach.
Yeah, so he had his whole crew down here from the Palm Beach Cromer High School the other day, all helping out in the water as well. And Kai, just a young bloke. I think he's only 16, still at school.
Yeah, very young surfer. And we have, it looks like Timothy Hanley coming back from a first ride. I haven't seen a score for him yet, but he is getting scooted back up the beach. And we've just seen these waves stretch out longer and longer and longer. So I think paddling back to the top of the point is no longer an option when you only have 25 minutes out there to get 2 scores.
So, yeah, where are the rest of our competitors at the moment then? They're at the top of the point, are they?
In chairs on the way to the top. And I'm sure we got a couple that are already out there. But, yeah, everyone's just basically relocated in the last couple minutes here. So we'll give them a second.
We're all multitasking down here. I was just jumped on the cams for a minute and trying my hand at the slow zoom, which is not easy. That was interesting. Trying to do a slow zoom out. Not very good at that, Ben, for some reason. My fingers are I think too much coffee this morning. My fingers are too.
Yeah, if they put me on the camera, it would be slow anything, that's for sure. So 14 minutes and 20 seconds. We have seen some amazing surf. It looks like we had a little look there by one of our competitors. They didn't take off. First priority yellow, second priority red, third priority is with white. Time call 14 minutes.
A lot of multitasking going on. Stevie's gone out on the wave ski. Ben's doing beach commentary and webcast commentary. I was on the cams. Mia's doing some beach interviews. It's a team effort down here. Everybody's helping out, pitching in, doing whatever they can.
It looks like we did have a score. We had an opening ride by Timothy Hanley. Blue, your first wave, 1.0. So yeah, Timmy visiting us from Mullumbimby. And he was stand-up surfing for 28 years and loves getting barreled at Uluwatu. And he's been riding prone for only 1 month. And so already out there amongst the competition with some heavy hitters, 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And he had a roofing accident in June 2023. Has only been in the water twice before this competition in his spinal rehab.
So that's less than a year from accident to competing. So you see Jay
Yeah, so Jay Stevens, second wave. First one locked into a 4.33. This one actually looks like it's got more scoring potential as he sneaks into the bowl, staying in there. Let's see if he can punch on out, and he does. So one of his earlier waves, he had snuck in there, and it didn't open enough for him to get out of it, and he's still connecting this, finding more scoring potential, going left back towards the top of the point. I'm sure he is going to be stoked, and we love seeing people sneak into the barrel.
He just gave me a massive bout of FOMO right there, Ben, watching that wave. I wanted to be Stevie as we look at the replay. So at first the wave doesn't look like it's doing much. It's very slopey and slow. He's just cutting back into the power, but he sees something down the line, and he times it perfectly. Look how he comes here, waits, and then he's deep in that tube, and then he gets another little tuck in, and look at him come out the front of the whitewater there. Expertly done. I can't wait to see what that score comes in. As he goes left as well, he finds a little left reform and keeps on going. And hats off to Jay Stevens. That was absolutely brilliant. As we see up in surfing, Max Devi in yellow on the foam, looking to find a reform out of that one.
All right, so now first priority will go to red, second priority goes to white. So we see yellow setting himself up. He also wants to get bold, putting on the brakes there. And we have these little double ups. You got to get up and under it. Here's where he's got the chance to get covered up, and that one pinched out, sneaks out the doggy door as well. We're seeing these guys just motor their way out. One thing I wanted to point out between him and Jay Stevens White is they have that big, wide, blunt nose, which is kind of bodyboard-esque. And having that extra width and surface lets them get over that, and that's what's helping them punch out of these barrels. Whereas if they had a pointed nose, it would have sunk and they would have gotten stuck inside the bowl.
Is that a bit of extra volume as well to help them carry speed through the wave?
Definitely. Extra surface, extra volume up under their torso. And so we're seeing some benefits in a little alternative design there. White second wave, 7.33 change in situation. Jay Stevens goes to the lead with a 7.33 and a 4.33. Max Devery, yellow, with a 4.60 and 3.50 in second. Red, third with a 5.0, and blue has a 1.0. Live action, Kai Collis in the pocket, hanging in there, rides it high, taps that lip, gets in, puts on the brakes, throws it up into the lip and brings it down. He's not done yet, and he's still finding some down-the-line energy on this thing and goes over that little cross-chop double up.
Russell Kim, if you're around, can you please come down to the competitors area? Russell Kim.
So here we have him taking off. He got that huge swooping cut back there. Really put him back under in the power zone to come up and hit this thing critical. Puts on the brakes, gets up under there, and somehow comes out of that maneuver with more speed. And as you watch, you get this little cross double up come across here. Normally that would push you right out the back, but he's still connected with that energy, bringing it all the way through. And he gets another high score. We had a perfect 10 yesterday. He's going to be happy to hear what his second wave comes through as. Red, Kai Collis, second wave, 9.33. So Red goes to the lead with a 9.33 and a 5.0. Jay Stevens in second with a 7.33 and a 4.33. Max Devery, you're in third with a 4.60 and a 3.50. Timothy Hanley, one score of a 1.0. Blue has first priority, 9 minutes and 15 seconds.
So Kai Collis is being touted as a future world champion, I believe, Ben, and
he's the current world champion.
He's the current world champion and a future world. Is essentially the future of the sport. He seems to have found an extra level in his approach to the wave, the way that he's able to sort of drive up into the lip. Hugely impressive, and there's for good reason a lot of people talking about this kid from Crumban.
Yeah, so he came in fourth to Joel Taylor in the 2023 ISA. So it was basically his first showing on the scene, and then he won everything. First place in Hawaii, third place in Costa Rica, first place in the U.S. Open last year in Oceanside. So he just kind of snuck up on everyone. But he has been in the water since he was 2 and life-saving since he was 6.
And look at this big smile on his face as he races down the beach with his team.
9.33, Kai. You're in the lead.
He likes it. He likes it, Ben. He's a happy chappy, and why wouldn't you be? Look at this. Sun is out. The tide is draining out. The waves are starting to barrel.
Time call 8 minutes.
And,
yeah, it's looking like complete perfection out there.
Look at this. Look at this scene here. The crew on the beach loving it as well. And the conditions are just absolutely 10 out of 10 perfect right now. I hope you're enjoying watching this wherever you are in the world, and enjoying the action as much as we are down on the beach. What are we're sticking with the prone after this, or we hit it? We go into a different division.
Yeah, so it looks like we'll have 2 more. Let's pop this out. This is our quarterfinal heat 1. Oh, sorry, this is unassisted prone, and then we go to prone assist next.
Then we got 3 prone assists, so a little bit different. The next 3 heats, similar approach to the waves, but they do have a pusher and catcher, a pusher in the water helping them with catching the waves. So that is the difference with the next 3 heats after this one. Will be assisted prone rather than unassisted prone.
And look at our assistant team on the beach. They are motoring.
Having a good time as well. Everyone's having fun. Everyone is having an absolute ball down here.
The other thing that's very cool is you've got this flat, hard sand that makes it so much easier to relocate our riders, whereas a lot of the California beaches, you have this kind of angled slope, which makes it really hard to try and keep in a straight line. So these guys are able to go full speed back to the point, motor themselves back out. That's our heat leader that you're seeing at the top of the point, Kai Collis. They're going to get him out past this shore break, get him on his sled, put that leash on, and send him out for more. We'd love to see another perfect 10 ride.
I mean, yeah, what else can this kid not do? He's already had a 10 in the competition and now a 9.33 in his second heat. He is an absolute superstar, Kai Collis, a superstar.
And as I look down to my left and I see these beautiful Anzac biscuits, which I'm going to wait until I have my next break, I want to thank Wendy McDonald for setting us up with some of the most delicious sweet snacks that I've had since I've been here.
Here's a test for you. What does Anzac stand for, Ben? That'll test your trivia.
The Australian National Zebra Association of Circuitry.
You're on the right track there. It's Australia and New Zealand aerial. No, I can't. It's something from the army. It's an army term. Australia and New Zealand something or other. I don't know if anyone can help us who wants to come to the commentators' desk.
Aerial combat.
It's definitely A is for Australia and then NZ's for New Zealand. So it's Australia, New Zealand, and then the A and the C, I'm not sure.
Well, I thank both nations for that biscuit, and I thank Wendy McDonald even more. I'm going to give her a big hug when I find out who she is. 5 minutes and 15 seconds, and we've got our riders back up at the top of the point. Let's see who can lock into another nice scoring ride. So right now, 2 rides for red, white, and yellow, and just 1 for Timothy Hanley. And he's out in position with first priority. So whatever comes through, he has the pick of the pack.
Pick of the pack, indeed.
So we can see this is all these surfers that you're seeing on the right side are the top of the pass, up in the little nook up there, which is, it's pretty fun. But as soon as it hits our buoy where the contest area starts is the juicy part of it. And that's where you get that thing just reeling down. We've already seen 2 of our competitors sneak into the barrel and push themselves out.
I think today low tide is around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Time call 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Our next heat is welcome to enter the water. Please stay out of the competition area till you hear the 2 horns to the end of the heat.
Yeah, so this heat is it's coming to a close pretty quickly. 4 minutes. So Timothy and Max needing a score if they want to progress through to the semi-finals, which will probably be tomorrow, I imagine, with the finals all taking place on Friday, and our presentation down at the Services Club if you want to come and join us for some live music from Goodrich, and also to celebrate the winners and all the other place getters out of this long week of competition, the inaugural Byron Bay Adaptive Pro, sponsored by Blackmores.
It looked like someone taking a look there, and you see Red out there in the lead, just sideways across his board, taking it really easy, probably listening to the time call, and he'll probably strike in the last moments of this heat since he's not the one needing any scores at the moment. Although if something good comes through, he probably can't help himself but get another good one.
I'd be interested to hear from Kai. We might hear from him after this heat. I'd be interested to hear about how he developed this technique that he's got on the wave, the way that he sort of slips and slides up into the lip. I know there's a lot of right-hand point breaks in his neck of the woods up at the Gold Coast, so I guess he's been practicing a lot on those point breaks leading up to the event.
Yeah, and he also has a very cool style where you see him take off the inside arm and really initiate the turn, pivoting around his arm. And we've seen that that style developed by Denmark's Bruno Hansen, which is one of the heavy hitters in this pro non-assist previously. Unfortunately not with us. He's probably down in the sun in Panama somewhere watching us. Bruno Hansen spends a lot of time on a sailboat sailing around by himself.
Not a bad life.
Yeah, and so 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Another person we have is, we'll see Sam Bloom in the women's non-assist, and she also has this method of switching hands and pivoting off the inside hand to initiate the turn, which actually can really break the turn and create a tighter turn than the rail would actually allow otherwise. So it's really interesting, and you're seeing how they're able to fit more turns in a tighter amount of space by using that method. As I see White taking off, zipping out, drops in the barrel, and just outside of him is Kai Collis. And Yellow just behind him. We're just seeing a machine with white, red, and yellow behind him. And each of them got in the barrel. Looks like White had snuck out of that first. I'm not sure where Red was left on that one, but 3 rides ridden in the same set. So it just shows what a machine this place is.
And a crucial part of the heat with just over a minute to go. We'll see if that affects the standings here.
First priority blue, 1 minute and just under 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll have some more scores for yellow, white, and red in just a moment.
Yeah, so interesting end to the heat there. Kai looking good in first, but Jay with that 7.3 also pretty solid in second, but we are waiting for a score to come through from Max, who needs a 7 sort of score to get into second. So a bit of a nail biter this heat. It's all happened in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah,
a lot of action to sort of digest.
Time call, 45 seconds, still first priority blue. We'll have some more scores for you guys in just a moment. Jay Stevens' last 2.0 does not factor in. 40 seconds remaining. Yeah, we got a couple more scores to be delivered in. Red's last 5.43 extends his lead position. We're down to 30 seconds. I believe we'll have another score for yellow, but we are almost out of time, so we're going to make sure these guys know how much time they got to get a last wave. 15 seconds remaining. Attention riders, 10 seconds, and we are going to count down.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
I found the need that when I was moving house, I couldn't find anywhere to go and didn't have any options in terms of accessible homes or just a place that was going to be suitable. So I discovered the SDA, which is part of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and my experience led me to setting up Accessible Homes Australia. Yeah, so I've always been reliant on family to provide my housing needs, and now National Disability Insurance Scheme has provided the Specialist Disability Accommodation Scheme, so I can, go and live independently, which is ideal.
Perry and I began looking around for what accommodation was available for him and his needs in the marketplace. And what we found was there really is a very, very limited range of options for him. And so we decided to go out and create some options and some accommodation purpose-built to his needs. At the same time, we went through the process of registering him as a participant within the SDA. Perry had suggested that he would like to help some other people like him navigate the same process for themselves and form this company that we've formed, Accessible Homes Australia, to help them find suitable accommodation needs to suit.
What better thing is there than being able to, look at a list of properties and have a choice and say, I want to go and live here or there and have some freedom in your life. And we've never had that before, and now we do. I'm grateful to the guys around me and people around me that have helped me set this up and get it going, because it can't happen fast enough now. People are out there really in some pretty dire situations, living in not the best circumstances, and we can change that. There are thousands of Australians out there with all types of disabilities, and we encourage you to jump on our website, reach out to us, contact us, because we can help you through the process and find you a home.
And we are back. This is day 3 of competition of this Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship here at the Pass in beautiful Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia. And we've just moved into our prone assist quarterfinal heat number 1. Already a couple waves during the break here as we see red Jose Martinez powering through this one. Starts out in the barrel, drives it down, makes some speed, makes some room to sneak into another one. And so we've seen a lot of cover-ups as this tide drains out and things are throwing over, and that was white, Tomoko Fujiwara's opening ride. So 2 scores in, just a 7.0 and a 2.17 for white at the moment. Red's first wave, 7.0. Blue's first wave, 2.17. Third priority's with red, and fourth priority is with white. 21 minutes and 30 seconds.
So with the assist part of this event, this heat, are there people pushing these guys under waves, or what are they? How are they assisting?
Yeah, so you generally have.
We'll just get to this replay here of White first, who's the wave's shut down. He's come out, but he's going to keep riding it all the way in. And sorry about that, Ben.
That's all right. But we generally have a 2-man team, which is a pusher and a catcher. The pusher's his responsibility is more choosing the waves and getting them into
This might be the catcher here on screen, do you think? These
all of the guys in white are water assists, so it's not necessarily on his team because he's in the white jersey.
Right, gotcha.
But usually the pusher and catcher will wear the same color jersey as the competitor. But the pusher chooses the waves for them, basically, and the catcher tries to receive them at the end of the wave, get them back to the pusher, which the pusher can actually come in and receive them if he's closer to the rider. But it's basically they're both in a race against time and getting them back to the area and getting them into position in a timely fashion and safely.
Yeah, we can see on the screen there at the top of the screen, like the surfer in yellow, he's got the pusher on the back of the board there, so it's sort of like a tandem effort as they paddling back out.
Well, that's the thing, is these guys, the prone assist, the prone non-assist that we just saw can all paddle themselves out. These guys don't have a physical condition that can paddle themselves, so they are in need of someone to motor them through and get them moving until they're on the wave.
So it is a team effort. The pusher has a big job on his hands to get his or her hands.
Blue's first wave, 3.0. Right now, red in the lead with a 7.0. White has a 5.17. And blue has a 3.0. First priority blue, second priority yellow, third priority red, and fourth priority white.
As we see Izumo getting pushed into that wave, but unfortunately catching a rail. And you can see the team there. There's actually a team of 3 around to get Izumo back onto the board.
Blue's second wave, 0.83. Blue, you have a 2.17 and a 0.83. 19 and a half minutes remaining.
And it can get pretty gnarly, I imagine, Ben, if you're stuck on that impact zone with some sets coming in and you've dug your rail and you've come off. There's bit of a period there of
Not only that, if you get an early wave of the set, the pusher also has to get the rider under the wave and duck dive together with them, which is really, really hard. You basically have to climb on top of the rider and duck dive them both under the wave, which is a huge task, especially with some of the lengths of these boards and the amount of volume that you're dealing with.
Yeah, so if you're watching this somewhere, just try and put yourself in the shoes here of what's going on. There is a lot going on out there in the water with the water safety crew and the competitors. Just a lot to appreciate and admire when you take it all into account of what's going on. A lot to take in, really.
Yeah, and I mean, one story I'd like to share is Jose Martinez didn't discover surfing until after his accident, and he was in the war in Afghanistan where he stepped on a landmine, went into a coma for various months, and woke up with one functioning arm and triple amputee. And he suffered depression, had suicidal thoughts, and then was discovered surfing and rose up to be the first in the 2020 ISA, 2023 ASP champ, and 2023 ISA. He got second. I believe that was to Jesse Billow, I'm pretty sure. Wow. But his wife, Lisette, is his driver, helps him out with everything. She's at home. I'm surprised not to see her here. She's probably taking care of their dogs. But they live in the desert about 3 hours from the coast. And she drives in the largest Ford pickup that you've ever seen. Looks like a big toy Tonka truck, and loaded up with all his toys, getting him out to the coast, finding the best waves.
Wow. Ben, I don't know. All I can say is absolutely WOW, wow. What you just said to me then has blown my mind.
Yeah, I mean,
my mind.
I've gotten so used to this community that it's just standard stuff now to me. But yeah, to all of you guys at home, to really understand what's going on here is really amazing, and to have a platform for these guys to really be training, something to push for and something to look forward to every day to get in the ocean. Not only because they want to, but man, they're training for world competitions. We're on the first leg of the ASP Tour, and this is the first time ever here in Australia. And we're going to have Hawaii, Costa Rica, and Oceanside, California finishing off the season.
And Jose Martinez, who we were just talking about, is in the lead in this heat with a 7-point ride. So despite everything you've heard about his struggles, he is winning this heat, just showing the strength of spirit and determination he has to rise above his limitations and to basically be conquering the world right now.
Basically showing that he has no limitations, and the guy goes training at the gym about 7 times a week.
Wow.
And with his one perfect arm, he could probably throw us all across the beach.
I don't doubt that, as we saw Zach coming up the beach for his post-heat interview with Mia. It'd be great to hear about him and his performance in that unassisted prone heat. Kai, sorry. What did I say?
Okay, so we're going to set up that interview. We'll have that in just a moment. Right now, 15 and a half minutes. And these guys have been really selective as far as their waves. And now, as it's stretching, you got this lower tide. You have more good waves on offer, and you definitely want to choose up. So we're going to move down with Mia Armitage and Kai Collis, our highest scoring rider of this competition.
Go Chicken Joe.
Kai, you've done it again. You're only 17. You've only been using this thing for not even 2 years, I think. Is that right? And yet you've just taken out your heat.
Yeah, it was so good. I kind of got 2 real good scores yesterday, so I thought I'd just try and sit out there and wait for a better wave, because I had to build on an 8, so it had to be a good wave, and I kind of just waited, and then finally a solid wave come through, so yeah.
And yesterday you were saying that because you live close by, just up on the Gold Coast, you were able to get in a bit of practice here, get to know the surf. Is that what you did again this morning and yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I always kind of try and surf before my heats in the morning, because you kind of get to have a feel of the water and what's happening and the current and stuff. But yeah, it's been good being at the Gold Coast and the comp only being here, so
And of course, being local means that you've got plenty of support nearby. We spoke to some of your schoolmates yesterday. They were here helping out down the sand. I understand they've got class again. But look, you got family here. Yeah. Can we just have a big look at that sign? Hold it up nice and high for us. Ooh. And who's this?
This is my little cousin Vegas. He's the cheer squad for today, clearly.
Yeah, and you got Mum next to you and another little brother over there that's trying to hide from us. Yeah, can you tell us a bit about your board?
Yeah, so on the way down, Dad didn't strap it down right and it flew off and got hit by a semi-truck. But then we kind of hustled over the weekend and got a new one made. So this is Chicken Joe 2.0, which has been a solid board so far for the competition. So
Chicken Joe from Surf's Up movie. Lots of people have wondered where he's got the chicken or the turkey from, and it's from the Surf's Up movie.
Oh, thanks, Mum. What's your name?
My name's Brooke.
Brooke, okay. And Brooke, have you travelled much with Kai? I mean, you've won so many titles now already at such a young age.
Yeah, we had a lovely time last year on the AASP tour. We did Hawaii in May last year, and then Dad and Kai went to Costa Rica, and then I went to the US Open with him, and then Clint went to the ISA competition back in California in November. So lots of travel last year.
Yeah.
What a set of globe choppers. Well, Kai, I better let you get some rest in because no doubt we're going to see you carving up those waves a bit later on.
Yeah, thank you. Cool.
All right, great chat there with Kai. Great chat there with Kai and Mia. Yeah, it's a bit of a sticky situation with that board flying under a semi-trailer, and luckily he's got a new one. We've got a score coming in.
Blues last was a 3.83. So currently Red in the lead with a 7.0. Blues in second with a 3.83 and a 2.17. And White, Tomoki Fujiwara, has a 5.17. First priority Red, second priority White, third priority Blue, and fourth priority is with Yellow. Time call 12 minutes.
So yeah, a bit of hustling there by Kai and Co to get another board for today's event.
Yeah, it looks like I did see him in Huntington, and it looks like it's pretty much identical equipment, so he was able to basically jump on something that's what he's used to, which is great. And I noticed he had a really interesting fin setup with kind of two little Bonzer side fins and a center fin, and it seems to be working really well for him.
And also some straps up the front. Is that for his hands to get under and grab onto?
No, as he puts his arm off on the inside rail to initiate his turns, the other hand will be connected to the board by that handle.
Gotcha.
But we have 11 minutes and 15 seconds. These guys are keeping it cool and calm, and these guys have been able to study about 4 or 5 of the previous heats to kind of see what's going on, and we did see some selection mistakes in some of the earlier heats to where the riders took off on a wave without that much scoring potential and had to suffer the time loss of getting relocated back up to the top of the point.
Although it is changing very quickly before our eyes, the conditions, with that tide heading to a low at about 12:30, 1 p.m. It is difficult for the competitors to find that sweet spot of the bank as that tide really drains out now. You can see on your screen there how shallow it is in certain parts where the crew are standing. So we do like a low tide because it does allow opportunity to get into the barrel, but can be tricky to read the conditions.
Yeah, and then the morning with the high tide, it was equally as tricky because you had those pools of water to where they would just kind of think that they still had scoring potential on the wave, and the thing would just disappear into nothing. So we've at least with the lower tide, we have the swell being forced over this really defined bank and makes it stretch out the way it needs to. But these guys are as lucky as it gets to be 4 people on a perfect, beautiful reeling point break in great conditions.
Not wrong there, Ben. Not wrong. It is bloody tops down here. So wouldn't be dead for quids, as we say in Australia.
I haven't seen Yellow get a wave yet. I want to make sure that he's in the water. I'll ask Nick at the next convenient time, but we haven't seen him moving at all.
Guys and get a shot on Yellow if he's out there?
We're also seeing him in 4th priority. So that's interesting to see.
He may just be waiting right at the top of the point for one that looks like he can...
If he was waiting, he'd still have first priority, though, because everyone else has had waves, which is interesting. So I'm going to ask Nick. Hey, Nick, do we have yellow? So there we go. He didn't catch a wave. Yellow had gotten washed in. That's the reason he's in fourth priority now. So no score, but he's relocating, and there's still plenty of time for him to get his hands on a wave. There's 9 minutes.
And it does make you realise, watching at home, you know, that you have to really pick the right. You might not get as many opportunities as people in other heats, because you are relying on on your whole team, the pusher and the catcher, and you're basically at the peril of the ocean if you get the wrong wave, and you have to go all the way in, as we see White.
Yep, Tomoki Fujiwara. This is one of our 2 Japanese surfers in the water right now, here from Totori Prefecture. He's been surfing for 25 years, and we always see this guy with just very cool, subtle body movements, but his navigation around and reading the waves, and as well as really connecting on the energy and keeping his glide up, is just amazing.
And you can see the transfer there as Tomo gets picked up by the catcher, and he may be just getting pushed back up the point, or he may go in and get on a transfer.
Yeah, I think that's his catcher just getting him into the wheeled cart. As we'll watch from the top, you could see basically started before the wave really starts standing up, gets over this double up, could have easily gotten pushed out of the back on that one.
Yeah.
And just nice speed, cruising down the line, looking for some more scoring potential, gets a direction change there. And still, he's kind of under sea level from our vision, but he's still on the transition of that wave and able to keep it through as we have live action.
Whoa.
Jose Martinez redirecting it, powering across this one, looking for the barrel, and keeps it on that inside rail as we have blue out the outside, Stephen Preston. And it's as we get into this lower tide, they're really hidden behind the wave in front of it, so it's hard to see them. And there's the replay of Jose.
Yeah, beautiful. He gets a really long wave here, and you can see he's right in the power pocket of the wave, cutting back, bottom turning, that beautiful swooping bottom turn into the pocket, and he races around this section looking to get back out in front, but the damage has already been done on this wave. I'm expecting to see a pretty high score, and that is going to pair up nicely with his 7, and he's looking very good in this heat, Jose Martinez.
And here we have that score for Tomoki. So he moves up to the lead. We'll give him his information. White, Tomoki, last wave, 5.10. Change in situation. White's now in the lead with a 5.17 and a 5.10. Time call 6 minutes and 15 seconds. First priority yellow, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priorities with blue. And we'll have another score for red in just a moment. Time call 6 minutes. Last of red is in, 9.27. Change in situation. Jose Martinez goes to the lead with a 9.27 and a 7.0. Tomoki's dropped to second. Third, Stephen Preston has a 3.83 and a 2.17. And Isumo Hattori, first wave, 0.90. 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, massive score for Jose Martinez. No surprises there. That was a beautiful ride, multiple maneuvers, and just... really, I noticed, Ben, that he really just found that pocket of power that you can see some of the guys are just able to get right into that pocket where the wave's really cupping out, and that just gives them that extra bit of speed to perform those maneuvers, to perform those cutbacks and off the tops.
Yeah, another thing that I'm noticing, because I've made 2 different boards for Jose, and in the beginning he was really adamant about having a point on the nose, and he had this length and this look of kind of like a big expanded, stretched out performance shortboard, and it's great to see him on something more blunt, something a little more...
you can see the board there in the shot that you're talking about, that orange board.
Yeah, and if you look at it right there, you can see that's Eric Walton carrying up that thing, North Shore Prosthetics, but you could see all of that roll up under the nose that keeps it from catching. And so pretty fun looking outline, semi-mini Simmons, and we have a score for blue. Last of blue, 6.90. Change in situation, blues in second with a 6.90 and a 3.83. And Jose, once again, second wave, 9.27. Tomoki Fujiwara's in third with a 5.17 and a 5.10, and Isumo Hattori 0.90. Time call 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
As we see Jose just grooving up the beach, dancing in his chair. He is frothing. He is feeling pumped after that 9.27, and yeah, he might be calling it a day. It looks like he's happy with those 2 waves.
Yeah, it does look like he's calling it a day. And then another thing is we still got a lot more days of competition. You want to save your energy up, and if you've already taken 2 scores that you're happy with, you can just take them to the beach and let everybody else have some space to choose their waves.
He seems very happy, and I was noticing just how stoked he was coming in there, Ben, and it looks like he's quite the personality, Jose. Must be very well liked in the community.
Jose is huge, motivational speaker. He's a huge advocate for the sport and one of our favorite personalities for sure. And he's also a Purple Heart veteran.
Incredible. As we see Stephen Preston getting ferried up the beach.
So presto, 6.90 for your last wave. We have 3 minutes remaining. First party yellow, second party white, third party red, and fourth party is with blue. Our next heat is openly welcome. We do have a 5-minute paddle out to move into the water to stay out of the contest area until you hear the 2 horns to the end of the heat. As we see Isumo Hattori on the inside there.
Yeah,
you can see how much work it is for some of these surfers that have very limited mobility and a high physical condition, where you really, as a pusher and a catcher, you also have life-saving duties as well, making sure that their head's up, and you really want to get to them as quick as possible. As we see our blind surfer Kirk Watson on screen with Chook in the back and Medita's other half. Yep, Kirk, we seen you picking your nose, bud. I didn't know they could hear our audio out there. So 2 minutes remaining, and Jose Martinez and win the lead with a 9.27 and a 7.0. We did see Isumo Hattori. They're trying to kind of reposition him, and 0.90. He's in the shore break there, and we have Stephen Preston working his way back to the top of the point. He's in second with a 6.90, 3.83. I'm going to remind these guys of their time. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. First party yellow, second party white, third party red, and fourth party is with blue.
Yeah, mind-boggling. Just the raw, naked courage the guys in this assisted prone division have, putting their faith in their team, the pushers and catchers to keep them safe. Because as we could see with Izumo in there in the shorey, it's yeah, tricky situation at times.
Time call, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, incredible effort that heat. Really great surfing.
It's not a matter of energy. It's hard balancing.
All right, looks like we are going to maybe get one more ride in this heat. Maybe, oh, not quite.
Time call, 45 seconds. So it looked like we had a little attempt there. 30 seconds remaining.
We'll be going straight into the next quarterfinal of the assisted prone after this, I believe.
Yeah, so we'll have 2 more heats of this to come up, which is great. And we'll be finishing off the quarterfinal round of this division. Prone assist as White taking a look.
Oh, this looks nice. Talk us through this.
15 seconds as we have Tomoki Fujiwara on his third ride. Time call 10 seconds, getting ready to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is time for our quarterfinal heat number 1. Tomoki Fujiwara before the buzzer. Great heat management. He'll see another score for that third wave, and we'll move on. So heat 2, please stand by, and we'll give you a heads up before getting you started.
The Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
I found the need that when I was moving house,
Last week, Maddie and Tom had some tough decisions to make. Right now, it's whether to surf the left or the right.
Active Advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance.
Yeah. And we are back. This is day 3 of competition for the Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship here up in the beautiful corner of the pass here in Byron Bay. And we have just started our prone assist quarterfinal heat number 2. And we're going to go down with the winner of our heat number 1, Jose Martinez with Mia Armitage.
Jose, you've done it again. How are you feeling now? You're going to take it easy? You got a choice, haven't you?
Well, I was actually out there because I needed to get 2 better waves. Everybody else was doing so much better that I needed to make sure that I had something comboed in. So we waited for the right waves. We adjusted on the second one, and it looked like it worked out for us. So it was awesome.
Okay, well, while you were making all those clever calculations out at the surf, you made it look pretty effortless. I thought you were having a jolly good time.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime that I'm on the wave, it's the time where everything shuts down, it closes up, and my mind just lets me go, and it relaxes me. It's the best feeling in the world, to be honest with you. I've never tried a lot of drugs. Actually, I've never tried any drugs, but I would think it was something close to this.
Ben Way was chatting a little bit about your board and some conversations that the two of you had about your board. How were you feeling when you were riding out there?
So we brought 2 boards today. We just switched it up to a different, actually, prone board that Paul Gross made, and it turned out to be the proper board to use on this actual day, so it worked out just fine. Adjusting from one board to another was probably the best case scenario for me today, so it worked out well.
And there you were just cheering for Tomoki, your competition from Japan. What's that all about?
If I'm gonna win this event, I want to be up against the very best, you know? So that means if he's really surfing really good and he beats me, then I'm gonna make sure I clap for him. I praise him just as much as he would do it for me.
Well, he nearly did beat you out there, Jose. So are you on your guard now? I guess you can't relax too much.
Well, you can never, I call him the silent assassin because he's a very quiet guy. You would never hear him in the lineup, but you always hear his scores.
Great to chat with you again, Jose. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, and that was a great interview with Jose Martinez. Roll with Guru as we see Eric Lazar pulling into the barrel, and I have a very special guest here, Roy Tuscany from the High Fives, Mr. T. How's your day going, brother?
I mean, I got to surf yesterday, today, won my heat yesterday, won my heat today. The ocean is providing, and it's been a lot of fun being down. I got to say, I love Australia. This place is a true golden gem. I know they call it the Golden Coast, but this is a golden gem here that we are here in Australia for this event.
So this is during the break there, Lee Ferrier on this opening wave. Have you noticed how good the conditions are getting and how much more defined it is across the point since we started at our high tide? And look at that, over the double up, connects that one. So we still haven't seen his score yet, and it looks like Eric Lazar's also taken a wave. And here is that replay for Eric. So you can see him fading, letting this thing build up. This has kind of been the pattern. Everybody starts on that deep spot, and as it hits this steep shelf, things really start speeding up. Nice direction change, down carve there, hanging with the pocket here. And now we're going to start cooking. Gets another quick little snap there, pulls in, and pulls into the closeout. We've got some scores. Let me give these guys their scores. We're going to get back into it here. Red first wave, 7.44. White's first wave, 6.67. So White actually 6.77 for your last wave, 0.67 for your first wave. Lee Ferrier in second with 6.67. And Jack Curfey has a 4.17. Just getting things started. 20 minutes and 15 seconds. First priority red, second priority white, and third priority is with yellow. So I was watching your heat, and it looked like all of the surf chairs were just scattered all over the place. And you came in and you're like, where's my ride?
Yeah, it was a little bit frustrating to come in, not see any support there, but these guys and gals are working so hard here and trying to mitigate as many requests as possible. And luckily, think acting, the lifeguard came and picked me up in a Toyota and drove me down the beach in a Toyota. So that was a nice little surprise. Got back out, got my better wave then. And, I think, as the tide has been going out, the conditions have been going up. And it's been great to watch more face on the wave, more maneuverability from each of these guys. Eric's out there today, got a 9.5 yesterday for one of his opening heat scores. And he's really looking just to get another one to help him stay up in that front position. Jose Martinez kind of did the same thing, went out, got that big 9.27, then came in and with over 5 minutes left in the heat. They're really just trying to get themselves positioned as they move into semifinals, and the conditions are definitely prevailing now. And, later in the day, the better the waves get.
So it's great having you here, and it's great seeing the high five stickers on a bunch of people's boards. Let's talk a little bit about, I've mentioned the last couple days about grant money, about the availability of funding for competition, for equipment, for travel, and all of these people that are out there that are definitely getting more and more interested wave by wave of this competition, that have the interest in getting into the water with these guys and possibly into competition. What is the best way for people to kind of look up what the season for grants, what the availability, and not only High Fives, there's a lot of other nonprofit foundations that are available around the world depending what region you're in. But I know you guys help out international surfers all over the place, not just USA.
For us, we have 3 grant cycles a year, but then we also have our surf club. Surf club is kind of by invite through competition. As people start to prevail and come to us with requests and needs, we try to put together at least 15 athletes that we bring to every single one of the AASP stops. And on top of that, High Fives provides all the funding on top of the funding that Stoke for Life and AASP put together as well. But when it really comes down to it, last year High Fives put almost $300,000 into the Adaptive Surf Tour, from getting athletes there, paying for flights, lodging, and then also on top of the infrastructure and prize money support that was given back to AASP. So, for us, we're really trying to expand the top level end of the sport. The more folks that are like the Jose Martinez, the more people that are like the Felipe Kizalima or the Elena Nichols, those are the faces of the sport, and we got to make sure that the faces of the sport are always at these events to keep the competition level at the highest, but then also to give those that are looking to get into it someone to chase after, someone to follow, someone to say, hey, I'm inspired by this person. So I think that's really been a big takeaway for us, is trying to ensure that these competitions not only have competitors but have the highest level of competition. I don't want us ever seeing these events just being participation based. I want to see these being high level competitions where people are so excited to see the level of surfing that's happening out there. And that's what we're really focused on as we continue to try to grow this sport and, obviously get into the Paralympics.
Yeah, and so I've been thrown into this the last few years. I've had interest in much longer, but I was too far for the budgets to send me and be a part of it up until about 3 years ago when we met. And I've seen the performance level. I've seen the highest level guys push it even higher, and then we've got new people like Kai Collis. We've got all these people that are fresh blood and just really making it dynamic to watch. And rather than just giving some applaud for taking off on a wave, these guys are freaking ripping.
Yes.
And that's, I think, as far as the whole Paralympic inclusion, they're also very entertainment based, and they don't want to see people just kind of cruising along. This is full-on Olympic competition. We want to see gnarly stuff going on, and already today we've seen some pretty radical riding.
You see like Felipe out there in the wave ski division. We're all chasing after him. In this assisted prone division, in my opinion, everyone's chasing after Jose Martinez and Eric Lazar and, Jesse Bauer from Life Rolls On, another great foundation that supports us. But when it really comes down to it, we've got to ensure that the level of competition isn't about participation, which is also key, but we got to make sure that when people are seeing, they're saying, wow, look at that surfer. not that adaptive surfer. Look at that surfer on the wave.
Yeah.
And when people start saying that, that says to me, okay, we are showcasing that this is not only a Paralympic sport, this is a very highly competitive sport with lots of prize money and lots of individuals who are training year-round to be a part of this. And I think that's what I want to make sure that, you know, myself at High Fives, the folks at Stoke for Life, the folks at, you know, Challenge Athletes Foundation, they're continually funding individuals that are putting the highest level of competition out. So when people look out in the ocean, they don't ever say, oh, look at the adaptive surfer, or look at the individual with a disability. They're saying, look at that surfer. And we take away the idea of everything other than just inclusion in the sport. Everybody's a surfer. I mean, you make more surf crafts than anybody I know. So I would argue that, you know, you are helping, you know, not only our group, but also all the groups of people who call them surfers by creating, you know, the vessels that we all need to surf waves. And that's the beautiful thing.
Now I'm just seeing the numbers of people that have experience in wavecraft jumping in and finding interest and just finding this new opportunity to create a whole new spacecraft of wavecraft depending on each person's personal physical condition or challenges or strengths. And big thanks to you for getting me into it.
Yeah, brother.
First three boards I ever got to make for this crew was sponsored by High Fives. Got a couple in the works right now. I'm pretty excited. I'm going to be making one for Brock Leitner coming up from Canada.
I love Brock Leitner out
which
of
was
Canada.
riding a lost minigun in like basically a step-up wave for small Waimea. It looked like the stiffest thing ever. I was like, I got to get that guy off this board because he's got way too much potential. Tim Brown on the East Coast, I got something going for him, and then we've got a little, I don't know if it's a secret project.
No, we can talk about it. You know, High Fives, you know, we're nowhere near the ocean. We're 4.5 hours from Santa Cruz, but we just got a sponsorship deal with Mastercraft, and we got a brand new X24 coming. And you'll be making, we already have some untraditional wave skis that we're going to be trying behind that boat. Well, we need some prone devices as well, and we came to you, and that's the project you're going to start working on when you get back from Australia. And I'm excited to see, look at this right here, getting covered up and getting barreled out.
This guy is gnarly. Lee comes from Narrabeen. He's only been 8 years parasurfing, but from his first wave has shown such amazing talent here as his picks this line, drives across this really difficult section here, and these guys are just connecting with the stretch of this point, redirects it. Someone could have easily gotten pushed out the back right there, navigates it over that deep spot, finds this inside bar as it starts zipping, and that's where, up until the tide drained out a little bit, had a little more of a doggy door to come out of right there. But, yeah, man, I am so excited about doing the wake surfing the wake surfing prone board. Sam Bloom just took a little ride on her normal board for the first time, and she said it was really fun, but it was also really challenging and not running into the boat. And I've been making wake surfers for a while, and that's one of the main things is keeping you in a perfect distance from the boat. And you don't want the projection that puts you on the deck of the back of the boat. So it's a real challenge in keeping yourself in the pocket. Plus, you really have a small window where you can you can benefit from that one little power spot, but it is so much more narrow than on a surfing wave, and so it's not going to be tricky for me. I already got the idea, but it's going to be something for the riders. It's going to be all new as we have Jack Curfey.
I love that. I never seen this approach. Maybe you can talk about it, Ben, but he's actually looks like he's got joysticks attached to his board to allow him to really get that prone position on and everything.
They're grips of the top of Rossignol ski poles.
Unbelievable.
And they're screwed into the deck.
You know, I'm a long-time skier. I'm a long-time believer in that, you know, it's adapt and overcome. I believe in adapt and destroy. So right there is adapt and destroying, taking the ski world into the surf world as he goes up and over the falls. I would call that an avalanche of a wave right there if we want to bring in the ski terminology as well.
So this board is brand new, and he was communicating with me while I was collabing with Roger Baltiera on Jesse Bullauer's new board with Bob Hurley.
Sick.
And he goes, hey, man, can you send me those dimensions? I'm like, dude, I'll give you some tips, but I don't have the exact measurements of Bob Hurley's program. But they went and put this vertical little grip, which I'm sure Mo Johnson will back me. It seems pretty ergonomic as far as the way your hands want to go. But he said his first ride, he took distance. blind surfing children's book, which was the first book with Braille and text, which is pretty amazing. But we've got all of these icons and all of these cool characters here, and pretty much most of the big shots are here down on the beach, and we appreciate all of these interesting and colorful characters of this community. As I mentioned earlier, is this your first time to Byron?
This is my first time to Australia, to the Golden Coast.
Me too.
This is gorgeous. I think this is what America wishes we could be, to be 100% honest. It's clean, people are nice, they go out of their way to help you, and it's what I think the American dream that, we grew up on is actually thriving here on the Gold Coast in Australia. And, I think I'm going to take back a bigger heart than I already have coming back from Australia, seeing the way that folks here just rally around everyone. It doesn't matter, and it's really fun to watch just how cool and welcoming everything here is in Australia. Mono told us that, but you can only believe so much you hear from Mono, and so to actually see it be 100% true, it's like, oh my God, Mono was right all along. And I think it's so exciting to see. What a job by Mono and his team to get this event in its inaugural year. Look at the space we're at. We're at Byron Bay. The sun is out today. Tomorrow might be a different story, though.
Jack Curfey, second wave was a 3.60. You're in second. I'm still going to call you Lemmy without the mustache. So he looked like Lemmy from Motorhead when I met him in Pismo, and he'll always be Lemmy for me.
Man.
But Agent Chaos with his bright pink setup always. We're down to 8 minutes, and a nice balanced scoreline. Real close Pete right here, with the lead being with a 12.17 total. Second, Yellow 7.77, and Eric right behind with a 7.44. So it just shows there's tons of good waves on offer for these guys out there, and we have seen some amazing rides, and the jealousy is out of control as I watch these guys get excellent waves. But this is so much fun, and it's so great to have people like you as well, and Chaka, and all the really knowledgeable people who've been through the whole movement to share with these kind of new viewers at home. And we appreciate you guys so much for sticking with us. And it's definitely not hard to watch. Such a good vibe event with perfect waves, beautiful weather, and such cool riding going on. And it's not like a normal surf contest where you just see a bunch of people on the same board. You've got all of these crazy spacecraft out there and different ways of riding and different riders.
That's the one thing that does make it a little bit hard. If something happens to your board down here, well, then that's your board. And unless you brought two, which you probably didn't because you flew all the way to Australia, you could be in for a little bit of a doozy if something happened to your board. But, I think that's what makes this thing so unique. Even in the wave ski division, the division I compete in, each and every one of us are on a different wave ski. Everything's a little bit tweaked to the disability or to the shape or to the wave, the make, and everything. And I think that's what makes it so unique. We were just talking about the guy with joysticks, Rosignol ski poles, sitting there on the top of his board. And, as you go down the line, you see someone like Jose using a much more kind of almost like a smaller board, but then with a double-sided handle, so he can grab up here or he can grab down here for different power. You look at Eric Lazar's board. My favorite is when you see a free surfer coming into the zone, give him a score. Let's just score some free surfers while we're doing this, But each of these boards are different, and I think that's what makes this so unique. Not only is each surfer different from their disability, but each of the board that each of the individual uses to participate in their division is different. So it's really it's you versus the wave, you versus your board, you and that board versus the wave together, and how it all comes together it's a magical thing. And we're lucky to have you, Ben. You're really creative. You listen to each person. You're not saying, oh, this'll work. It's very much, hey, let me see you surf. Here's what I've learned over the years of what fin placement might do, what the rail thickness might do. But I think one of the biggest things that people that are entering into the adaptive space to create these boards, they've got to be open to listen. And if you're not open to listen, well, then you're just creating something that you believe shall work. And guess what? I guarantee when you listen and you see the individual, if the two of you have that communication, I love working with you. It's really simple. You send over these almost design / t-shirt sketches of boards. I think they're so sick. Half of your stuff I think could end up on a t-shirt on top of being a board dimension design. And it's and it's always just what do you think about just tweaking this, or do you think this will work? And you're oh, I thought about it a little bit more, I'll move this here, or I'll change this. And you're really open open to listening to people, and we're not going to get it right every time, and we know that. But we're going to at least put out what we think is the best product, go back to R&D, and see how it goes from there. So, I mean,
we're creating the rules as we go, and all of those stubborn guys that come with these just so imagined set rules that have come from too many generations of able-bodied surfers. I challenge them to go out and ride them themselves without using your legs, and let's see how well you surf on it, and then you can tell us if it works or not. And I think that's something that we lack, is a lot of the shapers going out and actually feeling it for themselves, so that they can, and also having to emulate what your surfer's physical condition is. I went out and rode Quinn's first board that we rode, and I didn't let myself use my legs. I tried to use my upper body as little as possible to really feel what she's going to feel, and that you can learn things, and you can definitely, you should know when you're wrong and go back and fix it.
Yeah.
And there's no pride in just pushing some stubborn idea. But I've seen a couple boards here that are fashioned after my step bottom channel boards that were made here in Australia, and they said they went and took screenshots of my boards to show their shaper, which is super cool.
I think the other
I wouldn't mind a couple more orders here and there.
Yeah,
I'm a starving shaper, but it's great to
creative for you. If you need a grant, reach out to High Fives. We'll help with it. And I think too, thing, Ben, that you do that's different. You know, you go out body surfing. You go out. I don't remember what the name of your skateboards are that you were making for a period of time, but you're land surfers. You really understand the way things turn, and you also understand that if you're, standing, how it's going to turn. If you're seated, how it's going to turn. If you're laying down, how it's going to turn, because you continually try to mine your craft to move forward, but also understanding that, weight, the pressure of weight, the force of weight, how that's going to change something, and how it's going to change for each person. Like Eric Lazier and let's say Lee Ferrier, they both surf very similar to each other. They're catching great waves here, but you got to take into consideration the size of that individual next to how you then make that board. Is it going to work for someone that's a skinny 5'6", or is it going to work for a very muscular, larger 5'10" guy? No, it's not going to be the same. And so understanding the way that forces play on things, and the way that those forces then counteract the way the board moves, the way things, and also like most surfers, how many surfboards do they have? I don't know, 25, 100. Like you look at the top guys like Kent, Jamie O'Brien or whatever. I remember the other day, I think he posted a thing. He's like, yeah, I got 100 plus surfboards. Most of us have one surfboard that we have to use in all conditions. And so I think that also is something that makes this really hard, is you're trying to create something that'll work for a shore break, that'll work for a point break, that'll work for a big wave, for small waves. And so, the thought process, here we go. This guy is just catching wave after wave, really showcasing his knowledge of Australian surf waters here. He's going to grab that reform too, I think. Yep, grabs it, and he'll come across. Not the biggest wave, but a lot of maneuverability on it, and he's going to get covered up here again, I guarantee. He continually does it. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, it kind of just peters out on that one.
Yeah, we've seen these where it kind of becomes on the top of a double up, but then if you pass that little side warp, then it reforms and gives them more scoring potential, where he has been really good at navigating, and his pusher's got amazing wave selection. We'll pick this apart again. You can see that he's just waiting for it to build up, so he fades, puts on the brakes. He's just basically kind of letting this wave do its thing and grow. And here he goes, fading it back. Any other surfer would have gotten pushed over the back in that flat section. And you've got all these deep and shallow and deep pools. The deep pools flatten it out. The shallow sections make the thing stand up. But you can just see with this long stretching wave, it's hitting all of this uneven topography on the sandbar, where you've got shallow sections, deep sections. And the better you are at navigating, you're going to lock on to all that scoring potential of the wave.
I think also, too, the judges right there really gave him knowledge of wave in that score. A 7.27 he just scored, upping his overall to a 13.94.
Seconds. Man, I'm having so much fun. I wasn't even watching the clock. It actually came off our screen for a second there. Man, I want this to go on forever. Last of white, 7.27.
Oh, look at this. Joysticks and everything.
30 seconds as we see Jack Curfey on his third wave.
He's actually going to get a great one here. It started, it petered, and now it's pumping again.
Remaining. Red has first priority, and that will be Jack's best wave by far. This one is stretching, and there he is on the grand slalom with those Rossignol ski poles. 10 seconds. And attention, guys, we're going to start counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
active advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure. Challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples. Get stoked from the ocean. Building resilience. Creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine.
Good health changes everything. So don't accept age as a limit or a bad night's sleep. Feel strong inside and out. Keep learning new moves. And if you want to stop, stop. Let's go! Good health changes everything. Blackmores, 90 years of natural health expertise.
Best Thai food I've ever had.
Is it really? And we are back. This is the 2024 Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship here in beautiful Byron Bay. We're up in the far corner at the pass with beautiful stretching point waves. And we've been joined by that last heat with Mr. T, high fives, Roy Tuscany. We're going to let you get back out there, get your game face, and you might even get a practice surf out there because it's looking really, really fun.
You know, I think I'm probably done for the day. Mama's out there surfing right now. Gunner just got back in surfing with the world champ, Spongy, and they caught some waves, and I got to go out there this morning while she catches some waves this afternoon.
Have you found out where Bluey's house is to go take a Gunner?
Well, listen to this.
Okay.
So we searched all of Brisbane for it. And it turns out that in March of 2020, the people that had purchased the house after it went on Airbnb decided that they got so many guests that they remodeled. So the only thing that exists there now is a small little figurine of Bluey sitting between the stairs and the deck, showcasing that that was the house. But we did end up going to a couple of Bluey's favorite parks, which do exist in Brisbane, and we got to spend an amazing afternoon visiting parks. And Gunner's got more Bluey things than any human alive, and you know, it's been really fun being down here. He's called Mono Bluey for years, and for him to actually get to be in the land of Bluey and Bandit and Chili and all the other, and Bingo, that's the whole family. Bluey, Bandit, Bingo, and Chili. He's over the moon, and he still calls Mono Bluey after coming to his land and still believes that Mono really is Bluey, even though Bluey's a girl.
I love that. Well, as we're going to welcome fellow Oceanside resident Charles Chaka Webb, we'll talk about what happened with the Top Gun house at the top of the pier. That thing's in front of a hotel now with the original Top Gun motorcycle selling pies out of it. I don't know what's going on, but my buddy used to live there and used to let me park for free in front of it.
Oh, man, I grew up loving Top Gun. I love the remake. Hopefully they're going to come out with a third one and won't ruin what they did with the second or the first one. But, God, look at the glassiness on these waves. Real quick, high fives athlete right here, Shea Eastman. We've got two in this heat. It doesn't look like this thing's really going to do anything. He pushed as hard as he could on the front of that board, but it just never reformed. It's starting to reform now. The guy to watch in this one is the Chilean, Claudio Morales. Claudio surfs Santa Cruz on the regular. really gets, into waves and stays on waves. He's like super glue when it comes to these waves, and the way these faces are forming, Cliff, Bailey, and Claudio are going to have an incredible heat here. I think this might be the best waves of the entire morning. As the tide keeps pushing out, it's just making glassier, more consistent, more open faces. It looks like we've got someone on a wave here. It's the surfer in white.
Cliff Gralton.
Haven't ever heard of this guy, but, there's a lot of new Australian. Oh, what city? It's like he knew that barrel was there.
Yeah, we've seen that inside section. Just you see him putting on the brakes and come up from under it. We've seen 2 or 3 barrels that have actually been snuck out the doggy door right there. And so that was a beautiful one for Cliff Gralton as we're going to watch him fade it back.
It's like 4 times overhead for Cliff right now, too. Most people would find these small waves, but in our prone assist division, look at this. That's at least triple overhead.
I like how he navigates it the same way Lee was really reading those fat spots and knowing when to put on the brakes, when to let it catch up, and then he snuck up under the barrel on that one. Like that one a lot. We got a couple scores in. I'm going to give these guys their first scores.
I'm going to hand off to Chaka from Stoke for Life. Just like High Five, Stoke for Life is an essential part of this entire AASP. Without Stoke for Life, without the vision that Chaka had years ago, the creation of the U.S. Open, along with Rich Julian and Kara over Access Surf, we're starting to see more of these events. And now we've got a four-stop tour. And we're going back to Costa Rica this year. Hopefully you'll be joining us there, Ben. And thank you so much for the time on the microphone today. It's been really fun, my friend.
Oh, man, it's so fun to have you guys here. And I'll go make some sandcastles with you guys in a little bit. And how is this sand for sandcastle? It's so perfect, huh? It just turns into concrete.
It literally is perfect. You dig down about, 6 inches, and it gets wet, and it just makes perfect sandcastles. So we're lucky to have it.
And it squeaks when you walk on it. How fun is it? Or you roll on it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right, love you guys so much. Thank you so much. What an incredible event. Mono and crew, thank you so much. And handing it over to the man, Charles Chaka Webb.
Right on. Well, while we switch seats with Roy Tuscany, I'm going to give these guys their scores. So white, first wave, Cliff Gralton, 8.0. Shea Eastham, your last was a 2.73. Your first wave was a 2.0. Bailey Vanden Heuven has a 1.33 for his first wave and a 1.83 for his second. Time call 19 minutes, first priority red, second priority blue, third priority white, and fourth priority is with yellow.
Red on a beautiful wave. Look at this thing on the inside, look at this. Ow! That's the sick one.
All right, so red Claudio Morales zipping on through, beautiful wave here. Drawing it back right in that Pearson arrow shaped by Bob Pearson in Santa Cruz. No stranger to right point breaks coming from Steamer Lane as he reforms at left. And look at him just connecting with all of this energy, making it a lot easier for the catcher to catch up with him as he reaches the beach. And here we go. This is the replay. Look at him holding that one high. Big section right here where he's driving across, finds his way up high again, driving it down, and gets around this one. You can just see how perfectly stretched out this point is. It's unbelievable. And redirects it and starts getting himself closer and closer to getting back towards the back towards the pusher to relocate to the top of the point, which the top of the point is getting farther and farther away as we get these lower tide and longer waves coming through, and the conditions could not be better. It's insane here. And so this is just day 3, but this is by far the best surf that I've seen in the 4 or 5 days that I've been here, and possibly some of the best waves that I've ever seen in my life, up close, in personal. And be just trying to get out a couple surfs myself as we welcome back Charles Webb, Chaka, Mr. Stoke for Life.
What's up, people? Benny, you and Roy crushing it on the mic, man. So much knowledge. It was beautiful.
It's too easy with you guys. You guys are part of the family. You know, this is just a big family gathering here.
Well, the surf is incredible here. I cannot believe the conditions that we have right now. I got to go out this morning, and my heat was not quite as clean. It was a lot cleaner than yesterday. Fortunately, caught a couple decent waves. to better my scores, but look at what we have.
Speaking of
today.
scores, look at Claudio, 8.33 for
Somebody
his first
dropping
one.
in
But
right now.
Yep, live action. This is Bailey Vandenhoeven. Nice one here. I like how he's throwing the weight forward, getting over this deep section. And he's got that parallel grip set up. I like that. And lacking a little bit of nose rocker on that section, but got a great ride in before that section there. So I believe that's his third wave. We'll see what happens here, but I'm going to give Claudio his first score. And Claudio Morales, opening wave, 8.33. Red's in the lead with an 8.33. White in second with an 8.0. Yellow has a 2.73 and a 2.0. And blue has a 1.83 and a 1.33.
Looks like blue's going to get a better score, though, right there, unless they put that up already.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the third wave.
Gotcha.
All right, here we have that third score. So that was the previous was a 1.83 for blue. Last of blue, 5.17. Change in situation. Blue goes to third. Fourth, yellow has a 2.73 and a 2.0. 15 and a half minutes remaining. First priority white, second priority yellow, and third priority is with red.
Just want to throw a shout out to Visit Oceanside. This is the first stop of the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Tour. Cliff Gralton.
As you were throwing that out, he was throwing the rail out, throwing the fins. Look at this. He's connected across 3 different sections. That's 3 waves in one.
And so, boom, he's going to finish that off with a nice snap at the top. He's going to ride out of that. That's going to be an exclamation point on a really nice ride.
He's gone so far, we might as well just have him grab lunch on the way back.
Yeah, it looks like he's down at Main Beach by now, right?
So 15 minutes. We've already seen a lot go on here. This is just insane. So that's a second wave for white, starting it off with an 8.0.
Yeah,
and so Cliff is
Priority, first priority yellow, second priority red. Time call 14 minutes and 45 seconds as we have the second score for white in. It's a 9.33.
Wow.
Change the situation. Cliff Gralton goes to the lead with a 9.33 and an 8.0. Claudio Morales, 8.33 in second place. Bailey Vandenhoeven, you're in third with a 5.17 and a 1.83. And Shay Eastham has a 2.73 and a 2.0.
So, wow, 9.33 on the board for Cliff with that wave that took him down to Main Beach almost. It looks like the water crew's going to run him back up the beach. But what a great ride for Cliff. He just did a snap right there, coming right off the top. He gets in the nice section, holding his speed, kind of comes up, does like a little checky back turn.
So he crossed over onto another wave right there.
He did. It just built up. And then he gets right in the pocket right here. He knows it's coming up, bam, and he just snaps the top of that with a nice exclamation point to say, excellent score for Cliff.
Yeah, and so Cliff coming from Tuncurry, surfing for 14 years, and he's using his team of Seth, Nick, and Brett out in the air. Is back in the water 17 years after sustaining a C5 spinal cord injury. And his first surf comp was last year. He finished second at the 2023 Australian Surfing Championships. And he broke his neck and back in 2006 in a motorcycle accident and calls himself an incomplete quadriplegic, but looking like a complete animal in the water on that one.
Shredder is what he is. Yeah, it's really nice to see the new faces in this division. This is commonly at each event the biggest division, the assist division. So at the U.S. Open, it's the biggest division. In Hawaii, it's always the biggest division. Last year in Costa Rica, it was the biggest division. So it's great to see new heads, new blood, new rippers. These guys are just coming onto the scene sight unseen, man. And they're like, hey, I'm here with a 9.33, 8.0, excellent scores. And they're putting guys on the tour that are veterans on notice. These rookie guys are saying, hey, man, I want in.
The other thing, I mean, as worked with being a pusher and a catcher in this division, this is by far needs to be the most orchestrated teamwork out of all of the divisions that we have. And you got to have a pusher that knows the surf. It also helps. We're seeing a lot of local pushers that really know this point break, and they've pushed some of our local surfers into the best waves that come through. So having someone who can read the waves well. Also, it helps a lot, like people like Joe that help Jose, where they can get the rider and the board under the wave when a wave comes and they get caught inside. and then also having the catcher be a fast swimmer, kind of like the goalie of a hockey game, making sure that he always catches the rider as soon as they finish their ride. And so you got to have a nice orchestrated band going. And you can't have a good reggae band with a with a low grade piano player. So
with no horns.
11 minutes and 30 seconds, and we've seen a lot go on, as that is a really nice total heat score right there. Cliff Grault 9.33, 8.0.
Well, I think if I know Claudio Morales, he's not going to sit on that 8.33, and he's definitely not going to be happy about dropping into second with a one-wave score. So look for him to hunt down a nice shoulder and something nice to pop into. Claudio is a diehard competitor, man.
The other thing is as you're out there and you hear the scores that are being read out, you know the potential and you know that those waves are out there, and so it gives you a little boost going into your next ride, I'm sure, as well.
I mean, even if you're just looking at the waves coming in, it's got to give you a boost. Every wave's bowling top to bottom. It's reeling down the line. We really caught some good waves this morning in the wave ski heats. It wasn't quite as clean as it is now, and the wind wasn't quite as offshore, but boy, it was really a lot cleaner than yesterday. Super stoked to be able to catch at least a couple of waves this morning. And it looks like El Chaka advanced to the semifinals, so...
Right on, my boy.
Wasn't real happy with my performance yesterday, but it really cleaned up. The conditions really nice today. Probably the best conditions we've had for an AASP World Tour event. So today is shining why we came to Byron.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
And I want to give a shout out to, as Cliff has moved into the lead with that 9.33 highest score in the division this morning. I want to give a shout out to his wife Jess, boys Blake and Alex, Fresh Tracks team, Seth, Nick, Brett, Kirk, Luke, Mark. There's a Ben in there, Keon and Andrew, and Daza from D-Burge Surfboards, which there's a lot of DeBurge out in this competition. Got him under Kirk Watson. We've got a whole lot of riders riding his shapes, and so it's great to see Daz and D-Burge being a big part of this competition in designing multiple boards throughout different divisions.
Yeah.
As we have yellow, Shea Eastham draws that one back nicely. A lot of perfect shoulder, perfect shape here as...
Digs a rail.
Yep, unfortunately digs that inside rail.
Do what?
So Cliff, once again, 9.33. You're in the lead, 9.33 and an 8.0. So here's that replay of Shea. Everything was going good here. Did a nice S-turn there, draws it back. And I think where this bottom dropped out, he kind of needed to be going down the line again already and caught the rail. The only positive is that he's still kind of out towards the lineup spot. So they'll be able to relocate him nice and quickly without having to come in and be chaired. That's going to save him some time, and that also keeps him with first priority.
Yeah, so when you do get caught on the inside here, it is either you have to either make it out real quick before the next set comes in, and it's a long paddle, trust me. And for these guys with the assisted division, their catcher has to come in and grab them, and then he's got a handoff. See right there is what you're experiencing right there is a water team volunteer in white handing Shea off to his catcher, and that way his catcher is going to take him out. Red up and riding Claudio. I told you he wasn't going to be happy about that 8.33. He's going to get some open face on this one. He's going to try to cut it back and get that double up. It's not going to work for him. It's going to get soft and it's going to drop out on him in the inside right there.
He might get picked up by this next one and keep it going. It won't be the same way.
It won't be the same score, but
it looks like the catcher's going to try and catch up with him. He'll probably take off again there, but look at this nice big drop. S's it kind of on the top of a double up. That explains why you got that little pooled up water that he ends up in the end. Here he drives it back, and that pool just kind of ends the wave's energy right there.
Yeah,
so
didn't give him too much scoring opportunity from the very start, but he made the most of it.
And also it's great to have a second score. He's got an 8.33, which is a great score to be holding on to. Of course, he wants to stack something on top of that, especially with white with a 9.33 top score at the moment. I'm going to give them their priority situation. First priority yellow, second priority red. 7 minutes remaining. We'll have a second score for red in just a moment.
So it was nice to actually just chill for the morning and get ready for my heat. Yeah, the conditions are much cleaner than it was yesterday. The surf popped up a little bit higher today, and there you got, looks like Elena Nichols.
Yeah, she just did a little free surf at the top of the point. Saw her roll it on in.
You were listening to her husband a little while ago, kick down the knowledge, Roy. What an all-star team they are.
Yeah, and if Elena's out there, I wonder who was out surfing with Gunner. He's out riding his own boards, but here we have live action. Shea Eastham. This is a much better wave. Powering, speeding through this section. And definitely learned not to fade too far back off that last one because he's on a great line on this one. And he's going to find that zone where it starts to reform here. And he's finding more transition, keeping that speed going, gets a little foam climb here. And that is a lot better than the earlier wave. Rebounds that one and fades it back. And so here we have that big, handles that bounce at the bottom of the wash here. Crosses over that little lump right there, and so we have kind of 3 or 4 waves converging together as they make it down the line, and they're also covering about 2 beaches per wave right here.
And it once it gets to the inside, it's shelfy, and you get one wave coming from one direction, another wave coming from another direction. Sometimes it buttons up and gives you a really great scoring opportunity. Sometimes it hits that deep spot and just dies out.
First priority blue, second priority white. Last wave of yellow was a 4.67. And Claudio, your second wave, 6.83. Reds in second with an 8.33 and a 6.83. Shea Eastham now in third with a 4.67 and a 2.73. Blue, Bailey Vandenhoeven has a 5.17 for his last ride and a 1.83. We're down to 5 minutes. Next heat is welcome to enter the water. Please stay out of the competition area until you hit the 2 horns at the end of the heat. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priorities with yellow. Yeah, it's nice to see everyone with at least 2 scores. And, yeah, Claudio, definitely not a throwaway with a 6.83. So definitely building, and he's definitely hungry for more. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is enough time to get them to the top of the point and get out there in position and sneak one in before the horns, I'm sure.
So this is a round-robin format. The first 2 heats of your division, you take the best 2 scores out of that to advance to the semifinals, and after that, no more round robin. It's just single eliminations, and it gives everybody the opportunity to score twice, surf twice, and it also, you know, like yesterday, if my opportunity to surf was only one time, I'd be out. So the conditions much different day to day here. I don't know what we're going to see tomorrow. I pray that it's like this, but the forecast says large gusts of wind up into the 30s, possibly the 40s. So we're not sure if it's going to be offshore. If I think it's saying an inch of rain tomorrow, so it could be kind of messy.
This place really doesn't care. Yesterday it was so choppy and onshore, and the waves still couldn't help but stretch down the beach. So, yeah, their worst day is one of our better days of the year in Oceanside, that's for sure.
It was definitely challenging, the conditions yesterday.
First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority is with yellow. Got 3 minutes and 20 seconds. White in the lead with a 9.33 and an 8.0. Red second with an 8.33 and a 6.83. Yellow's in third with a 4.67 and a 2.73. And blue's scores are 5.17 and 1.83. We're down to 3 minutes.
Looks like we got a surfer down the beach. I want to say it's Shea Eastham. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's where he stretched down to. So, and we're seeing Claudio's board brought in by Rob Garnett from One More Wave. So it looks like Claudio's going to call it, and he's going to keep that 8.33 and 6.83. Save a little bit of energy for him and the team.
And that's the thing. It's a round robin situation. Once you know you got some good scores, there's only 2 minutes left, 2:30 left in the heat. So it looks like Claudio and his pusher, Kyle Murphy. Is it Kyle Murphy? Is that his last name?
Oh man, I don't have his. He didn't put that on the bio. You should have given him some credit.
Kyle is the Mavericks local. He surfs with Jeff Clark and the boys from Mavericks all the time. He's a big heavy wave guy, and that applause you hear is for Claudio. People just acknowledging Claudio's surfing. He is a warrior. Claudio is such a warrior out in the water. It's been a joy to watch him grow as an adaptive surfer. The first Man, we're going on 7 years of the U.S. Open, bro. This will be the 7th year, I think. It's we're getting long in the tooth, but we've gotten to see a lot of these surfers develop. We've got a lot seen their styles develop, their equipment develop, their teams develop, and it's been a joy to watch.
Time call 1 minute and 30 seconds. First priority blue, second priority white.
And it looks like we got somebody on the wave. We can't quite see because there's another wave.
I know, you get this under sea level,
white.
and that's Bailey Vandenhoeven.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
So we've got him on his 4th wave, blue. Taking a nice line right here.
Needs to tighten it up. Ooh.
And he holds together right there. He could have easily gotten tossed off. Showing great balance, good control riding out of that one as we're down to 1 minute.
Very nice
1 minute
wave.
remaining. First priority white.
So we had 2.
Yeah, so unfortunately we missed half of the scoring on this wave because he goes below sea level behind the cameras here.
Yeah.
45 seconds.
The conditions here today are just unbelievable. You see Bailey right there, and we also have White snapping one off for just a...
Cliff getting another one. 35 seconds.
I don't think that's going to factor into the 8.0 or
we'll
the 9.33.
have some more scores to work out. Now 30 seconds remaining.
Cliff down the
20
line.
20 seconds, I'm sorry, 20 seconds.
He's just holding the line right there and snap. So that is going to be a decent score, but it's not going to top the 8.0 and the 9.33.
Getting ready to count it down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Active Advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure. Challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples. Get stoked from the ocean. Building resilience. Creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
No, Samo.
And we are back. This is day 3 of competition for the 2024 Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship. And we've just started a new division. Up until now, we had 3 heats of our prone assist division. And now we've got our stand 2 below knee standing with red Paul Lee from Australia, white Forrest Weinberg from USA, and Shawnee Whitaker from the USA as well in yellow. And we have seen ideal conditions. It is just a machine out here on the pass.
Look at it. Oh, up and riding? Backside? Or is that? Yep, that is somebody up and riding.
So that may have been Paul Lee. And we have, we're going to see our first,
Is this turkey?
we're going to see our first score come in just a moment.
I'll take that.
Excuse my fingers.
No problem. Thanks, darling.
Lunch is courtesy of Subway today.
First of red comes in as a 1.33. Here we go, that replay. Gets a quick hit there and gets a little bit stuck at the top, but he'd already gotten a turn in. They're going to give him a 1.33 for that one. Red's first score, 1.33.
Can I borrow a napkin?
Yes.
Because I don't like these tomatoes.
Ben, what would you like? I've got ham, turkey, salami, chicken.
I'll have chicken.
Chicken?
So as Debbie takes care of the crew as well as the local Subway sandwich shop feeding us lunch today. These guys take such good care of us. It's out of control, but I'm still going to sing the praises of Wendy McDonald for her Anzac biscuits. Got another one sitting in front of me. Got the secret bank here. As we have a live action, look like Paul Lee on another one, a little bit behind that one, so he zips the board out. He did make the drop. We'll see another small score come in, I'm sure, for that. As White, Forrest Weinberg, up and riding.
Your current AASP world champ.
So tricky section right there. There's that double up where you really need to get over that lump while it speeds up. And now this thing is cooking. Woo! And so he's on the built surfboards. I saw that board the other day. His suitcase fell on. It's got a big old ding on the bottom of it. Actually, no, that's a different one. But
that's not slowing him down. He was freight training through that, giving it a nice roller coaster, trying to build up enough speed to put a big exclamation point on the end of that.
The wave's such a machine that even if you'd like to slow down, you probably can't. So you better have some strong brakes on your board as we have White.
Little hop right there, right into the section, pumping it, try to get up there and snap it. Just loses quite a little bit. Can't quite stay with it.
Forrest has been surfing for 31 years. It's expected that you would see him surfing at such a high level, especially on such a perfect wave. He's our first 2023 ASP, first in Costa Rica last year. He got fifth in the ISA Worlds in 2022, and 2022 ASP was second. And surfing for 31 years, comes from Long Beach, California, surfs Malibu quite a bit. So Malibu, he's training on point waves and right points that stretch, and so that's a great place to have some waves under your belt for this place coming into the pass as we have some first scores. White's first wave, 6.16.
It's too
Paul Lee, first wave was a 1.33 for White. Second wave was a 4.83. Paul Lee's in second with a 1.67 for his last wave and a 1.33 for his first. Third priority Red, fourth priority White. 20 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Look at these little machine waves just rolling through. It is so good right now. And for all the people that didn't buy a plane ticket to get here, I hope that you're having a large bit of FOMO right now because you are missing out.
Well, luckily they don't have to miss out if they're able to log in and keep up with us here on the live webcast. We're trying to keep it as entertaining as possible and trying to make you guys feel like you're here too. And we thank everyone here on the beach, here in the Byron area. All the locals have given a big warm welcome to this cool, colorful community that we got here. And fun rolling up to the bar last night and just seeing the locals have so much fun, seeing people rolling, walking in on their prosthetics, everything else, and just it's just as colorful of a community here in Byron as it is at the community that we brought with the Adaptive Surfing Tour.
And it's the parade. I've been in a few Parade of Nations. This was a special one. It's one thing to be walking down the beach and having some people on there, but it's another thing to be rolling through a town and have people in 3-story buildings hanging out the windows, taking videos and screaming and loving on you. And that's what happened here in Byron. That was, if you've seen the drone shots, it's hundreds of people in a line for blocks and people 3 stories up in the buildings hanging out the windows and just sending love. So this is an amazing contest so far. We're super stoked to be here in Byron Bay. And the conditions just keep getting better and better each day. It's, yesterday was very challenging, but we'll see what the rest of this day brings. It's brought us amazing wind offshore. It's brought us amazing swell, and the sun is out, bright, shining, hot.
This setup is just beyond perfect as well, as the waves basically spelled out for you. You know where to start, you know where to end, and then somewhere within there you've got some amazing high scoring potential as these perfect machine rights just whiz through here. We also have the wind it's basically set down. Earlier we had a little bit of offshore, a little bit of north in the wind that was actually blowing some of our riders over the back. And now it's just zipping on through, buttery, and we got a seagull eyeing up Chaka's sandwich over here. Looks like a drop bear with wings. 18 minutes.
Hello.
18 minutes remaining right now. Forrest Weinberg has 2 scores. Of a 4.83 and a 1.33 in the lead. Paul Lee, 1.67, 1.33. Shawnee Whitaker has first priority. I'm going to give him a quick time call.
Look at these fiery sets coming in.
Time call 17 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority yellow, second priority red, and third priority with white. So you can see up here at the pass, we're up here up in the corner, and it is just back to back to back, which is not an easy task for the cameraman to keep up with these guys either as they drop below sea level in some of these little barrels. But it is a machine out there today.
It's just firing, bro. It's just down the line. And you just got to wait for a good one, and once that one comes, it's just if you can get on it, you know.
Yeah, the other cool thing is, I mean, as you were mentioning earlier with the round-robin format, you're just collecting scores. You're basically out there surfing for yourself as we see Paul Lee live action.
Under priority.
Solid hit on the critical section. We missed it on the camera right there, unfortunately. I shouldn't be watching off screen, but I couldn't help it. So Paul Lee, that will be his third wave. He got one solid backside hit under the lip. We'll see. We'll help paint a picture by seeing what score the judges give him. It looks like someone gave a little paddle out there on the outside.
Might have been Shawnee. I don't know. It looks like there is a change in priority.
No, yellow's still the only one out there, so I think he keeps that first priority.
Okay.
But 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Paul Lee's last wave is in 2.67. Red last wave, 2.67. Paul Lee, you have a 2.67 and a 1.67. 16 minutes remaining. First priority yellow, second priority white, and third priorities with red.
Priority change.
So priority change, first priority yellow, second priority red, and third priority will go to white.
Some really nice waves coming through on offer. Shawnee yet to exercise first priority.
When there's a priority change, can you yell that out just so I let them know? Because otherwise I just think it's just the regular priority moving through. 15 minutes and 30 seconds. We did get a first wave by yellow, 0.83. He's still in first
Well, switch that.
First priority goes to red, second priority goes to white. We don't have the quick digital system here. We got a little bit of manual action going on, but
have to up, red up and riding backside. Kind of got a little cover up and a little backside snap.
Yellow's first wave, 0.83. First priority now with white.
Let's see the
second priority yellow and
replay
third
on
priority
this one.
with red.
Say the replay on this one, it looked like Paul Lee just kind of grabbed rail. I couldn't tell if he was all the way up or if he was kind of crouched on his knee, but it looked like he got a baby cover up right there and came up and gave it a nice little snap. That should.
I was on a free surf with him 3 days ago when it was really wedging up here in the middle bar. And I got to take a look. He's customized 2 prosthetics. Looks like we missed the maneuver, unfortunately, on that one. But we will see another score come in for him, I believe, as he's now in third priority, 14 minutes. But yeah, he's customized his prosthetic, and he's sliced some slats into. Oh, there's his score, 4.17. So it must have been something cool.
Yeah, he snapped.
Red's last, 4.17. Red goes to the lead, change in situation. Red now has a 4.17 and a 2.67. White's in second with a 4.83 and a 1.67. And yellow in third with a 0.83. First priority white, second priority yellow, and third priorities with red.
Look at what's happening out here. Just lines upon lines.
But yeah, Paul was coming up and he'd cracked one of his prosthetics, but he had customized and cut some slats in it to allow like a different degree of flex. And the way he was walking, I mean, it looked like the most human movement that I've seen in a prosthetic. And he said that lets him get his knee down lower and lets him tuck into that pig dog position for the backside barrels.
Well, it looks like he did something right there. They gave him a 4.17.
He also has a bunch of fake blood poured on under this. It's classic.
What the heck?
And it's got a slipper strap on the bottom of the foot. It's pretty classic.
Well, one thing about Shawnee Whitaker, well, it looks like yellow up and riding. Oh, Shawnee can't quite scratch into that one. Shawnee also wears a flip-flop on his prosthetic, so he cut a little hole in the toe there and sticks his flip-flop in there, and Shawnee walks around with a flip-flop on his prosthetic. I thought that was kind of cute.
Yeah, and Shawnee, born in California but coming from New Smyrna. I worked the East Coast Champions in New Smyrna. It's got the same sugar sand that squeaks when you walk or you roll on it, and it is very, very cool. And as Roy Tuscany said for Gunner, this is the perfect material to make sandcastles because it turns into concrete when you wet it. That's the reason we can roll chairs on the beach.
Yeah, fun fact about Shawnee Whitaker, he was born in Oceanside, California.
No way. Tri-City, I wonder.
Born in Oceanside and then moved to El Cajon, which is where I grew up, as well as East County and North County, San Diego. I had to do a stint in East County, which, no coastal guy wants to admit, but El Cajon and Santee, that area was home for me for a few years and for my family, and went to elementary school down there.
Won't hold that against you. You made it back to Oceanside. I don't know how you afford that. I can't afford it anymore.
It was rough, man. I'm telling you, those days in El Cajon, boy, it was rough. But it builds character, so.
Well, we got some
characters.
You know what? I mean, Oceanside used to be the Byron Bay of North County. I mean, we had some really colorful characters. That's where I got my skills of talking to schizophrenic, crazy homeless people, and now there's not all the homeless are moved off the beach because it is gentrified, and Oceanside doesn't have the same face that it has anymore. But 11 minutes.
Definitely not.
Hey boys, clear that priority area, please. Danny,
Bruce, if you could slide up, he has to see the priority board. Now or slide back, one of the two. Slide back another 2 feet.
First priority white, second priority yellow, third priority red, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. And so Paul Lee in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.67. Forrest Weinberg in second with a 4.83 and a 1.67. And Shawnee Whitaker, the 0.83.
I'm going to give you a
You left me hanging on the Oceanside facts, guy.
sorry,
I grew up when it was Hill Street, man. Let's talk about how colorful it used to be.
It was colorful.
Dude, I used to skateboard past pimps and pushers and crazy stuff, and now it's a bunch of hipsters with nice looking gear.
Do you remember the WS House?
The WS House?
No.
I remember Suicidal Joe beating up people at the parties. Remember that?
The WS House was the William Shatner house. William Shatner used to be a resident of Oceanside, California. He had a beautiful 3-story house that was tri-level, one level on the beach. Second level was street high on Pacific Street.
We knew it as the BS House for Bill Shatner. I'm joking.
No,
I'm joking around.
WS on the garage door.
That's out of control. No secret of where he lives.
No, he had his initials on the door, and somebody bought the house, left the initials on the door in the 80s, and it became just a rabid party house.
I feel sorry for the poor Australians that are having to listen to our banter about North County, San Diego, but it is that's the end of the tour, so that is very relevant. That's going to be the last leg, and so we're painting a little picture of how much better it is of a place that you're coming to than it used to be.
Yeah. And, a
little less colorful and a lot more expensive. But
right up and riding, a little cut back and up and down.
Forrest Weinberg.
But we do want to throw a huge shout out to Leslie Gall and the people at Visit Oceanside. They are the title sponsor of the AASP World Championship Tour, so it is labeled the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour. So thank you so much to Visit Oceanside. We want to thank Blackmores here in Australia for being the title sponsor of this event. What a great event we've got kicked off here in our third day. The conditions super clean. Bowling, we've seen a bunch of barrels today, a bunch of excellent scores. Here's a replay of Forrest's last score. Nope, that was red up and riding.
Okay, so you saw
Forrest
red dip
in.
out. White had a higher priority. So had red gone and inhibited white, he would have got a priority interference, which is something that you do want to stay away from. Normally in an elimination situation, that could have cost him one of his scores, though.
Yep.
So
paddle priority is half your top score, and in priority interference is one of your waves.
Your backup score gets deleted, so you have to make it through the heat with one single score.
Living on a prayer. So what a joy it was to have Roy Tuscany up in the booth for a while. A wealth of knowledge in skiing and dirt bike riding and surfing. And just such a pivotal piece of what we're doing here, he brings so many people to the event. He brings at least 10 to 15 surfers. He brings 10 or 15 water guys. Just an integral part. Also, a portion of the prize money comes from high fives. So we want to just say thank you. Up and riding White.
Yeah, Forrest Wiggler with a quick hit right there. He was on the upper half of that wave, so the more powerful, more speedy part of that wave would have been the lower half. Got stuck up on the second story of that one, but definitely choosing a lot of waves, taking his chances, because you never know. Pretty much 50% of the waves you take off on are going to be a really, really good wave here at the pass. 7 minutes remaining right now. Forrest Weinberg, previous 1.53. And we have your last score in, 2.23. So change in situation. White goes to the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.23. Paul Lee now in second with a 4.17 and a 2.67. And Shawnee Whitaker in third with a 0.83. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority yellow, second priority red, and third priority is with white. Yeah, Roy also keeping me eating with a couple of orders thanks to their grant money, getting some of these riders with some custom craft built by me. Can't wait to get back to my shaping room. I'm all charged up after seeing some boards fashioned after my designs made over here. It's pretty exciting.
Snaking your ideas. What do we call your craft, Ben? Is it Ben Wave Spacecrafts or what is it?
No, I actually have an Instagram parasurfing wave craft by Ben Way, and then my Insta is Ben Way BENWEI 5050, and yeah, people can find me either way, and I put my parasurfing and all my shapes as well as all my fun at these world championships around the world on there. But this is definitely my favorite, definitely one of my favorite events and favorite community, that is for sure.
Well, we appreciate you making the trek here. We appreciate all your knowledge and all that you're doing to get these guys on proper boards. It is tough. And it looks like Shawnee going to catch a reform and just hand away his priority right there. So that looks like that might be. It doesn't look like they're changing the priority, so I'm not sure that they're going to say that he had intent. Maybe he just didn't paddle and he was just going to get pushed by that whitewater. But they're not changing priority as of right now. And yeah, looks like it's going to stay the same.
Till the end of the day. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Yellow still has first priority, second priority red, third priority white.
Well,
so I think the tide should be almost bottomed out. It doesn't look like it can go any lower than this, but we know when it turns around and starts surging back in, that's improving conditions, improving push coming towards us, and I can just imagine what's going to happen as that tide starts to fill in.
So white up and down. White down the beach, it looks like.
Yeah, so White Forrest linking up. We caught on the back half. Look at him just driving and speeding into this section.
Ooh.
Taps it up under the lip and goes to put it on rail on the end section way down there.
That looks like it's going to be the best score for Forrest Weinberg today.
Yeah,
Watch him step on the gas right here.
Yeah, I love this. He redirects, and then this thing stands up. He's like, up, let's high line it. Let's get around this thing. Boom. Crosses over that little cross chop, taps it right there in the critical section, and then goes to lay it back. And, yeah, we'll see another score for him. He had a 4.83 and a 2.23 going into that ride.
I think that's going to outdo both of those scores.
First priority yellow, second priority red. First priority red. Second priority yellow and third priority white. 3 minutes. And we'll have another score for white in just a moment, I believe.
That was a nice ride for Forrest. It looks like it's going to be a 7.33 for Forrest Weinberg.
Last of white, 7.33. I don't know if you can hear me down there, Forrest, but you got a 7.33 and a 4.83. Paul Lee's in second with a 4.17 and a 2.67, and yellow Shawnee Whitaker with a 0.83, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
You know, Shawnee has first priority or second priority. He's drifting down the point. He's basically drifted out of the spot where you really want to be. Red is also kind of caught down there. He's not really caught. They're just kind of chilling down there. They're not paddling up the point. Shawnee now, I think he can hear me. He started paddling up the point, so good for him because that's where the best scoring waves are coming. 2 minutes left, and Shawnee needs to put a good score on the board to try to make it out of the top 8. Shawnee paddles right there.
Yeah, and we've seen as the tide goes out, they just move farther and farther up the point. And as that tide fills in, they're going to start moving back towards us again.
So it looks like Paul Lee and Shawnee are kind of just drifting down the point, and neither one of them are making too much of an effort to push up the point to catch one of these little fiery down the line waves. And Forrest, you know, he just scored a 7.33, kind of in that area that those guys are in. If they can catch an insider that reforms, it does offer you scoring potential. So
I was going to say also is if you start at the top of the point, you're more likely to get a section that closes out in front of you. The farther down you get there, we have seen those ones stretch. And so they might have seen what was happening with Forrest and decided to relocate to his area.
That is not a bad idea sometimes.
1 minute remaining. First priority red, second priority yellow, and third priority white.
So great conditions today here at the Blackmores the Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is the first leg of the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour. We are in our third year, Ben. 2 years, man. Previous 2022, we had 2 stops, Hawaii and the U.S. Open. In 2023, we added Costa Rica.
Time call 30 seconds.
And in 2024, we add Byron Bay to the mix. So a legit 4-stop world tour. Last year we were feeling pretty legit with a 3-stop world tour, including Hawaii and Costa Rica. But boy, are we feeling legit right now with a 4-stop tour with Australia,
Time call.
Hawaii,
10 seconds.
Costa Rica.
And we're going to get ready to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Active Advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy. Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
All right, we are back for quarterfinal heat 2 of the unassisted prone, featuring Joel Taylor from just down the road in Lennox Head. I know you had a chat with Joel yesterday, Chucker, and you guys have a similar story in that you both had about a 20-year gap since between your injury and getting back in the water, so you guys can relate to each other a lot in that, I imagine.
Yeah, it's a very similar story, you know. That sounds like Joel just went back to his life of whatever he was doing, and his family and friends embraced him. And you know, it's kind of hard when you get injured in those. I think he said he got injured in
Pipeline, yeah, surfing Pipeline. He was a professional bodyboarder at the time.
And
so
2001 is when he
yeah,
got
around
injured?
then, yep.
So in those days, you know, there was very few ocean therapy programs. So now you've got a ton of ocean therapy programs. You got a ton of adaptive sports programs. So there's a lot more opportunity, but Joel just popping in and saying, hey, I'm here, winning the Australian Nationals this past year in 2023, and it looks like we got 2 up and riders.
Yeah, Chris Astle here, fellow Australian, and fading back into the pocket, and nice little off the lip there, and he's going to look for the reform section on the inside, as the wave does tend to sort of back off and then grow again on the inside. Looks like he's going to sneak around. Here he goes.
Nice.
Side slipping into the...
Challenging that little barrel close out.
Nearly popped out the front there. And as we see the replay, lovely little fade back into the power there by Chris, waiting for the wave to grow. Good opening score.
That little snap right there is going to offer a nice score for him.
We also have Parker Olenek from the USA up against the 2 Australians. As we see Chris coming through to the inside and getting into this little barrel section.
I can't see the priority board. That guy right in front of you in the black hat.
Okay, as we see Chris coming in to get a transfer back up the beach.
That seems to be the ticket. During my heat, I was lucky enough to catch a wave and be able to make it back out in time. But the second wave I caught, it brought me all the way in, and there wasn't enough time. So the elevator, you know, lift all the way back up to the pass to shoot back out through the gap seems to be the way to go. Chris, with plenty of time, we've got 20 minutes left in the heat.
Right on the low tide right now. It's about a 1:15 p.m. low tide, so bottoming out, which does make paddling back out even more difficult, as it is very shallow, and if you don't have the use of your legs, you can't stand on the bank there and walk out. So getting the transfer back is pretty much the only option when it's this shallow on the sandbank. Very difficult to paddle.
Yeah, I'd be looking forward to seeing some of the heats on the pushing tide, because with these conditions, we're going to get a lot of red up and riding.
Joel Taylor.
In and dips out.
Joel Taylor looking for his first opening score, as we have some scores to come through.
Surfers were waiting on 2 scores, one for red, one for white. Time, 19 minutes, 50 seconds.
As we see one of our adaptive surfers from that last below the knee standing division in red. And so we're going to finish off the day, Chucker, with these 4 quarterfinals. This is the second one of the unassisted prone, and these guys are very, very good at what they do. And going to be looking for some tubes, I think, as we see Chris getting the
still waiting on
transfer.
That score. Yeah, still waiting on that score for Chris.
Judges having to think about it. It's always a reset for the judges. So many different divisions, so many different things to take into account when doing the score. So each time we have we go from one division to the next, it's a complete reset for the judges. Take into account that the craft these guys are riding. As we see Joel getting his first ride, you can see that he has that beautiful bodyboarding style. He knows how to engage that rail. Look at him getting speed down the line, and here he goes for a floater. Oh, nice. Very well done by Joel Taylor, and he's going to get some more. He's going to get paid off here.
Going to get the little inside section as it banks up. Is he going to hit it? He's going to hit it again, and beautifully done.
With a great wave right there.
2 big hits. And still waiting on those scores to come through, but there we saw, that might have been Parker in yellow, finishing off a wave. We'll get caught up with the rest of, that was Parker in yellow. We'll get caught up with the rest of that wave on the replay.
Still waiting for scores for surfers in red and white. 18 minutes left in the heat. Scores to come.
And we'll just check out this replay here of Joel Taylor, and just a beautifully ridden wave here, Chucker. Look at the way he
White, your first
manages his
4.83.
scores through that far section and up off the lip, coming back around, and sets it up again on the inside as he waits for the wave to build up. And off the top again,
Joel Taylor, your second ride, 8.93. Your first ride was a 1.33.
As we see Yellow here getting a little cover up.
Parker Olenek snapping that one, staying tight in the pocket right there. So Park with a 7.0 right there on the replay. Let me call this out. Scores for Yellow. Parker Olenek, your first ride was a 7.0. 7.0 for Parker. Joel Taylor, you're in first place with a combined score of 10.26. Yellow, you are in second place with a one-wave score of a 7.0. And White, you are in third place with a one-wave score of a 4.83. Time, 16 minutes, 50 seconds.
As we see a free surfer there, just pulling off the back of the wave. And it's been a beautiful day of action. Day 3 here down at the Byron Bay, the Blackmore Byron Bay Adaptive Pro.
Parker just pulling up high and tight in that little pocket. Almost got buried in it. Just kind of stayed a little bit out in front of it. Made it real nice. Scores himself a 7.0. That will go into his scores for sure for the round robin.
What do you think would be the goal for these guys out there, Chucker, as opposed getting inside the barrel or getting a couple of big turns off the lip?
Well, Danny, you as a surfer know there's no better ride than in the barrel,
feeling than getting in that barrel, is there?
So if there's round barrels in the green room, the meditation room, whatever you want to call it, on offer, that's where they want to be.
They're going to be pulling in, and lovely style there, just pushing up, getting some, as we see a free surfer.
These are free surfers in the area. I'm not sure. They're kind of farther down. They're not really in our area. So
the camera angles can be a bit deceiving, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are just to that southern part of the bank.
But we are getting excellent scores and almost excellent scores. And I'm sure that Parker, he had a big smile on his face when he came out. He claimed it with a fist pump. Parker was on the Stoke for Life junior surf team for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years. We got to do some awesome stuff in Hawaii, I believe, in 2019. It might have been 2018. Parker was a young child. I think he was 14 or 15, and he scored the only perfect 10 of the contest. So as a young surferette, Parker letting the oldies know the youngsters are here. Park's been the future of the sport for quite some time, so now he's going to SDSU. He's one of the first surfers, I believe, to get a scholarship at SDSU Adaptive Sports Program. So SDSU is one of the, I think, few colleges, 13 or 14 colleges in the U.S. that have adaptive sports programs, and Parker taking full advantage of that. He is one of their prides and joys right now. So his first year of college, he's stoked. He got his new board from King's Paddle Sports, who happens to be my shaper, Dave Dahm, and they painted it with the SDSU colors, which is black and red. So Parker loving that board. That is a board that he stole a couple ideas from, or borrowed. He didn't steal. He borrowed some ideas from Otter Bailey. That double back fin thruster, 2 fins real close. That's kind of an Otter Bailey signature. I know that Parker was a big fan of Otter when he was a youngster, so Otter lent himself to the young crews there. Parker and Hunter and all the young prone surfers really looked up to Otter. We were hoping Otter would make it out here, but he's nowhere to be seen. We don't see any ocean otters in Byron Bay right now. So we miss you, Otter.
Plenty of ocean.
Hopefully we'll see you at one of the other stops on the tour, maybe in Hawaii or Costa Rica, or maybe back at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, just dolphins and whales pretty much here. No otters in the water. A bit too warm, the water for the otters, their fur.
Red, you are in first with a two-wave score of a 10.26. Yellow, second place, one-wave score of a 7.0. White, one-wave score of a 4.83. Time on the clock, 13 minutes, no priority set.
Yeah, it looks like we're waiting for the three surfers to get back in the lineup and reset and look for another score. Everyone's got a fairly decent score on the board, looking for a backup score now to go in there.
Well, in round one, Chris Steele scored a 9.50, so that's gonna factor into his scoring for the round robin. You take the top two scores out of your first two heats, which is round one, and this would be round one, heat two.
I believe Joel yesterday got a was it 9-point ride around there.
I think he got up in there in the nines. He put up some excellent scores. I think he had a combined score of a 17. So that's some very excellent scores. I know Kai Colas, who is the current world champ in this division, who was challenged last year by quite a few guys, he scored a perfect 10 yesterday.
Right.
So the first perfect 10 scored by an AASP world champion youngster, Kai Colas, only 15 years old. The future of this sport. We got Alali Medina here in the low vision women's division. She is also the future of this sport at 14 years old. She's a world champion. She represents the AASP really well, very well-spoken young lady. And on the news and all that good stuff. Yeah, Puerto Rico, yeah. She's from Puerto Rico. And she just got sponsored by Peisel, so she's doing big things, and that's what I try to tell these guys when change of priority. Let me call that out. Priority change. White, you are in first priority. Red, you are in second priority. Yellow, you are on third priority. Red, you have a two-wave combined score of a 10.26. You're in first place. Yellow, you have a one-wave score of a 7.0. You're in second place. White, you have a one-wave score of a 4.83. You're in third place. 11 minutes left, boys. White, first priority.
Yeah, so as far as the next couple of days go, I know Friday is the final day, so tomorrow is just sort of the last chance for everyone to complete their sort of two heat score totals. So I guess we're going to run through everyone that hasn't had a chance today.
Some of those are finishing up today, so this is the second heat for round one in the round robin for these guys. So whatever they get for here today, that'll be it for them. They can take the two combined scores. For the wave skis, we finished up round one, the round robin this morning. I got lucky and squeaked in, I think, on the 7th seed for the 8 spots in the semifinals. So I was grateful for that. So
that'll be Friday. You'll be in the semi. So there'll be semi-finals running on Friday and then finals after that.
Okay. Well, I did not know. So maybe I'll get a day off tomorrow. Is that what you're telling me?
I think so. If you're already in the semis, then I imagine that the semis, there'll be time to run semis and finals all in the one day. But I could be wrong.
Well, I'm going to have
to
check
quote me on that. Don't quote me on that.
I'm not going to, because if I fall asleep
you probably
tomorrow,
know.
Daddy, and I sleep in till 9 o'clock and I miss my heat, I'm coming to see you.
No, I wouldn't quote me on anything, to be honest.
We're going to take a look at the live heats and see what it says later today. But look at the conditions here, Danny. Wow, man, you guys, you got it made, brother. This is a beautiful, beautiful place.
Pretty lucky.
Such great surf. Incredible conditions today for the AASP, the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Tour. The first stop, the Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. We want to thank all the water support. We want to thank Jim Russell from Hawaii. We want to thank Adam Land from Surf Gimp and the U.S. Open. Adam runs the U.S. Open. James runs the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship water support. So those guys with a plethora of knowledge here. We're getting a ton of input by the lifeguards here in Byron Bay. They have a ton of knowledge about the local break. The currents are really tricky here, so If you don't know what you're doing, you get caught like me. Like yesterday, I pretty much predicted I was going to get washed down the beach, and I spent the first 20 minutes of a 25-minute heat trying to get into position.
As
to
we
catch
see
a wave.
Parker doing something similar now, getting dragged through the shallows there. You got to be pretty strong to be these water safety crew. There's a lot of manhandling going on there to get that.
So if you can see
chair
right
rolling.
there, one of those guys is an amputee below the knee. That's Eric Welton.
Wow.
Eric Welton.
Huge.
White up and riding.
This is Chris,
A
another
steal.
Australian, and pulling through the back there. We might have got some work done earlier in the wave. I'm not sure if we just sort of
He's
caught him halfway through there.
Going to get a second score, but that was Eric Welton. He is a board member of Access Surf Hawaii. He's also an adaptive surfer. He's not competing today, but he is on the competition committee of the Adaptive Surfing Professionals, the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals. We have a change of priority. First priority red, second priority yellow. Red up and riding.
And as we see, Joel Taylor rolling again. Another nice turn off the top there at that wave, looking to better his low score, which I think he might have done. He's done the whole trip right back up the top of the point and paddle back out and found a wave, and now he's going to paddle, try and paddle anyway. He's sort of pretty far down the end there. So we'll see whether he can make it out through these set waves.
Yeah, it's
not
quite
easy,
tough.
is it?
Yeah, I guess it's quite tough to be able to paddle through there. I actually made it through and during the heat, and it took me, I don't know, about 4 minutes to paddle through there, but it was kind of tough. Mike, can you move up or move back a little bit more? You can move that chair. Back. Yeah, because I can't. You guys are
So we got under 7 minutes now to go in quarterfinal heat number 2. 2 more quarterfinals coming up. Unassisted prone with plenty of stars to check out. And yeah, we've been seeing some beautiful surfing in this division.
First priority red. That's the only priority on the board as the other surfers are out of the water. Red, you have single priority. First priority. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left in the heat.
So we see Parker, now we see Chris looking to get back. He's got 6 minutes to go. What do you think? Is he going to get back out there in time for another wave? Or?
Well, that second score offered him a 3.0, so Chris moves into second place. White, with your second score of a 3.0, you move into second place with a combined score of a 7.83. First place, Joel Taylor, your second ride, your third ride, a 4.67, gives you a combined score of a 13.6. You are in first place.
And here we go, Joel paddling for another one, but doesn't quite get onto that.
He doesn't have to worry about priority right there. He's the only one out in the water. He's still going to hang on to that first priority, so not a bad move by him. So just to take a look over the ledge, see if that's going to offer him something better than a 4.67 and possibly better than that 8.93, going excellent with that second ride that he got.
But, as we sort of were mentioning before, you're sort of surfing really against yourself in this format. It's not really necessarily about beating the other guys in the heat. It's just about bettering what scores you have to get that cumulative high score from those top two waves.
So with the first two heats in the round robin, you're not surfing against the guys in your heat. You're surfing against the whole division. Since 8 guys are going to move forward, you just need to get one of the top 8 scores with your combined 2 waves. So a prime example is me squeaking in with a combined 6.43 today. So I didn't score any good waves yesterday. I scored a 1.5 and a 1.33. So I knew that those weren't going to carry over, and I really needed to do some work today. These guys that already had good scores from yesterday are saying, okay, let me see if I can better some of those good scores. I think Joel had a really great score. I don't know if he had.
I think we've got another score in for Joel. We haven't mentioned that. Another 4.67.
Yeah, I just called that out to him. But I do believe that 8.93 might factor into his round robin 2 scores. I know he scored a high wave score yesterday of an excellent, maybe 2 excellent scores. I think one of them might have been a 9 in the 9 range. One of them was a high 7. So that 8.93 is going to factor in, I think.
But as we get into the semi-finals, completely different. The semi-finals will be 4 surfers all surfing against each other, with the top 2 making it through the finals. So you almost don't want to peak too early. Like you said, you squeeze through, Chucker, but it doesn't really matter because it's all reset when you get to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it is good. Free surfer, please paddle in or go outside the buoy area. You are in the competition area. Free surfer, please scoot out of the competition area. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you so much. Other free surfer surfing right into the contest area, please. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you so much.
Oh, I want to do a time call as well.
And we have a time call, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Red in first place, combined score, 13.60. White, second place, combined score, 7.83. Yellow, you have a single wave score of a 7.0. We have first priority with red, second priority with yellow, third priority with white. 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I can see Joel. Oh, I can't see him on the screen. As we look on the screen, yeah, we can see Joel Taylor duck diving there. He's sitting right down the end of the bank. He's identified some scoring potential down there. It looks like Chucker is trying to find a barrel section down the end there. So we've got a pretty big playing field here, like a good half a kilometre of, or maybe in your terms, a third of a mile, or I'm not very good at calculating
thanks for translating that, because
imperial system.
I was lost, bro. I was like, kilometers.
Well, let's say 500 metres from one end to the other end of the contest area.
Yes, sir.
Something like that. There's a big playing field for these guys. They can either sit up the top of the point or down the end, depending.
2 minutes left. First priority, red. Second priority, yellow. Third priority, white. 2 minutes.
So, I don't know if the other. I know Joel's out there on the end. I'm not sure if the other guys are in the lineup, still making their way back out. There's a big physical endurance battle today. Seen some amazing feats of strength and endurance today, Chucker, from the surfers and the volunteers dealing with huge currents and lots of waves coming through.
Most definitely. It's been like a machine. And I, speaking from experience, paddling back and forth, and I kind of shot through that gap where Joel is. I made it through there, luckily, the first time that I tried. But second time I tried it, it didn't work out for me. And you're right. Anybody that's paddling against the current, even though the current is a lot more forgiving today than it's been the past 2 days, it is still a lot of work. And Joel is just putting in some work. We're going to call this time right now. Time left in the heat, 1 minute. First priority red, second priority yellow, third priority white. 1 minute.
Okay, well, I'll say Joel is comfortably through to the semi-finals. I guess it's hard to remember what the other guys' scores were from yesterday.
Yeah,
but,
you just got to go look at their first scores of their first heats and see if there's anything they can pick out of there. I'm pretty sure Parker is loving that 7.0, but he needs a second score, so...
I'm sure they all know what they got yesterday and what they're looking to improve on.
30 seconds in the heat, boys. 30 seconds. I'm not sure anybody's even out there other than Joel kind of at the end of the scoring section right down here. He's trying to kind of paddle back into where he can maybe scratch one out, but it looks like Parker and Chris are still trying to make it out to
As we see Joel up and riding here on that inside section, looking to bank it off the lip, and another weightless floater section there. He's got those on lockdown, Joel Taylor, and you can see that he has that background in professional bodyboarding, the way that he grabs that rail.
3, 2, 1. That's the end of the heat. Joel Taylor waiting on a score for red.
Active advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today. Active advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
And we're back live here at the Blackmore Byron Bay Adaptive Pro at beautiful Captain Cook's Lookout is where we're sitting, staring at some very attractive looking waves on a low tide bank, and we've just seen some fantastic surfing from our unassisted prone surfers, and we are shifting divisions, shifting it up to the Heat 3 of the below knee quarter-final standing, featuring three great surfers. Pegleg Bennett, who is a multidiscipline adventurer, extreme sports person. He's climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. He's been on UK Survivor. Also got Dale Taylor from Australia, Alex Wakeham from Jersey, not England. He likes to make clear that he is not from England, he's from Jersey, which is an island. There's Jersey and Guernsey, a couple of surf breaks as we might have up and riding our surfer in white, Dave Taylor, with a couple of nice turns off the top there. That was very well done. A combination of manoeuvres there, so we'll see that in the replay in just a second.
Okay, well, I wouldn't mess things up with the tablet, so sorry about that. I was trying to pull up the heat, and I touched the wrong button, and poof, everything fell apart. So we're just going to go off the screen right here, and we're going to wait for a score on white. And it looks like we have a priority change right there.
Okay, let's just check out this replay here from Dale Taylor. So a really nice turn off the lip there. That was beautifully done. As we see red paddling, and it's worth noting that some of these guys, their prosthetics is on their front leg and some is on their back leg. How might that change their approach to the wave, Chucker?
Well, the back leg is where you want to stomp and give a lot of pressure. So sometimes guys like the back leg. You know, some guys are more accustomed to that, and some guys are digging the front leg. It all depends on the size of the prosthetic. Sometimes they get their front prosthetic a little shorter, so they don't have to flip it as high to get it underneath them. Sometimes they have the back leg a little shorter, so they can bend their knee and get that surf position. And
as Pegleg having a look at one there, but not catching it. And we have some scores in.
So we have a priority change. First priority yellow, second priority red, third priority white. Dale Taylor, your first wave was a 7.50. Your second wave, a 2.17 combined score of a 9.67. You are in first place, white. Yellow, you have a first wave score of a 1.33. And priority change. Priority first, red. Second priority yellow, third priority white. Time 21 minutes in the heat.
Yeah, it's been a big day of action so far. As we see up and riding, Pegleg Bennett, our UK Survivor contestant, and he is weaving his way. Look at that beautiful cutback. I absolutely love Pegleg's style and his sense of humour as well, of course, with a name like Pegleg. Look at him riding through that inside section. And
streaming. Ooh,
his
board flipped up a little bit.
That
was kind of
interesting. That looked interesting, that little end section there. He's okay, though.
He's all right. Popped right up. So Pegleg is our original AASP 2022 world champion in the below knee division. division. He took the 23 season off to do Survivor, and he said, Chaka, I'm back, and I want my title back. And so him and Forrest Weinberg are going to arm wrestle for it and surf on it. So
let's check out this replay of peg leg. Talk us through it, Chaka.
He's just nice little turn right there. He does like a little check cutty to get back into the section right there. Catches that double up. You're going to see him kind of start racing right here after that second little check cutty. It stands up right here. He gets a little speed. Tries to almost tuck into it. He wants to hit that, but wow, that thing flipped up and the fins kind of came up at him. That really wasn't a great looking wipeout, but Pegleg's going to get a score on the board. I think that he will move into second place with that single wave score because it's going to outdo the 133 of Andy does. Let me call that out for him. Red, your first wave score of a 5.50. You are in second place. Red, 5.50 with a one-wave score in second place. Priority. First priority, yellow. Second priority, white. Third priority, red. Time on the clock, 19 minutes, 25 seconds.
So, Chaka, tell me, I noticed Pegleg's got the front leg prosthetic, and he's got, like a shoe-looking, end to the leg, for his foot. How much sort of flex rotation would there be on the sort of the ankle part of the prosthetics?
So there's really no flexibility. There's a little bit of flex forward and backwards because some of them have what's called a blade on there. It's like a blade foot. But the prosthetic itself, the joint itself, doesn't offer you any kind of flexibility. So it's all feel for these guys. Whether it's their back foot or their front foot, it's all about the feel of the pressure and the weight of the board and the flow of the wave. And you could kind of see Peg how he was just kind of flowing up and down and kind of trying to get that speed to get up there. Now Peg normally surfs a longboard. So he's on a faster round point nose board. Normally he's using a round board.
Let's just check out Dale Taylor here, coming off the top, and I think he rode out of that sort of semi. Well, maybe not quite.
That might be complete. It might not. It's right on the borderline, but he is trying to better a 2.1. That complete. It was a nice snap.
Let's have a look here. He
goes straight vert, bam.
Late, and he comes out, and then he. Do you think the judges are a bit more lenient?
I think they're going to give that a complete because he did actually establish the bottom of the ride. So I think that then he kind of went into another little sweepy turn into the whitewater there. So I think they might complete that.
Well, we'll see when the score comes through.
And there it is. It's a 5.67. White, your third wave is a 5.67. You are in first place with a combined score of a 13.17. Red, you're in second place with a single wave score of 5.50. And yellow, you will have a single wave score of a 1.33. Priority change. Excuse me. I can't see the priority, bro. You have to step back or step forward. Thank you. Priority, first priority white, second priority red, third priority yellow. Red, white, you're in first place with a combined score of a 13.17. Red, you're in second place with a single wave score of a 5.50. And yellow, you're in third place with a combined score of a 2.33. 17 minutes on the clock.
Interesting looking at the scores. A 5.5 for Pegleg. I thought that was going to go up a bit higher, but they really like the way Dale has been attacking the lip.
So shorter, challenging the top of the wave is where you're going to find in the critical section when you challenge the top of the wave like that, whether you're roller coastering and doing these little float turns or whether you're going vertical like that, you're going to see it in the score line. So I think Peg went incomplete on his final maneuver. I think if he completes that maneuver, you're going to see an excellent score, near excellent score. But because it went incomplete, he did have a really nice roller coaster in that section, but he didn't have really any big maneuvers. He had two little critical check cutbacks, and they're going to count those as, kind of small scores. But a 5.5, I thought that was right on point. If he gets that last maneuver, then we're talking about something completely different. But you can see Dale is feeling really comfortable challenging these closeouts, challenging the top of the wave, and it's showing in his scores, a 7.50 and a 5.67.
And very difficult on your backhand out there to see where the lip's coming, so even more commendable from Dale to be able to hit the lip on his backhand and ride out of those waves. On your forehand, you have the advantage of being able to sort of watch the lip as you get on top of it, but he's really got to just feel his way up there.
Yeah, And look at this, Danny. This is such a gorgeous day, man.
Isn't
it looks
it what?
like somebody paddling. It looked like yellow trying to get into that.
It's like the ocean is sparkling. It's like there's the ocean is being painted with like some sort of silver mercury or something. It's just sparkling.
Is silver? Is that something like silver?
There's my there's my Australian accent coming out.
I love it.
Silver. But plenty of different accents around as we have, I don't know, around 15 or 20 countries?
17 countries here, 90 athletes, 17 countries. Now, let me just tell you, Danny, for the first event here in Australia as far as the Adaptive Surfing Championships goes, this was an incredible showing for the championship. And we got 90 athletes, 17 countries. Now, every single contest wants 70 to 100 athletes at their first event. Now, last year, the first event done in Costa Rica, at this point, we had 85 athletes register, but we only had 65 athletes show up. So you register, and some of the people didn't make the trip. Some of the people just couldn't make it happen, but they did register. They paid the registration fee. Looks like that was maybe Pegleg trying
having
to
a paddle, not quite getting over the...
So he might lose his priority. I'm not sure if that's going to count as a priority change right there.
We'll have to see, but in the meantime,
that was
nose diving.
Yellow, just trying to take that one late, and it didn't really work out for him.
So it looks like our surfers have opted to surf down the end of the bank as we see a takeoff. They've identified that there's maybe a little bit more of a scoring opportunity down the northern end of the bank here as opposed to right up the top of the point where they could be taking off.
Right. But look at the conditions here, man. We couldn't ask for anything better than what we're getting right now.
It's hard to not be in the water right now is what it is. It is hard to not be in the water.
First priority red, second priority yellow, second priority white, third priority yellow. Red, you're in first place with a combined score of a 13.17. Red, you're in second place with a single wave score of a 5.5. Yellow, you're in third place with a combined score of a 2.33. And there is 13 minutes on the clock.
As we see Pegleg up and riding on his second wave, and this looks like a nice one. Look at this section coming up as he speeds through that section.
Nice rolling.
Yes, he survives the lip as he gets the end section, and he makes it. That was well
Peg's
done.
going to get a really nice score for that one. Sorry I didn't have the mic down here, but Peg really flowing right there, and you're going to see the difference between the 5.5 with the finishing maneuver at the end.
Yeah.
And he had a really good off the lip up there in the critical section. So you're going to see two really scoring moves right there. Taking off in the nice section right here. You can see he kind of does this little check cut back, and he waits for it to stand up, and right here, roller coaster, snap right there, and then he comes up right here and finishes it off right there. So you're going to see a really great score. Red, your second score, 8.67. You move into first place with a combined score of a 14.17. White, you're in second place with a combined score of a 13.17. And yellow, you are in third place with a combined score of a 2.33. First priority goes to white. Second priority goes to yellow. 12 minutes on the clock.
So after looking at that wave from Pegleg and seeing some of the other competitors, have you got a favourite, you think, for this particular division? Pegleg must be pretty hard to beat.
This division is up for grabs, my friend. Forrest is the current champion. You got Pegleg, the past champion.
And then we've seen Dale.
You've got all kinds of guys in this division that are super hungry. That anybody could take this. You know, it's anybody's game here for this. You got Kinjiro Ito from Japan. He is a serious threat.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of guys in this division. You know, let's not forget about Shawnee Whitaker. I don't know if he's going to make it out of it, but it's going to come down to guys like Forrest and guys like Kinjiro and guys like Pegleg Bennett. You know, Bigfoot's in there. He's got a combined score of a 7.50, so he could squeak into the semis. So this division is really stacked with a lot of great surfers. So we don't know what we're going to see, man. I really can't wait to see Kinjiro surf. He put up a 9.0 on day one. And now we're in day 3. He got a day off to rest his body and see what's happening. So we really want to see Kinjiro surf and see what he does. First priority white, second priority red, third priority yellow. Red, you're in first place with a combined score of a 14.17. White, you're in second place with a combined score of a 13.17. Yellow, you're in third place with a combined score of a 2.33. We have 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's as you were saying before, Chaka, just beautiful weather this week. I mean, this time of year we often do get a lot of rain, so it's hard to really put in words just how lucky we are to have scored a week of waves like this with perfect sunny skies. It is all that Mono has been dreaming about for the last 4 years and more, and he must just feel a huge weight off his shoulders, I imagine, with the build up to this event and all the variables, and to have it pull it off the way he has.
Being in contact with him over the last, we've been friends since 2015, but to be in contact with him, or 2014, I think is one of the first time I met him, for the last 4 years in contact with him, and while we're structuring the tour to launch in 2022, he's saying, hey, we're in, and we've got these 3 stops, and we've got these 4 stops, and unfortunately, it was supposed to start with 3 stops, and unfortunately, due to the COVID restrictions here in Australia, we could not do anything for 2021 or 2022 and 2023. I mean, he called me last year. We were supposed to have a 4-stop tour last year. He called me last year, and I want to tell you, he was half distraught because he thought he was going to lose his spot on tour. And we said, look, man, we have been trying to get this thing to happen. We're not going to give your spot to anybody else. We are coming to Australia. We really wanted to make the effort to get an event here in Australia. It's very important for just able-bodied surfing, the places that are on the tour. Now you got a wide variety of, many other places, but the first places it started with was Hawaii, was Australia, and was the U.S. Those were the places that were the first, the first ASP tour when Ian Carnes came up with the concept, and Ian helped us as a consigliere for me. I had to call him and say, hey, can I hijack your ASP? And he loved the format. I sent him everything that we were doing, and Ian really said, hey, man, if you need any help, let me know. I love what you guys are doing. So big shout out to Ian Carnes. We love you, buddy, and we thank you for all of the help that you gave us. And
Kanga Carnes.
Yeah, Kanga.
As we see Dale Taylor on his backhand again, and he has a very, very powerful style there, the way he's weaving. Look at him nearly getting back down that wave.
I don't think that's going to outdo his 5.67. That's what he's looking to replace. That's definitely not going to touch the 7.50, so he's still looking.
It also depends on what score he got on the first day, right? So we probably, do we have that here? Is that from the first day? So
well, we don't have the first day. We could go back and look at it. I could grab my phone and kind of look at those first day scores.
I think this must be because this has already got scores in it.
Yeah, complete. All right.
Yeah.
So let's look at what he got the first day.
So Dale
Taylor had a 10.10.
So we don't know what the 2 scores are.
We don't know what the 2 scores are, but
could be 2 5s, could be a 9 and a 1.
He's got a 13.17 right now, so he's looking pretty good.
As he's up and riding again on another insider and cuts back.
First priority red, second priority yellow, third priority white. We have red in first place with a combined score of a 14.17. White, you're in second place with a combined score of a 13.17. And yellow, you're in third place with a combined score of a 2.33. We have 7 minutes on the clock, boys.
And I got a message from someone about Dale Taylor. He's from Potty, absolute legend. He's been the Aussie champion many years in a row for his division. He's pardon my pronunciation, thalidomide child. So that is...
White, your fourth score was a 3.27. It will not factor into your wave scores for today.
And so Dale Taylor from just up the road there in Pottsville, and surfing absolutely amazingly on his backhand.
Surfing out of his mind, this guy. He's and if Dale Taylor makes all the stops, he's going to be a threat to challenge for this title. So that's the thing, is if you make 1 or 2 stops and one of the other guys makes all 3 stops, your ranking is going to suffer and your points are going to suffer, especially if you're winning and especially if you're challenging.
You don't get a throwaway contest?
You don't get a throwaway, brother.
Count.
There's no throwaways in the AASP, brother.
Okay.
Everything counts. We want all the surfers that are on the tour. We've got, I think we've got about 70 members this year so far. I think that membership will increase when Hawaii comes in. There'll be more people signing up for the ASP to go to the last 3 events, probably the people that couldn't make it to Australia. So we'll see that. Last year we had 86 members of the AASP. Right now we're sitting at about 70 of the 90 people that are here are ASP members. And again, that will increase with Hawaii coming into the factor in May. So our next stop, Access Surf Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships. We want to throw a huge shout out to Kara Short and her crew. We've got a couple of them here, James Russell, and Russ, I can't remember Russ's last name, but he's the super awesome cat doing water support. Russ has rewritten the book for the ASP on the water support. We've got Adam Land here from Surf Gimp. So in May 13th through the 16th is going to be the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships. Basically the spark and the seed that started the professional adaptive surfing platform.
As we look at a paddle, it must be an expensive pursuit though, Chuckers. How do these guys fund their tour, and how do people are watching and they want to, maybe sponsor one of our surfers? How would you recommend them getting in touch and offering
I will be with you just in a second. Let me get on this fourth score. White, your fifth wave, a 6.60, increasing your score to a 14.10. You are still in second place. First priority with red, second priority with yellow, third priority with white. We have 4 minutes on the clock. If you wanted to sponsor one of these athletes, it's not that hard. You could contact that athlete directly and just say, we want to sponsor you. Here's a plane ticket.
Find them on Instagram or something like that.
You can find them on Insta, Facebook. Most of them have social media and are very active. That's how they get a lot of their sponsorship. Or you reach out to people like High Fives Foundation, Stoke for Life, Life Rolls On, somebody like that who sponsors these athletes and gives them, Stoke for Life, we pay for plane tickets, we give them grants for plane tickets and hotel rooms and equipment. And so if you knew a shaper that would want to shape a board for somebody, you could do that. Or you could contact one of these nonprofits. You get a tax write-off for the donation, and you say, hey, you know what? I liked this surfer. I saw him on the webcast. I want to pay for their plane ticket to Hawaii, and poof, you get a write-off for it, and we buy the ticket, and poof, they're there, and they're stoked, living their dream.
Yeah, giving them the opportunity to do this 4-stop tour. And does that decide the world title then? A culmination of the total points from all 4? Yes, sir.
Each stop, you get points for each stop, each placement, and that's why it's super, super important not to miss an event. It's looked like red up and riding. Peg just went up and down on that. I don't think he's going to get a score on that. It'll be something small, but it won't challenge his 5.5, and it won't change position. But it's real important to make every single stop. Your ranking counts, so all the people that paid for their membership here and they don't go on the second stop, they still hold their ranking, they still hold their points. So if they make another stop, they add to those points and their ranking climbs. So that's the thing we want to do. Let me do a call out here. Red, you're in first place with first priority with a combined score of a 14.17. White, you're in second place with a combined score of a 14.10. And yellow, you're in third place with a combined score of a 3.93. First priority red, second priority yellow, third priority white. We have 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think that was Alex Wakeham before that got that short wave.
The up and down we thought was Peg. I gotcha.
Yeah, but we do see Peg up and riding out the back.
Oh, what? All right, well, we just got a heads up that Stephanie Gilmore is on the beach here at the Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, sponsored by Blackmores. We got some really championship pedigrees walking on the beach here, so super stoked. Ask her if she'll come in here and say hi.
And Steph, who's recently signed an 8-year deal with Rip Curl to go on the search.
Red up and riding, peg
this
leg.
Is peg leg.
Yep. Nice check cut back right there, racing the section, trying to tuck inside of it. And we'll see what kind of score he's going to get there. I don't think it might challenge his 5.5, but I'm not sure. He got a little bank there, a little checky, and there's White up and riding backside, racing the section, not challenging it right there. So let's see, we've got change in priority, and we've got a countdown in the clock. Scores to come, countdown with 40 seconds left in the heat, 40 seconds left in the heat.
Yeah, coming to the end of our quarterfinal heat 3. Low knee adaptive as we see Pegleg riding one in. He had a very nice heat, the high score.
I think he's just going to call it a day. He's got an excellent score of, he's got an 8.67 that goes into the excellent range. So he'll take that score, and Peg scored on his first heat. He had a combined score of a 12. So one of those scores that he got on the first day will replace that 5.50, and his his combined score will be up a lot higher than that, it looks like. And we're counting down 3, 2, 1. Counting down 3, 2.
Active Advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
We are back at the Blackmore Byron Adaptive Pro down here at beautiful Clark's Beach, looking at the overview there of that incredible sandbank. You can see those waves just pouring through as the tide starts to turn, and beautiful drone shot there from our production team, just capturing, well, not a bad looking place.
Let me ask you, Danny, how stoked would you be if you just got to surf this area with this waves and this conditions with one other guy and no public in the water? We have a two-man heat in white, Ryan Porteous, and in yellow, Nicholas Gallegos. Nicholas was your 2022 AASP World Champion. He was the first World Champion in this division, and Nicholas wants his title back. He's going to have to challenge Kai Colas for that. Kai's got a real good stranglehold on it with the first 10 of the competition, scoring a perfect 10 yesterday on a roller coaster of a ride, doing a big fat floater, and then just snap in the end with an exclamation point. So we're super excited to see that for Kai Colas. But we want to see, and Ryan Porteous was in the race. It was a 3 or 4, I think this division was a 4-man race between Ryan, Kai Colas, Casey Proud, and one other person. They're slipping my mind. I'd have to go back and look at the combined scores, but those 3 guys and one other guy they were racing for it, and whoever won the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, and here we go, Ryan Porteous scratching into this one. It's not giving him a little fade cut back. He's trying to get up into the section. He's going to catch this section right here, get some speed up, challenge the top with a little turn. He's coming down, and bam, snaps that one underneath the lip, can't ride out of it, but he will put a first score on the board for Ryan Porteous.
Yeah, Ryan opting to pull into that section rather than go over it.
First priority yellow, second priority white.
So the reason why we are having a 2-man heat, usually in a competition, if there was only 2 people in heat, they would both just go through to the next round. But as it's a round robin scoring competition,
white or yellow?
These guys are looking to get a second score.
Sorry about that. That was yellow. That was Nicholas Gallegos. Sorry about that. And Nicholas yellow with a first wave score of
as we see Ryan up and riding, cutting back.
And white with a first wave score of a 2.33. Ryan Porteous snapping that one.
And Ryan Porteous going all the way through to the inside. A nice long wave. Will catch that up on the replay. So we see Pegleg That was Peg Leg Bennett going past there. But yeah, Ryan finishing off a wave. He's going to take this one all the way in. And I'm not sure why there's only 2 guys in this heat. Are we missing anyone, or it's just the way the cookies crumbled?
I'm not sure. We normally have 3-man heat or 4-man heat. So I'm not sure if somebody dropped out or got an injury or got sick or something like that. But let's take a look at this replay of Ryan Porteous dropping in, really fast section. Ryan comes up. You see how he digs that arm for the turn, anchors himself, anchors his other arm to get that. And a couple of really nice turns for Ryan. And second wave score for White, Ryan Porteous. You got a 6.0. You're in first place with a combined score of an 8.33. First priority Yellow, second priority White. 21 minutes on the clock.
Okay,
This is going to be what they call a banger of a heat, my friend, because both of these guys really can surf. They've got a lot of wave knowledge. Nicolas Gallegos is a Stoke for Life ambassador of Stoke. He comes from Argentina. He's been an ambassador of Stoke for Life for the last 3 years. We've been proud to have him on our team. He is a great representative of the adaptive surf community. He is also a great representative of the country of Argentina, a proud Argentinian. My guy, Nicolas Gallegos. And he will not be happy just sitting on that 5. Right here, Yellow taking off. Down the line, Nicolas Gallegos coming up to the top, racing that section. Nico coming under the lip. He'll put a second score on the board, though, with that ride. And it could be in the 3 range. If it is, he's going to challenge for first place. We got Ryan Porteous going up the beach. So Yellow is going to keep first priority. Here is the replay. Nico scratching into that one. Challenging the top of the wave, coming down with a little float, and just turning up into that closeout. He wanted to maybe right out of that, but he didn't quite get the lip slap that he wanted. So we have a priority change on the board right now. And it looks like White is still out of the water, so Yellow should be in first priority, but they have White in first priority as Ryan Porteous there down the beach. You see Ryan, and we're going to call out a score for Nicolas Gallegos. Yellow with a second wave score of a 3.67. Yellow, you are in first place with a combined score of an 8.84. White, you are in second place with a combined score of a 8.33. 19 seconds on the clock. Priority with White. Second priority Yellow. I'm trying to find Nico. So now we do know what happened because, and I'll explain it, Gary Slater was the surfer that was supposed to be in this division. Unfortunately, Gary Slater was classified out of this division. Yesterday he was using fins, and you are not allowed to use fins on your feet. These guys that they're surfing right now are paraplegics. There's Nico right there. You can see he can't kick his feet. He can't wear fins. He can't propel himself into a wave. So that was a DQ right there. He can, Gary can still classify for the Neil division. And although the Neil division went earlier this morning, I think that there might be an opportunity for him to get in the Neil division. But unfortunately, you cannot have fins on your feet and project yourself into the wave, or while you're on the wave kick your feet, and that was the case with Gary Slater. So unfortunately Gary Slater has been classified out of this division, so that's why we're only seeing a 2-man heat right now.
So would that just been a slight little error in the admin side of things, putting me in that division, or Gary might just not have been aware of the rules?
It's a little of both. It's us not knowing that he used fins, and maybe he did tell somebody that he was using fins, but in this division, there is a rule in the ASP that you can use an adaptation on your feet or on your hands, and that will be amended. That rule is for amputees and for people with limb deficiencies. So if you're missing an arm and you want to put a hand paddle on your other hand, you can do that. If you're missing a leg like Mono uses a fin on his one leg. So it doesn't give you a competitive advantage in the kneeling division because you're on your knees and the fin is out of the water. In Gary's case, his legs were in the water and his legs on the wave are kicking, so it's giving him a competitive advantage. So unfortunately, it is a technicality. Time on the clock is 17 minutes on the clock. Yellow, you are on first place with a combined score of an 8.84. You have second priority when you hit the water. In first place, 16:45 on the clock.
As we see, yes, our surfer in yellow. I can't really think. I think that's yellow. That's Nicholas getting transferred
Gallegos.
up the beach.
And me and Nico pretty much suffered the same fate yesterday. We both really did not surf to our potential. Surfer in the water, please make your way in out of the contest area. Surfer in the water, please make your way in or out of the contest area. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, me and Nico both were down in the dumps a little bit, and when I came out of the heat, you know, he saw that I was a little bit down, and he tried to lift me up and said, hey, you get another chance tomorrow. He surfed later in the afternoon, and I caught up with him up there, and I've been his coach for a couple of years, and he was down in the dumps, and I said, hey, man, you can't pull me out of the dumps and then you jump in. You can't pull me out of the hole and then you jump in the hole. So we had a coaching session. We both talked each other up. You know, and also I got to give Roy Tuscany a bit of love for you know, I coach a few of these guys and we kind of coach each other. But there's a few guys that I've been coaching for a little bit, and Roy really coached me yesterday. You know, I'm Roy's surf coach, and we surf in the same division, so it's, you know, hey, I give him the knowledge that I know in the situations, and we talk strategy. But Roy really talked strategy to me yesterday, pulled me out of the dumps and said, look, man, you get a second chance. You're not a 1.5 wave surfer. You're better than that. And lo and behold, I go out there today and score 4.5 and almost a 2.
The word is community, right? This event is all about the community of the whole of the community of the adaptive surfers, and everybody supports each other, everybody cheers each other on the beach, everybody's rooting for each other, and in the water it's a competition going on, but on land it's a family.
It is, and that's the one thing I love about this community is when we don't see each other for a while and we get together here, it's all so much love and so much camaraderie. And even in the water, you know, I've had situations where we're just talking. Maybe we're not talking strategy, but we're talking about, hey, what happened last night and what did we do and what are you doing tonight? And there's a lot of chatter in the water sometimes, and sometimes there's not. Sometimes you want to be in your headspace of just compete and don't talk to me and just let me catch a couple good waves. But a lot of times it's people that you've surfed with for years and years and guys you've traveled the world with, and, you know, so then you end up just kind of talking. I'm going to do a little time shout out to these guys just so they know. Yellow, you're in first place with a 2-wave score of an 8.84. There was 14 minutes on the clock. White, you're in second place with a combined score of an 8.33. White, you have first priority. Yellow, you are in second priority.
And Checker, what sort of response have you noticed from the general surfing community? Say when you come to somewhere like Byron and there's you know, all of a sudden a whole bunch of adaptive surfers in the water. Is the general surfing public curious? Want to find out about what boards everyone's riding and what's going on? Because it's fantastic to see. You guys taking the sport to different parts of the world and exposing it to, you know, the general surfing public.
Well, sometimes localism plays a part because we look so odd. You know, I'm on a wave ski sitting down with a backrest and a helmet and a paddle, and, you know, Nico and these guys are paddling with, you know, on prone and no fins and handles on their boards. So sometimes the welcoming party is like, hey, what are you doing? What are you surfing on? But a lot of times once they know you're disabled, or if they see you getting in the water, getting out of a wheelchair in the water, that's when you get the reaction of the surf community where they're just like, wow, man, how are you doing this? What are you doing it on? Like, what compels you? So generally the surf community has been super welcoming, open arms. We love it. You know, but then you get those every once in a while, those guys that want to be the wave police, and, you know, they kind of show their character. But the majority, everybody here in Byron, we have seen no localism here in Byron. We've seen nothing but friendly faces, people welcoming us to the peaks, welcoming us to the surf. So that's one thing that we're really happy about, that there was just all love and all aloha. And as we say from the tagline from Richard Julian, what was it? High fives, aloha vibes, and stoke for life. So that's our kind of catchphrase here for the AASP, and we want to include that.
We saw that on the opening parade on the Sunday afternoon. The whole of the town getting behind the event, and the Japanese drummers leading the parade through town was a fantastic scene.
12 minutes on the clock, boys. Yellow in first place with a combined score of an 8.84. White, you're in second place with a combined score of an 8.33. 11:40 on the clock.
As we see Ryan getting into the chair and back up. Another big shout out to the water crew for all the work that they're doing, the water safety crew, mostly all volunteers.
I don't know if we missed a wave from Ryan or if he just kind of got washed down that way.
I think he was sitting down the end of that bank there, and I think he might have just got washed in.
Okay, so it looks like Nico made it up the beach. So that is the ticket, is to get out, go all the way up to the pass, shoot through the gap. There is a large gap when you go out through the pass. Kind of in between the breaks, there's a real great shot that you can get over some really, impactful inside stuff. Once you get over that, there's a great gap that you can shoot through just to get over to the contest area. Unfortunately, for some of us wave skiers, we didn't find that gap until today. But once you found it, I found it yesterday on my second attempt to get out. And once I found that gap, I was able to get out there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch a wave. But once you find that gap, now you know where to tell the water team to take you, how to get out through there. And it's so helpful to know that, because it's very challenging if you don't know how to paddle out through here.
Yeah, I think as we get towards the end of the heat, and I guess by Friday, Chuck, everyone will have had a pretty good chance at having a stab at the bank, and we'll have it dialed in. So finals day Friday, we'll see everybody having a pretty good idea of what they're doing. So we see Watergoes Beach from the drone angle there, looking like there's some fun waves over there.
Priority change in the water. Yellow, you are in first priority. White, you are in second priority. Yellow, holding first place, combined score of an 8.84. White, you are in second place with a combined score of an 8.33. 10 minutes on the clock, boys. Still got some time to catch some waves.
As we see a beautiful drone shot panning across there, looking to the north of us, and just a beautiful swell coming through, a kind of a new swell coming through today, a bit more from the east, I believe.
Yeah, I hear we're going to get a little bit of rain tomorrow, maybe an inch. We're hoping that these clean conditions can stay. I'm really hoping that I don't have to surf a semifinal with the conditions from yesterday. Even though the waves were very good, the challenge was getting out to them, because it was so consistent and it was so good. It was, red, trying to get into that one, not quite doing it. Looks like Nico's down the beach.
I don't think.
Oh, nope, that was yellow, sorry. Maybe that wasn't red. Oh, that's just a free surfer. I'm sorry. My bad. These free surfers in the surf zone. So he's surfing out of the zone, so that's good. So we got these guys surfing through the zone, just trying to get through there, catching a couple of good waves. Every once in a while, we kind of got to give them a call out. Longboarder in the surf area, please make your way down towards Main Beach. You are in the competition area. Longboarder and other surfer in the competition area in front of the tents, please make your way down the beach or inward. Please get out of the competition area. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Yeah, just 2 more heats to go as we do a bit of a longer day today. The first day of the competition was a bit shortened by the late start, so an extra hour or so on the day today as we try to just get it all done. But the conditions are just so perfect. I mean, we could surf all the way to dark and be pretty happy.
Yeah, I was really thinking about going out for a free surf, but man, I got to save my mojo.
Yeah, you don't want to peak too early?
No, honestly, I got exhausted yesterday paddling against the current, paddling, and I did quite a bit of paddling today, so I'm not sure if you guys can, the scale of how long the wave is sometimes and where it goes from where you have to paddle to, and if you're able to not get out of the water, and if you're trying to paddle from the bottom of this of the reef right here, of the point, you still have to make your way up the point towards the pass. And when I got out today earlier, I was like, holy mackerel, I still have to paddle like 60 to 80 yards to get back into the surf zone. So it's no easy feat, whether you're going up the pass and paddling out through the gap, or if you're trying to shoot straight out here. it is a long paddle, and you're going to exert some energy. And then you get one of these awesome waves where you get 4 or 5 banks on it, and you're surfing it for 60 or 70 yards, and then that's a lot of energy as well.
Yeah, it is hard to tell from the screen when you're watching it the amount of current, but yeah, as you were saying, when you're in the water, you certainly feel it ripping you from the northern end to the southern end to the northern end.
I didn't feel it until this morning, Danny. I'll tell you what, I felt it this morning, though. Last night when I was trying to sleep, my shoulder was saying no way, no way, and when I woke up this morning, the rest of my body was saying thanks for the pounding.
Well, luckily we've got the great crew from Brook Farm down there to provide us with some granola for our breakfast in the morning to get us going.
Yep, we got the Hearts with Hands with Hearts. I get it all mixed up all the time, but Jorge and Luisa up there doing their amazing work. They will be at every stop of the ASP World Tour this year, the Visit Oceanside ASP World Tour. Hearts with Hands will be there for the duration. So normally they have about 6 people, 7 people sometimes. This time, because of the physios that you have here and the great work that Mono's done to get a bunch of physios here, we are counting on the Hearts with Hands, and we're only got Luisa and Jorge, but they do such amazing work. We're super stoked for them. We have about 5:40 left in the clock. Let me take a time check for the guys in the water. Time check, 5:30 on the clock. Yellow, you are in first place with a combined score of an 8.84. White, you are in second place with a combined score of an 8.33. First priority to yellow, second priority to white. We have 5:15 on the clock.
Yeah, you can see everybody down enjoying the beach today at Charco. It's a beautiful Wednesday, as we say, hump day. The hump in the middle of the week you got to get over. And not a bad hump day at all for those people who aren't at work or school at the moment.
How are you?
As we're looking at a 2-person heat in the unassisted pro, and that's a first for me, calling a 2-person heat. But as it's all about just putting those scores on the board to combine with the scores from the first day, then it all makes sense. It's about getting your best 2 waves out of 2 heats in total.
Well, I can tell you this, Nico's going to be much happier today than he was yesterday. He posted a few nice scores, and hopefully with priority he can post another high score and drop one of these scores out. Hopefully he'll drop out that 3.67 with something bigger than a 5.17. But as time's ticking down, 4 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes. Priority yellow. First priority yellow. Second priority white. It's over there. Hey, can you turn down the music? John, music. You can't have the music on the live webcast. You can't have it on the live webcast because they'll cut it off.
Copyright.
No, you get copyright infringement.
I got told copyright.
Well, we got time ticking down with 3:30 left in the heat. 3:20 in the heat. First priority yellow, second priority white. Yellow, you are in first place with a combined score of an 8.84. Yellow still in second with a combined score of an 8.33. 3 minutes on the clock, boys.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go, and I'll make way for Stevie to jump in for the last couple of heats of the day. But it's been great calling with you, Chucky, and looking forward to seeing how you go in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I hope I get. We got Aaron Polk walking over here in the front of the tent, the AASP World Champ in the low vision division. We love us some Aaron Polk, baby.
Yeah, bro.
He's from Lahaina, Hawaii. He donated all of the cash that he won last year to the rebuilding of Lahaina. We love you for that, Aaron. You did an amazing job. He's just doing so much for the sport of adaptive surfing, and he's doing so much for the platform of the AASP. So we support everything that Aaron does. We appreciate you, Aaron. And he scored a 9.04 in his first heat. So we can't wait to see what he does with some conditions like this. You surfing? Hey, do you surf today?
No, I'm gonna go.
Oh, you're gonna go shred. When do you surf again?
Friday.
So we have to wait until Friday to see Aaron surf again, and that will be on finals day. They have only 4 competitors in that division, so it's a round robin. Best 2 scores of those 2 rounds will count as the winner. So look for Aaron to try to top that 9.04. He's looking for that 10.
Yeah, as we come in the last minute and a half of this heat from Nicholas and Ryan. And a couple of good scores on the board for each surfer.
Priority yellow. First priority yellow, second priority white. 1:30 on the clock. Yellow, you're in first place. Combined score 8.84. White, second place, 8.33 combined.
All right, yeah, well then we'll be doing a couple more heats after this. Be back tomorrow morning as well at 8 a.m. for another early start. A lot of stuff to get through tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And what's everyone been doing in the evenings? Been hitting the local restaurants? Has there been a bit of a crew out and about?
Yeah, we had the crew last night with Jeff and Jeff Roberts and Crystal Roberts and Kyle from the High Five stopped in to see us at the Mexican joint called the Margarita. The girls were out having margaritas and tacos. Let me do a time check right here. 40 seconds on the clock. First priority yellow, second priority white. 30 seconds on the clock. Everybody's been just tasting the fabulous cuisine in the town and the fabulous hospitality that we've been getting. So let me do this time call. 20 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds, counting down. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ryan Porteous catching one at the buzzer. It's not going to replace, it might replace his 2.33. I don't think it's going to go up into the 6 range. So it looks like we're going to wait on that score to see what Ryan Porteous got. Your name? I'm sorry, Stevie?
Active Advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
We are back at the Blackmores Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship with Stevie Ginger on the mic with me. How you doing, Stevie?
I am doing so good, Chaka. It's absolute honor and pleasure to meet you, my man.
I appreciate it. Thank you for all of what you're doing in the water. We have the men's below knee stand quarterfinals here, and we got Kinjiro Ito from Japan. We got Sean Lewis. I'm sorry about that. Bigfoot's out here from Hawaii, and we got John Crampton from Australia. So, what's happening, Stevie? How's it going?
Oh, mate, what an event! We're about halfway through now, aren't we? So
yeah, we're getting there.
What a beautiful day! Mother Nature has absolutely turned it on for us to this afternoon. It's really cleaned up. Looking forward to some incredible surfing coming up in the finals.
Yeah, Mother Nature has been very good to us today, and we are super stoked. to...
I don't think I've ever met a group of surfers that are more stoked, honestly. It's so much fun to be around.
Nice. We're we try to bring the high vibes, the aloha vibes, and stoke for life to every event we go to. So that's our new tagline. Richard Julian is responsible for that, and so we're super stoked. Tomorrow, Ben, 11:30, 11. Are you guys on live right now? Sorry, I was just shouting out my heat times to Ben Way. I won't be calling any heats tomorrow until, well, maybe I'll call some morning heats. I will call some heats till about 10 o'clock. And at about 10 o'clock, I'll dip out. Maybe Stevie will join us for some more heat calling.
Yeah, it would be an absolute pleasure. I'm just like steep learning curve of all the judging criteria and the different boards and everything. It's incredible, fascinating, and yeah, you know, if you love surfing, you should be down here because this is what it's all about.
For sure. And where are you from, Stevie? You live around this area?
I'm born and raised in Byron Bay.
Oh, my goodness. How stoked are you?
Oh, mate.
Yeah, like you surf this all the time?
I learned to surf here at the pass, yep.
That's fantastic. Yep. We love that. Just the scores, the waves that are on offer, the weather right now, each day has given us something more beautiful and more amazing. And we are looking forward to the rest of this day. We have one more heat after this. And Kinjiro threw up a big fat 9 in his first heat on the first day of competition. So we're going to see what Kinjiro can do today. We call him Kinji. And Kinji has been a tour staple, U.S. Open staple. Kinji won the U.S. Open in 2019. We love Kinjiro and the Japanese contingency, Masa, the captain of that team, and Naomichi and all the cats that come out from Japan and always are supporting the U.S. Open and the AASP World Tour. No priority on the board. Time check, 21 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for the first wave to be caught here, Stevie.
Oh, look at that drone shot right now.
How beautiful is your hometown?
Oh, it's one of those things that you easily forget really fast until you have people coming and visiting, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm actually incredibly lucky to live here.
My hometown is super dope, right? Yeah, this is such a beautiful place, and you know, we've been hooked up with Mono for many years, and he's just always, we got to come to the pass. You have to come to the pass.
Yep.
And out of the water, we got Nico Gallegos coming up the beach in first place. Nico didn't put up any good scores, so he's going to be really happy with winning that heat and putting up a couple of good scores. So he's got to be stoked on that. We're just still waiting for these first waves to get caught. First 5 minutes of the heat. I'm surprised nobody's scratched into one yet. Got all these hungry below-knee amputees. There's Nico right there, your Stoke for Life ambassador, our international ambassador from Stoke for Life. He's from Argentina. He is your original 2022 AASP World Champion in this division. He lost that championship last year to Kai Colas. Your local boy, Kai Colas, came and took the old-timer out. So Nico's looking to get back up in the ranks. He wants to make it known that that's his belt. But Kai throwing up that perfect 10, he said, no, I'm pretty sure I'm hanging on to this thing at least for now. So
yeah, he's on notice.
Yeah, he is on notice. And this division is stacked, you know, with guys like Chris Steele, like Kai Colas, with guys like with Nico and some of the other cats that are in this division. It's going to be a battle to see who wins this.
Oh, I can't wait.
Ryan Porteous was in the mix last year. We got guys like Parker Olenek. He's an up-and-comer, you know. So there's so many guys that are on in this division that are going to challenge Kai. But Kai, I think I'm pretty sure Kai's ready for the challenge, man. He came out here and just stomped it yesterday.
Oh.
And I love watching Kai surf. He's a new, fresh face. It's the future of our sport. You know, I'm 56. I'm definitely not the future of the sport. So I'm waiting for these young wave ski guys to come up. And those guys like Guillaume and guys like Felipe Lima Kisu are the guys that are going to carry my sport into the future. But guys like Kai Colas, they're going to carry the prone division into the future. And there's some youngsters out there. There's a few guys that didn't make it that were in the race last year. Casey Proud's a guy that was in the race. He's gonna be a factor in some of these contests. Missing a stop on the tour is detrimental to your rankings. If
For
you miss a
sure.
stop and somebody else that's a high-ranking surfer makes every stop, it really inhibits your opportunity to really challenge for that world championship. So last year it came down to the U.S. Open, and whoever won the division between those 4 guys got to win the championship, and that was Kai Kolas.
Amazing. Oh, I bet you that was a battle for the ages, the sounds of things.
It was, because the surf in Oceanside was about 4 to 6 foot. So
I have heard some hairy stories. Oh,
Up
we've
and
got Up
Riding.
and Riding Red.
call it.
Screens. Just trying to bounce it back in there. It kind of fell off the back of the wave, unfortunately.
Looked like the wave hit a little bit of a deep spot for Kinji. Couldn't get a cut back. No white water on there to really hold his pocket and give him any speed. He got really out in front of it, and it just kind of hit that deep spot right there and just nowhere to go for him. So he'll put a score on the board. It's the first one. He's still got a 9-0 from the first round, so he's going to carry that for sure, and he'll want to top that. He also had a 7.5. So at that point, when he had the 7.5, I think I said, I don't think Kinji's going to stand for that. I think he's going to challenge that 7.5, and 2 waves later he scored a 9. So
nice.
He's big surfer from Japan. He's really good in the beach break. So I don't know if his home break is a beach break, but when he comes to Oceanside, he won in 2019, and he really challenged it last year. And just, you see his surf style is really fluent. He loves to challenge the top of the wave. He loves to do those top turns. So look for Kinji to not be happy with that 2.33.
Red, your first wave score is a 2.33. Time on the clock, 16 minutes, 20 seconds.
And kind of hard to see who this is.
That's a free surfer.
Well, that guy's got 2 full legs.
Yeah, I don't think he should be out there.
Yeah, so let's get him out of there.
Free surfer in the contest area, please make your way in or paddle towards the pass out of the competition area. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you so much.
One thing that the locals have been very accommodating here. Nobody really hanging out in the competition area. We got yellow Up and Riding, John Crampton, and that one just kind of up and down on that. He'll get a first score on the board. Kinji on another ride, challenging, doing a nice cutback. Kinji trying to stay in the pocket. He makes that, completes that cutback maneuver, staying in the white water. He's not going to get any more open face, but that will outdo his 2.33. Not sure it's going to factor into his combined scores of a 7.50 and a 9.0 from day one, but we'll see what that does for him here.
Earlier today, Ben was trying to explain to me the difference between having your front foot and your back foot as the amputation. Would you be able to tell me a little bit more about that? Like,
yeah.
What's the logistics?
The logistics basically is some of the guys, when they have their front foot and they got to stand up and flip that out in front of them, they choose to have a shorter prosthetic on that. Some of them don't. Some of them keep it the same length. But a lot of guys will do their back foot if they have the back amputation. They'll do it a little shorter. Some of them have a bend in it too, so they get that kind of bend knee kind of thing where they're not so upright. So it just depends on who it is. And some guys just use their walking foot for their surf foot. So it all depends on their comfort level and who's making their prosthetics. You know, we got Hanger Prosthetics, we got North Shore Prosthetics, we got so many awesome prosthetic companies that are jumping into adaptive surfing. And speaking of North Shore Prosthetics, Eric Welton is out there in the crowd somewhere. He is an adaptive surfer. He's a below knee amputee, and he also makes surf legs for all these guys. So we want to give a big shout out to Eric. He is on the competition committee of the AASP, and he's also a big factor in the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship. So it just, all these guys are throwing it down. Yellow Up and Riding, up and down on that. Not sure that that's going to score in. Let me call out a couple heat scores here.
Red, your second ride, a 6.83. You have a combined score of a 9.16. You are in first place. Yellow, you have a single wave score of a 1.50. You are in second place. Priority, first priority white, second priority red, third priority yellow. You have 13 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
So let me ask you, Stevie, what are you surfing on? What do you surf on? Who's the Byron Bay shaper besides Mark Richards?
Well, I have a little bit of an insider access. My partner works for McTavish.
Oh.
So I'm very, very lucky to have access to all the McTavish boards or the demo boards. So we've got a full quiver at all times, which is pretty awesome.
That's nice. I don't know who shapes Mono's board, but I do know that Mono is an airbrusher for Mark Richards. So
Parksy.
Parksy. All right. Well, Parksy shapes Mono his awesome boards. I saw Mono's board sitting under the tent, and on the tail of that board was a Stoke for Life sticker. So I was very happy. Get to see my logo everywhere with World Champs, and it's quite a. This is just actually unbelievable for me to be sitting here with you in your hometown and looking at what we're looking at right now, and the conditions and the great surf and the scores that we're getting throughout the day. This has been a dream of ours, and guys like Mono and Anthony Smythe and some of the old timers, the Richard Julians and the Mark Thorntons and the Chris Oberleys and all those guys that put in all the work and laid the groundwork for a lot of this stuff. I'm just so happy that most of those people are here to be able to experience this opportunity, because I know that if anybody's watching the live stream and they had the opportunity to buy a ticket and they didn't, they're probably kicking themselves in the butt a little bit, going, man, I should have got on the plane.
You should have been here yesterday.
That's it. And that happened with us last year in Costa Rica. I don't know if you are familiar with Boca Barranca.
No.
It's a great break. It's the second longest left to Pavones.
Okay.
So it's a 300-yard left, and we got it at 3 to 5 foot for 4 days. So it was unbelievable, and we didn't have a live stream to where we could talk, but we did have a live camera pointed on the break, so there was a lot of people that got to watch that contest. We didn't have any commentary, but they could see the action and they could see the waves, and I'll tell you, the best adaptive heat I've ever seen in my life was last year, the finals of the Neil division. It was Mono and it was Sponge. And these guys it was a heavyweight fight. They were exchanging wave for wave. And at one point they were, both on a wave. There's 5 wave sets coming in, and they're both on waves, one behind the other, and they're just carving and ripping and carving and ripping. And Mono's doing a maneuver and Sponge doing a maneuver right behind him. And it was like that for 30 minutes during the final. And it was the most unbelievable final. And I believe Sponge won that contest. So it went Mono winning in Hawaii the first stop, Sponge winning the second, and then whoever won the U.S. Open got that title. And Mono came out 63 years old or 61. I'm not sure. He's in his 60s, but the old lion, I've been calling him the old lion for so long, and all those young lions like Sponge and like Massa and all those youngsters just nipping at his heels, and that old lion's still laying on the bone, gnawing on it. He ain't giving it away, man. You're going to have to pry it out of him. So again, Mono showing his merit here in the first heat, dominating his home break. Just really showing. I didn't get to see the heat because I was doing a TV interview, but I heard on the big screen Mono cut back into a 360, and I was like, Jiminy Christmas, this guy. What's he doing, man? He's just showing off, man.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I actually used to be Mono's travel agent for quite a few years, so I was the one organizing him getting to all the contests. Unfortunately, this is the first one I've seen, and I'm the one kicking myself. Why haven't I started being more involved? This is absolutely insane. It's so incredible. I've never been to a contest where there's just so much genuine love and respect amongst everybody here. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Well, that makes me feel really good, because the town has just welcomed us, and we really want to say thank you to the town of Byron Bay for the indigenous tribe that welcomed us on their land, and all the history and all the culture that goes on here in Australia. It's quite amazing. Let me do a shout out to these guys real quick.
Red, you are in first place with a combined score of a 9.16. Yellow, you're in second place with a combined score of a 3.20. First priority white, second priority red, third priority yellow.
Oh, red's taking off.
8:48 on the clock.
Here goes Kenji.
You call it.
I get so tongue-tied because I just get caught up watching it.
It's
being
all
like,
good.
Yeah.
I'll call it.
Yeah.
Kenji down the line. He's working this one with a couple check cutbacks. He's milking this for all it's worth. He had a few nice little maneuvers in there. I think he's going to drop that 2.33, so that's going to increase his score. Of course, he had a 7.50 and a 9.0 from his previous heat, so I don't know if that's going to factor into his overall score. But Kenjiro making it known he's here to play. He's not letting those good waves go. I think he's just out there having a free surf. He already knows he's got 2 big scores on the board, so he's just like, yeah, let me just go out here and have a free surf and get my positioning, where I'm going to surf in the next heats, how I'm going to do it, where I'm going to attack from for the semifinals. I think he's just kind of feeling it out and just having a really good time, and we'll get that score on the board there. Waiting for the priority to come through. There's just so many good waves. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm looking out here at the live stuff, and it's just piping out there. Just so many little barrels to offer. We've seen quite a few guys pull in today, but I expect to. Red score.
And Kenji with a second wave score of an 8.33. Third wave score of an 8.33. You increase your lead to a 15.16. Kenjiro with a wave score of an 8.33.
That will factor into his overall scores. He just knocked his 7.5 from day one right off the board with an excellent score of an 8.33. When I was watching Kenji's first heat and calling it, I just knew that he wasn't going to be happy with something that wasn't in the excellent range. I predicted that he would go higher than excellent. He went to a 9.0. Here he goes above excellent with an 8.33 in the excellent range. So Kenji just doing his thing. He is going to be a serious threat to the title here for Forrest Weinberg. So I know Forrest is up there watching. Him and Kenji are great friends. All the guys in this division just have a camaraderie and a love for each other. But when they get out in the water, man, it's no messing around. They're going to try to put up the top scores they can. I know Forrest had a pretty good heat earlier. He won his heat earlier. I'm not sure about his combined scores, but all they really want to do is just get out of the first round in the top 8, get to those semifinals, and then get to that single elimination where the top 2 move forward. We've got 6 minutes on the clock here.
6 minutes on the clock. Priority with white. First priority with white. Red, you are in first place with a combined score of a 15.16. Yellow, you're in second place with a combined score of a 3.20. And white, you have a 1-wave score of a 1.07. White, you are in first priority with 5:40 on the clock.
So I was thinking about going for a free surf, but man, I was so tired from yesterday. I bet. I just said, I just think I'm just going to rest today. But man, it's so nice out here. And I'll tell you, the paddle out from yesterday to today was miles of difference. Yesterday was very challenging. A lot of rip in the current up there by the pass, especially down here out in front. When we tried to get out front, we were just getting swept down the beach. But today, the conditions much calmer, the current much more forgiving, and the surf is just on offer, man. We have just had excellent scores in every single heat.
It's just the wave.
Yeah, it was a good one, huh?
I was just mind surfing a couple of those waves and distracted Chaka. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've been mind surfing all morning, man. I was like, yesterday I called some heats before my heat, and today my manager was like, "Don't do that. Just go
Get
down.
in the zone, dude."
You need 2 good scores to advance. I squeaked into the semifinals, luckily, so I'm real happy with I gave. Had a little time to just meditate. Did an interview for ABC Australia Morning
look at
News.
you
So
go.
I think I'm nationally, I felt like I was the mayor of the town last night all these people. I know Mono's the actual mayor, but I felt like the assistant mayor,
The deputy.
The deputy mayor, that's right. And, people were just giving me love, saying thank you for bringing the ASP here. And I didn't even know they knew who I was. I was just ordering food and just talking to people walking down the street. And so many people are so stoked to have this event here. So we are really looking forward to making this a staple of the tour, the start of the year at Byron Bay for 2024. And we're looking forward to coming back here next year. We have 3 more years after this of funding for the tour from Visit Oceanside. So we want to say thank you so much to Visit Oceanside, Leslie Gohl and her team, for seeing the value of this platform and saying, you know what, go worldwide with this thing, go to Byron Bay, go to Costa Rica, go to Hawaii, and then bring it back home to Oceanside and let us, just relish in the community and what's happening here. So we really are stoked on this event. It's kicked off with 90 athletes, 17 countries, and we couldn't ask for much more.
Absolutely phenomenal. And, going back to surfing's roots, it's community. We've got to get away from this individualization and start coming together again.
I agree 100%.
2:40 on the clock. 2:40 on the clock. Priority with white. First priority white. Second priority red. Third priority yellow. 2:30 on the clock. Red, you're in first place with a combined score of a 15.16. Yellow, you're in second place with a combined score of a 3.90. And white, you have a single wave score of a 1.07. White, you are in first priority. 2:20 on the clock.
So as we wind down, after this heat will be one more. We got white up and riding. That's Bigfoot, Sean Lewis from Hawaii, making his way down the line. Let's go, Bigfoot. And Bigfoot trying to challenge the top of that and almost comes down with it. But that's going to be Biggie's second ride. And Bigfoot, a good friend of mine. We love Bigfoot. Unfortunately, he got dehydrated a little bit earlier in the competition. Went to the hospital, got himself an IV, some magnesium, got fluid. And look at the guy. He's a warrior. He's out here, out in the hot sun. He said, you know what, Chaka, I'm not packing it in, bro. I'll see you in the second heat. And he wants to make his way out of this. And I believe Bigfoot was ranked 5th in the world last year in this division, if my memory serves me correctly. So he fought real hard to get in the top 5. Kenji.
Kenji smacked that lip, dude. Oh.
Kenjiro just putting everybody on notice that's watching up above. I'm here. I'm definitely challenging for this title. And I don't know. He dropped that 7.5 off the board. I don't know if that's going to drop the 8.33. But he will have a combined score of a 9.0 from round 1. Yellow up and riding.
John going to answer back. No, unfortunately, just taking off a little bit too deep there, I guess.
And Kinji with a throwaway of a 7.17. How many guys want that to be their throwaway? Holy mackerel. He threw away a 7.50 and right now a 7.17. So Kinji sitting on top with a combined score of a 15.66.
Red, your fourth wave score was a 7.33. It will not factor into your top scores. It actually will factor into your top scores for today. It is you've increased your lead to a 15.66 with an 8.33 and a 7.33. Priority. First priority yellow, second priority white, third priority red.
Thanks for that. Gotcha. Thank you.
Change in situation. Bigfoot, your second score with a 3.67. You've jumped into second place with a combined score of a 4.74. Yellow in first priority, white second priority, red third priority, and the time clock ticking down. 3, 2, 1. And we are going to count in our last heat of the day, which is going to...
No, I'm just going too ballistic. I'm juggling too much. You got the juggle down better than I do, bro. No, I experienced it yesterday. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, but I'm calling out stuff on the mic. Thanks, Stevie. That was fun.
All right, counting in our next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance Advisornet is
Oh,
built,
meat pies,
and it has
dude.
since become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance Advisornet today.
Back. And I'm back here with Ben Way. Ben took a little bit of a break, but we're back with Ben.
Good timing as we both bite into a meat pie, but here we are. This is the last heat of the day. This is our unassisted prone, heat number 4. Out in the water in red from Australia, Gavin Bellis. Alvaro Bayona from Spain in white, and Sean Catlin in yellow from Australia. We've seen some amazing surfing.
That's for you.
Stop feeding me while we're live, brother.
I know. I've been eating the whole time we've been here. You guys just haven't heard me. Maybe you have.
You're a hungry little nibbler, mister.
I am, man. It's I didn't eat anything before I went and surfed, so both days I didn't eat anything before I went and surfed. Don't like to surf on a full stomach, man.
I'm just feeding on killer surfing here in this beautiful Byron Bay. Up at the pass, we've seen just non-stop machine-like waves come through. The wind has behaved. That tide spun around, and we're seeing it just push in these perfect sets. And I can't wait to see what happens in the 23 minutes remaining of this heat.
Want to say thank you for Stevie Ginger for joining us in the booth. That was really fun to get a local here with her knowledge and just welcoming us to her hometown. Thank you, Stevie, for that.
Stevie rips.
Stevie in the booth probably tomorrow and Friday, just coming in and out, relieving a few of us from, I'm sure you guys get tired of hearing our voices, so trying to cycle in a few people. Maybe tomorrow we're hoping that Richard Julian will join us tomorrow. He is the OG of the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships and the founder of Access Surf. Basically the ground zero for professional adaptive surfing in the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Yeah, we've got a couple slightly well-known guests, as we'll have world champions Pauline Metzger, and also we have Stephanie Gilmore out in the water. She's going to be joining us at some point tomorrow too. So this is an all-star affair. Besides all these surfers in the water, we got the big names of this tour out there, and you can see this on our live drone view of just how beautiful this is and what a machine this wave is.
And I wanted to throw a shout out to Russell Kim. Sorry about that. I was talking about the water crew, and I could not. I've known Russell for years and years, and for me not to be able to remember his last name while we're on stream was not very poetic. So Russell Kim, I love you, brother. Thank you. He is from Access Surf Hawaii. He's one of the main cogs that makes the Adaptive Surfing Championship happen over there. So Russell is over here giving his time, getting in the water, keeping people safe. So we thank you, Russ, for all that you do to keep us safe. James Russell, we thank you too. And I get confused. James Russell, Russell Kim, Kim Russell, James Kim. What the heck?
Just don't call me late for dinner.
I didn't. I just gave you a meat pie.
Thanks. So
split peak right here. Split peak. We got split peak.
All right. Looks like that was White's opening wave. Just a short one, but these guys are kind of feeling out the conditions. We have these changing tides, and things have switched around throughout all of our different heats. And there we have Kenjiro Ito. He was ripping out there.
Sorry, I had to give Kenji some love. You know, when you fly into Australia and see the Japanese team wearing Stoke for Life hats and T-shirts, you just got to give them some love. So we got 20 minutes, 30 seconds left in this heat. It looked like somebody was paddling right there. It looks like yellow catching a wave, kind of in and out. There's Bigfoot right there, our guy Sean Lewis. He's going to come up here and say hello to Chaka. We love you, Sean. Bigfoot.
I go home, man. I didn't land it, but I tried, baby.
But Bigfoot trying to land that big maneuver and coming up a little bit short. So he'll be on the sidelines for the rest of the heat. But everybody giving him a big round of applause. We all love Biggie.
Time call 20 minutes.
World Tour, brought to you by Visit Oceanside, you're going to find that everybody has a compelling story. They all are heroes. They all are warriors. They all are soldiers. Things, and you know that as a shaper, Ben. You know, sometimes you get a shaper that just doesn't hear you, and you know, fortunately for us, you're a guy that listens. You ride the boards. You know, that's where I'm fortunate with Dave and guys like that. Steve Bainey, those guys ride wave skis. They check out the gear that they're making. They know kind of what it has to offer, and when they surf with their people, and they see, this board's digging a rail there, or they're not getting the speed that they need down the line, or maybe they need real rocker to get that drop, or there's so many little tweaks and little things that you can do, and it really takes a shaper to have an open mind and be able to listen to an athlete.
Yeah, we need more maniacs out there that are willing to think outside the box and start mixing in some new stuff for formerly unavailable surf craft. And so as you get down here, especially if you're into board design and you're a board nerd, if you look at the boards in the competitors area, it's like visiting Area 51 and just going, what is this? And does this run on a wave? Why are these fins here? Why is there fins on the top of the board?
You're a
Why is there ski poles?
Board nerd. Red up and riding. Gavin Bellis out racing the front of that, but digs an outside rail, can't quite stay up with it. That wave was going to offer a good score for Gavin, but can't quite stick with it.
Yeah, just put a little bit too much into the rail for the amount of speed that he had going into the maneuver. So if he saves that turn for just a bit more down the line, as he gets a little more push behind it, he would have really just done a big old carve.
Yeah, that board
definitely body positioning was looking good.
Yeah, board would plane a little bit more for him with a little more speed.
Time call 16 minutes. First priority white, second priority red.
Just can't believe the conditions today, man. While I was paddling out, I looked down over and there's a wave score right there.
And yellow's first wave, 0.43. And the last of red, 2.47. Change in situation. Red goes to the lead with a 2.47 and a 1.90.
White up and riding.
Yep, as we have
Alvin Boyana.
Yep, Alvaro Bayona from Spain. Look at that. Look how he just motors. Doing a little Bruno paddle there. Drops down, and he's keeping his eye on the down the line because he can see that there might be a possibility of having some more transition as it reforms. And that's the benefit of having this incoming tide, is that you get this scoring potential on the inside as well. And it hasn't filled up so much where we'll get those pools that bring them to a dead stop. So all of this, anywhere they can fit some direction changes, are going to get rewarded, which is very cool.
Well, Alvaro, we call him Alvin. I call him Alvin. Been calling him Alvin for years. He hasn't smacked me in the mouth yet. So, but he got a good ride there. That's going to be his third ride, and he moves up into first place with a 4.83.
Last of white, 4.83. Change in situation. White now goes to the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.0. Red, Gavin, you've dropped to second with a 2.47 and a 1.90. And Sean, yellow, you have a 0.43. Currently, red has first priority. Time call 14 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, so Alvin comes from Zarautz in the Basque Country, which is the north of Spain. Very, very cool spot there, and they have a very fun beach community. They held the Vans duct tape there once. I done some WSL work over there, and some amazing food up in the Basque Country in the north of Spain, and some very, very cool people.
Nice.
But he started bodyboarding at 9, surfing at 16, and then started adapted surf at 26. And he was a pro snowboarder, and in 2010 an avalanche threw him off a cliff, leading to a spinal cord injury. And in 2010 pioneered adaptive surfing in Spain and other adapted extreme sports, which he does wakeboard, heli ski, paddle surf, and his foundation, Alvin Bayona Extreme Adapted Sports. He is making the movement go on over there on that side of the world.
We love Alvaro, man. He's come to the U.S. Open a few times, and we're stoked that he's on the tour for the first stop. And he is a great surfer, obviously a great ambassador for adaptive surfing and for the community of adaptive surf. And we just love like I say, the guy got thrown off a cliff by an avalanche. Everybody in this community has a story and has a great, compelling story. Red up and riding down the line. Gavin Bellis digging that rail again. This time he digs the inside rail. Last time he dug the outside rail. So
I talked to Gavin yesterday, and I was telling him that's a new board that he's kind of messing around with, and it's an adapted able body. It's one of their programs that they've kind of adapted into a prone board. But I told him with the fin positioning, it's a little bit far back, and I told him he might pull out those quad fins in the back, which will keep the board from tipping over. And as I saw that board upside down, it's still got the quads in it. So let's get those fins out of there. That board's fast enough, doesn't need that extra stiffness. But the farther back the fins go for these prone guys, the more likely it is to catch that outside corner of the nose.
Right.
And by bringing the fins forward, you can actually keep the board upright, drift a little bit, and then get those fins to grab again. So
and help that nose plane up, because the fin placement is so important for regular surfing, especially. That's why your foot's in the back there where the fins are, so you can step on it and add pressure to lift the nose and to plane the nose out of the water. So what you're seeing with him right there was the fin placement way in the back, no plane on the nose, digging that outside rail first, digging the inside rail second.
Last of red, 2.87. Gavin Bellis in second place with a 2.87 and a 2.47. And Sean Catlin with a 0.43 in third, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority yellow, second priority red.
Alvin came in.
Time call, 11 minutes, as we have Gavin finishing off another ride here on the inside. Still a lot of time to get up into position for another wave, should they want to.
Looks like Alvin might have broken his board. Might have broke a fin out, and he did. No, he didn't.
No, he's got a real interesting fin setup.
Yeah, wow. He's got two outside fins way up by his hips, and then he's got one huge trailing fin in the back in a normal spot where you would put a thruster fin for a stand-up board. He's got a swallowtail. Is it a single wing swallow?
Yeah, no wing with a swallow, and I really tripped out on where the fins, especially the distance between that fin cluster, and it looks like where the dorsal fins of a dolphin would be with their tail fin.
Yep.
And so, a little bit, for my taste, a little bit spread, but...
Looks like Alvin's in a little bit of pain. Looks like he's in a lot of pain. So it looks like Alvin is out of the heat.
Well, he's stepped out with some scores. He's got a 4.83 and a 2.0.
He does, but he's looking like he's in a lot of pain right now.
Time called 10 minutes.
And that's the thing that hopefully everybody recognizes is these guys are taking, and we as adaptive surfers, we take the same beating as all the other surfers do. We go up to do a big maneuver and we come down hard, and often we're closer to the board or we're laying on the board. In my case, I am strapped to the board, so, with the paddle, so there's a lot of opportunity for injury. It looks like Alvin is okay. He's talking it out, but it looks like he's just calling it a day with 9:26 left in the heat. Plenty of opportunity for more waves, but Alvin says, you know what, I'm either going to live on the scores I got right here or I'm going to live on the scores I got yesterday. Hopefully combined, he'll have two waves that'll get him through to the top 8. Top 8 will move into the semifinals.
Time call, 9 minutes remaining. Still white in the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.0. Red in second with a 2.87 and a 2.47. And yellow in third with a 0.43. Yellow has first priority and second priorities with red. Yeah, one thing I was going to point out is anyone who's ridden a bodyboard knows that you can't really escape and get off of your board and get away from your equipment, especially when you're glued down to it and you're basically at water level on the board. And so the standing divisions have that benefit of escaping from their equipment, but the wave ski and the prone are just stuck to the board, so it's not easy to escape trouble.
To ditch the board.
That's the word I was looking for.
Like, you don't know how many times I've went up high and knew I was just not coming down in the right position and just try to eject and ditch the board. Alvin calling for the lifeguard to come pick him up with the buggy. And hopefully I will get the buggy after the heat. We've got Yellow up and riding. Sean Catlin.
Hey, Buff, can we give our buddy a ride in the chair there? The Buff buggy.
And ask Buff if he can come back and get Chaka when he's done.
One person at a time, and you're not done yet, guy.
I got 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, man. I'm gonna need a ride back to the joint, boy. It's been a long day here. Luckily, I didn't have to call the heats in the morning. I do believe I don't surf until 11:30 tomorrow, so maybe I can call a few heats with you guys in the morning till about 10 o'clock.
I'd enjoy that.
And then I can jump out and give you guys some time to welcome everybody else in, Richard Julian and some other big names. Hopefully we'll see Steph Gilmore here in the booth maybe with some of the adaptive surfers talking.
As well as Naughty Paul's, Pauline Metzger. That's going to be a lot of fun. She's been around assisting as a volunteer today, and she was like, these guys are gnarly. She could not, but she goes, we need to get some of our tour surfers down here to really test their agility, because this is... for the volunteers, it's just as much work as it is for the athletes, if not more in some cases.
100% the volunteers are getting waxed out here with the sun, running all the way up to the point, getting people in and out of the water, lifting them into the chairs, helping them put back on the boards, pulling their boards through the water into deep enough water where they can paddle off. Sean Catlin with a 7.0 on his last ride.
All right, so Sean Catlin, you've got a 7.0 for your second wave, a 0.83 for your last wave, and change in situation. Yellow goes to the lead, white goes to second with a 4.83 and a 2.0. Gavin Bellis, you're now in third with a 2.87 and a 2.47. Time call 6 minutes. And yellow has first priority, second priority red.
Yeah, I think that 0.83 after the 7, I think he was just catching a whitewater to come in, and fortunately they gave him a small score for it. So that's what happens.
In the prone division, if you ride a wave prone,
if you ride it prone,
you're riding a wave. So
you're going to get a score either way. So that was a nice 7-point ride for Gavin. Free surfer surfing into the area.
I think the camera's just on the top of the point.
I got you.
We won't rattle him yet.
He's right here. He's right there.
So 5.5 minutes. No need to give the next heat a chance to paddle out, because this is the last heat of the day, I do believe.
What a beautiful third day we had here in Byron Bay, brother. This is such a great event. Kicking off the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Tour, the Blackmores Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. You can see how serious we are about this tour. It's giving you the best waves, the best breaks. We got Boca Barranca coming up. We got Hawaii coming up. We're here at Byron Bay at the pass. Look at the surf today. It was phenomenal. We had excellent score after excellent score after excellent score. So there's not much more we could say, man, except for tune in tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, because we're going to be shredding the same bat waves. And yeah, that kid just is in this competition area. Luckily, there's really nobody out. It looks like somebody down at the end over here. I don't know if that's yellow. That is not yellow. Can't see what the color that is.
Yeah, it looks like red was just got a little ride there.
Looks like Shawnee Whitaker down the beach going for a free surf coming out of the water. Shawnee, unfortunately,
time call 4 minutes.
Not making it out of the below knee stand division. He won't make it to the semifinals, and that will challenge him his ranking spot for the next stop. So we'll be looking for Shawnee to bring a better board, not a foam board, to the elite break of Hawaii.
Yeah, well, you know what? Also, I saw this morning was that that foamy was kind of getting caught up on the offshores, especially having that round nose like the lone board template. That just becomes a big sail that just pushes you out the back of the wave. And so while the guys with a little more of a streamlined nose, it seemed like they were getting into the wave a little easier. And then not to mention the difference in buoyancy in the materials.
For sure. And Peg is a prime example. Peg leg normally surfs on kind of a round nose, longer board, but he was very smart in bringing a pointed nose, shorter board here. It really performed excellent for him in the heat today. Prime conditions for him. And he's gonna make it out to the semifinals with that.
Last of red, 3.20. Gavin Bellis, you improve your score line with a 3.20 and a 2.87. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Red has first priority. Second priority is with yellow.
Well, I gotta tell you, buddy, the last 2.5 minutes. What a great day, and I appreciate you for coming down here with all your knowledge, all your shaping knowledge.
I appreciate you.
All the knowledge that you have from pushing people into waves and catching people in waves and doing the U.S. Open with us. And
you guys can't get rid of me, dude. I'm sorry.
You know, we're not trying to get rid of you, bro, so that's,
I'm here to stay, man.
Well, that's what we like to hear. We don't want you running from us. We want you running to us, brother.
And I do.
Yeah, you do. So we appreciate you, Ben. We love having you here on the webcast. This has been an awesome opportunity. I'm hoping that this is going to increase the visualization, the vision of adaptive surfing on the professional level. I'm hoping that a lot of adaptive surfers around the world are watching this event, and they really are frothing because the ASP is here to stay, man. Visit Oceanside World Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour is here for the next 4 years. This year and 3 more years. We got sponsorship running deep, and Oceanside really finds value in this event, this community, and as does Blackmores, as do all of these events that are built in Hawaii, in Costa Rica. All the sponsors find so much value in this platform and in each event and in the community. So we're very grateful. We can't do it without the support of the sponsors. We can't do it without the support of the volunteers, and we can't do it without you, Ben Way.
Oh, man. Well, we got 1 minute left, and we're starting to see the hungry locals.
The infiltration of the peak. They're infiltrating. Oh, my goodness. Oh, big barrel ride right there by the youngster. A little kid just pulling into the pocket right there.
Bunch of little froth and drop bears around. We got 45 seconds.
Super
And looks like we don't have
any surfers in the water right now.
I'm not sure if we have someone up on the top. We're going to give them a chance, but I'll let them know that there is 40 seconds remaining. Time call 35 seconds. So first priority red, second priority yellow.
Biff! Biff! Buff!
So that was Chaka verbally yelling out to our off-road beach Uber.
I need a ride back.
You're not off work, guy. Come on, hold on. 20 seconds, please.
Be off work in just a minute, but I wanted to ride.
Not get any closer.
It's front row service here with
Time
Biff.
call, 5 seconds.
There's our guy right there.
Down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boy, this has been a day of days here at the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surfing Professional World Championship Tour. The Blackmores Australia Pro kicking it off. We want to say thank you to everybody at Blackmores, all the sponsors here that are sponsoring this great event. Mono, Deb Stewart, the entire crew, Debbie, Ginger Debbie, everybody that's just been rocking it out. We really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Tune in tomorrow, 8 a.m. Australian time for Chaka and Ben Way. We'll be kicking it off in the morning.
Yep, 4th day of competition coming up, and thank you to all of the local people here in Byron for lending this amazing machine wave, as well as all the support, the volunteers, judges, staff, production crew, and all of our guests here in the MC booth, as well as all of the athletes. We look forward to another great day of competition for this 2024 Blackmores Australian Pro. And we will see you tomorrow morning. I'm going to see you guys out in the water because I'm going for a surf.
Peace out, people.
Good health changes everything. So don't accept age as a limit or a bad night's sleep. Feel strong inside and out. Keep learning new moves. And if you want to stop, stop. Good health changes everything. Blackmores, 90 years of natural health expertise.
active advice. It's the foundation on which Insurance AdvisorNet is built, and it has seen us become one of Australia's leading general insurance broker networks by providing sound, active advice, personalised service, and the right solutions for every client. It's a responsibility we've never lost sight of, and we never will. For your local advisor, search Insurance AdvisorNet today.
For 60 years, PQSA and Home Care Plus have been there when it mattered. We're the experts in spinal cord injury and deliver quality, safe supports to people living with all disabilities, with more than 5 million care hours provided in the last 10 years alone. We've grown into one of South Australia's largest and most trusted service providers, but we're not done yet. It's time for us to evolve. Join us on our journey as we unveil our new brand.
Adversity to adventure, challenges to opportunities. We ride the ripples, get stoked from the ocean, building resilience, creating empowerment for all those who ride our wave. Come join us for your hit of ocean therapy.
Back home, the Wilsons always use proper dinner etiquette. Out here, the stick will do just fine. Last week, Maddie and Tom had some tough decisions to make. Right now, it's whether to surf the left or the right.
I found the need that when I was moving house, I couldn't find anywhere to go and didn't have any options in terms of accessible homes or just a place that was going to be suitable. So I discovered the SDA, which is part of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and my experience led me to setting up Accessible Homes Australia. Yeah, so I've always been reliant on family to provide my housing needs, and now National Disability Insurance Accommodation Scheme, so I can, go and live independently, which is ideal.
Perry and I began looking around for what accommodation was available for him and his needs in the marketplace. And what we found was there really is a very, very limited range of options for him. And so we decided to go out and create some options and some accommodation purpose-built to his needs. At the same time, we went through the process of registering him as a participant within the SDA. Perry had suggested that he would like to help some other people like him navigate the same process for themselves and form this company that we've formed, Accessible Homes Australia, to help them find suitable accommodation needs to suit.
What better thing is there than being able to look at a list of properties and have a choice and say, I want to go and live here or there and have some freedom in your life. And we've never had that before, and now we do. I'm grateful to the guys around me and people around me that have helped me set this up and get it going, because it can't happen fast enough now. The people are out there really in some pretty dire situations, living in not the best circumstances, and we can change that. There are thousands of Australians out there with all types of disabilities, and we encourage you to jump on our website, reach out to us, contact us, because we can help you through the process and find you a home.